Deep within a cavern, shadowy figures with glowing eyes emerge from the oppressive darkness, as the rhythmic drip of water echoes through the vast, unseen space, revealing jagged, sharp formations that hint at the dangers lurking within. A hand reaches out, its owner asking, "You all right?" Swallow, huddled with a small group, tries to reassure them. "You just need to hold on for a bit longer." But before he can finish, a sudden attack elicits a pained cry from one of their number. Ah! Suspended upside down, Swallow struggles against unseen bonds as shadowy, clawed figures close in, a pained grunt escaping him before a voice from the chaos asks, "You all right?" Elsewhere, Burn and a companion watch in grim concern as more people collapse around them. The blonde knight lamenting the mounting casualties and the healer's inability to keep pace with the relentless onslaught. As a voice from his group questions their very survival, Burn, looking down with a heavy heart, offers a quiet, firm reassurance. Meanwhile, a different, muscular man, standing with a woman behind him, declares with unwavering resolve, "We have the hope of the Empire." Back with his own forces, Burn and his companion stand resolute, their gazes fixed forward. The blonde knight now stands in gleaming full-plate armor, a beacon of unwavering resolve. He addresses his wavering group, his voice cutting through the despair, urging them to find strength and move forward, to which they respond with a unified cry of loyalty. Yet, despite their renewed spirit, the grim reality of their dwindling numbers weighs heavily on him, as he acknowledges his party members are starting to waver, recalling their initial strength of 10. The battlefield itself tells a brutal tale, strewn with shattered weapons, blood, and debris, a testament to overwhelming loss. He surveys the desolate landscape, the weight of their loss is heavy on his mind, knowing that only 15 people remain with him. Yet, his grip tightens on his staff, a silent vow that they will not lose their resolve. Out of their initial numbers, only 43 people simply survived. The grim truth settles in. They were simply unable to protect their 5 fallen allies. The memory of the monstrous horde, their glowing eyes and sharp claws, still burns in his mind. Shadowy figures still seem to writhe in the periphery of his vision. He looks down, a somber expression on his face, acknowledging that everyone gave it their all, and that's simply the way it is. His gaze hardens, a grim determination settling upon him as he reminds himself that everyone should be prepared to die when they enter this place. He stands alone against the vast, ominous landscape, because this place is one of the 7 malevolent dungeons. From a desolate, jagged peak, a lone figure surveys the dark expanse below, where a faint, ominous glow emanates from a cavernous opening. Deep within, ancient, thorny roots twist and writhe, guarding what is known as the core of the ancient. As they press onward, a voice calls out with urgency, alerting Burn to something ahead. Swallow points, urging him to look over there. Before them stands an imposing, ornate doorway, its ancient carvings glowing with an ethereal light. Burn's expression hardens with resolve as he declares, they have finally arrived at the end of the dungeon, the core of the ancient. After countless trials and setbacks, the glowing portal of the core stands before them, a testament to their arduous journey. Before them lay a chamber overflowing with unimaginable riches, countless treasures gleaming in the dim light. If fortune favored them, this place might also conceal the greatest artifacts, even virtuous masterpieces, not to mention. This was also the very heart where the dragon's immense power resided. As they took in the awe-inspiring sight, a sudden, jarring sound echoed through the cavern. A loud thud reverberated, signaling an unwelcome presence. Without hesitation, Burn barked an order for everyone to get into formation. From a shimmering rift, shadowy figures emerged, one of them speaking with a chilling voice, acknowledging the presence of both humans and those with demonic friends. Burn, already drawing his sword, commanded his magician to create a barrier, emphasizing the need to protect their vision. The glowing object at the chamber's center pulsed with a faint, electric energy. The rumbling that had shaken the chamber finally ceases, leaving an unsettling silence. Raising a hand, Swallow conjures a glowing orb, urging everyone to remain vigilant. The orb ascends, casting its light into the vast darkness. Its glow reveals the colossal, scaled head of a slumbering dragon, its immense form filling the cavern, as Burn stands dwarfed in the background. The light catches on Swallow's bandaged arm, a stark contrast to the ancient beast. With a thunderous sound, the dragon's massive golden eye snaps open, reflecting the small orb of light. Burn, standing firm amidst the debris, prepares for the inevitable confrontation. Swallow's eye widens, a flicker of fear crossing his face. The dragon's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp, crystalline teeth. As the colossal dragon's maw gapes open, revealing rows of crystalline teeth, a desperate thought echoes through the chamber, urging them to simply run away. The sheer impossibility of the situation settles in, a chilling realization that this cannot be happening. Trying to regain some composure, Swallow attempts to summarize the overwhelming situation. As the dragon's thoughts reveal that humans had swarmed its domain while it slept, exploiting its tired state to their advantage. Its golden eye narrows, a deep voice rumbling as it seeks confirmation, wondering if it's truly understanding the extent of the intrusion. Swallow confirms the dragon's suspicions, adding that he himself had faced 2 enemies of the same type, both humans and his own brother. Then, turning his attention to the skeletal figure nearby, he addresses Patrick, who, enveloped in a calming blue aura, gently urges the enraged dragon to settle down. Burn holds Swallow close, watching the tense exchange. The colossal dragon's thoughts churned, unable to comprehend how someone could simply doze off when humans were right in front of a boss monster. It questioned the very notion, wondering how such a thing could possibly make any logical sense. The dragon's frustration mounted, as it considered the sheer audacity of carelessly yawning in front of them, declaring it a matter of mindset. Swallow, seemingly unfazed, simply scoffed, asking Burn what he thought, who could only respond with a hesitant no. The dragon continued its internal monologue, acknowledging that despite the casualness, Swallow had indeed overwhelmed the humans with just a yawn. A faint glow emanated from Swallow's eye, a silent testament to his inherent power. Meanwhile, Renee watched from afar, her expression one of pure excitement at the thought of her lord's immense power. Patrick stood before the enraged dragon, a silent, calming presence, as hearts floated around them, a visual representation of his soothing aura. His glowing blue eyes fixed on the beast, a soft crackling sound accompanying his efforts to pacify the ancient creature. A bandaged arm, possibly belonging to the distressed dragon, is held up, as a voice asks with concern, "You all right?" Another voice then declares, observing the intricate, mechanical structures of their surroundings, "This dungeon is screwed." Burn, looking up at his companion, advises him to relax, saying, "Don't be like that, Swallow. It's bad for your bones if you worry too much." This particular location is known as one of the malevolent dungeons, a place where the very concept of immunity was once deemed impossible to find. Deep within its ancient, sprawling forest lies a massive, hollowed tree, a natural landmark that holds a profound secret. For within its gnarled trunk resides the very core of the ancient. In a world where most dungeon bosses ultimately fall to human victors, the monsters, though prepared to become formidable foes, are often not considered their equals. This belief, that the relationship between humans and monsters exists solely for human benefit, persists, yet the monsters, who met them prepared to become their foes, are not truly equal. However, the repetition of war only serves to weaken the dungeons, and during a period when countless dungeons were raided and created, there existed exceptional monsters that humans could not find. Reflecting on the nature of these perilous realms, it becomes clear that the truth was always self-evident. These malevolent entities were precisely what the world had come to know as the ancient dungeons. Among them, the 7 dungeons were the formidable bastions that upheld humanity, often deemed impossible to clear. Yet, even within these dangerous and malevolent dungeons, at the very core of the ancient ones, resided the most powerful of all. Countless monsters exist to defend these dungeons, along with the dungeon's true guardians, who are known as the 3 different myths. For instance, the red path to the left is fiercely defended by a Hydrika. The Blade Maid, Renee, stands ready, while the Death Knight, Patrick, also prepares for battle. Meanwhile, the path to the right, infested with undead, remains a mystery, with no new information available. Ahead lies an unknown, impenetrable wall, guarded by the very being that rules this formidable fortress. Ancient murals depict fierce battles, hinting at an ancient monster, a creature from the first page of the Empire's myths. Its many eyes watching from the shadows. This is the domain of Swallow. A hand gently closes a large, ornate book, the words on its final page declaring, "Or so it's written." Meanwhile, Renee, the maid, stands contemplating the situation, reflecting on how, despite their efforts to spread rumors about the human-hating overlord, Lord Swallow, the number of invaders has only increased. Burn sighs, turning to Swallow, suggesting there's a certain knack to spreading rumors, but Swallow counters that if they simply shroud themselves in mystery and remain silent, everyone will eventually come seeking them out. Gathered around a table, Renee, Patrick, and Burn listen as Renee proposes they offer the invaders a bit of information, just enough to pique their interest. The book's pages reveal the cunning strategy. Adventurers, thinking they know quite a bit about the dungeon, will run in like moths to a flame, completely unaware that half the information they possess is misleading. Symbolizing the deceptive nature of their plan, the book bursts into roaring flames. Looking out at the unfolding chaos, Swallow expresses a hint of surprise, admitting he never expected them to arrive in such overwhelming droves. A visual distortion sweeps across the view, confirming the influx of challengers as adventurers, clad in armor, are shown in a chaotic battle, one falling amidst the fray. Reflecting on the overwhelming influx of challengers, he wonders if it was truly 74 of them combined. He observes the data, noting that while their equipment was melted down and reforged into something unusable, the remaining adventurers aren't particularly impressive. Meanwhile, Renee muses that if she, Burn, and Patrick had been allowed to handle the situation, they could have protected the goods without issue. Back with the Demon Lord, a silent pause hangs in the air before he dismissively replies, "Sure, sure." Suddenly, dark, swirling energy erupts around him, expanding rapidly and consuming the space. The chaotic power coalesces into a menacing vortex, from which his transformed silhouette emerges, cloaked in shadow and power. His eyes, now glowing with an intense, malevolent yellow light, fixate on an unseen target. Dark, swirling energy continues to coalesce, a potent aura of power manifesting around him. A hand reaches out, seemingly interacting with the volatile magic, as if testing its newfound limits. Meanwhile, a thought echoes. I'm sure that I alone would have been able to do it, Rena. Swallow stands, his eyes glowing with an intense yellow light, looking down at a woman with long, platinum blonde hair who sits calmly before him, her expression unreadable. A low, pleased chuckle escapes him, his glowing gaze fixed on something unseen. From a distance, Patrick, the skeletal Death Knight, observes the scene with a dry tone, reminding them, "Excuse me, we're gathered here for a meeting, aren't we? Did we just get together to play?" His glowing blue eye narrows slightly, as he questions their apparent excitement. Patrick offers a mock apology, recalling a past promise. I'm sorry. I'm just reminded of that time when you said you'd be a lady." His expression shifts to one of exasperation, muttering that he's likely not the only one feeling this way. He laments the potential damage to his own skull, a direct consequence of his recent transformation. While Patrick, ever the pragmatist, questions if anyone noticed Renee's recent actions, implying a lack of attention from the others. Swallow stares down, his expression a mix of frustration and self-pity. He then adds a dry remark about having 6 fingers, a subtle jab at the absurdity of the situation. A hand, now clearly showing an extra digit, is held up for inspection. Patrick, his skull glowing with blue light, dismisses the concern, finding the sound of his own spine cracking far too loud to care about such trivialities, his voice laced with his usual exasperation, prompting Swallow to declare his utter frustration with the role of a guardian. He can no longer tolerate the burden. Renee, holding a document, states that she will gain more points, her expression serious and focused. While Patrick, still in his skeletal form, confirms that Renee is indeed sure of her actions, adding that Byrne already knows about it. He seems to be addressing someone off-panel. The problem, however, is that 116 black tentacles, which had defended the path, have received huge injuries and are now in critical condition. As the discussion continues about the critically injured black tentacles, a voice attempts to reassure, stating that there's no need to worry so much, as the tentacles' regeneration is already underway. However, Swallow, clearly agitated, demands to know more, while Patrick calmly suggests they can monitor the situation for a while and find another solution, admitting it doesn't look promising. Patrick then challenges his lord, asking why he doesn't simply go and investigate himself, reminding him of his status. As Renee approaches, a narration box reveals that despite the regeneration, humans are already targeting only the remaining rot. Patrick, his glowing eyes fixed, warns that another subjugation party might be forming at that very moment. Renee adds to the urgency, explaining that modern communication spells allow information about the open path to spread rapidly. With a determined expression, Renee turns and walks away, declaring her readiness to act. Swallow, now serious and focused, instructs them to listen carefully, as he is about to change their assignments. His voice echoes through a system window, assigning Renee to be his bodyguard from now on. He explains his new directive, stating that he wants someone to take the infected path right away. As the system confirms the path's opening, he clarifies that the subjugation of the infected path is now open, adding that he only needs one person to protect him, and asks if Renee can protect him while he's gone. Patrick, looking surprised, hears the news that the red path had been opened, and Swallow instructs him to take care of it. He continues, explaining that humans realize Renee is on the infected path, so they will change their direction to the red path instead. The group's assignments are now clear. Renee, looking flustered, asks if she's truly meant to guard him, and he confirms, telling her to hold on, bossy. Byrne's voice cuts in, asking what Swallow intends to do if humans take the other path, as Swallow stands with a serious expression. He responds that they'll have no other choice, they'll have to deal with him. He then asks what kind of runt the humans are targeting, his voice filled with a menacing curiosity. Renee beams with delight, exclaiming her satisfaction to Lord Swallow. He, however, seems less than thrilled, musing that the most bothersome issue is now resolved, leaving only the matter of the sword. Renee, her expression now serious, confirms that she is indeed referring to that very weapon. Swallow, looking up in confusion, questions what sword they are discussing, as Byrne stands over him. He internally laments, realizing they must mean the sword of subjugation, feeling insulted that humans underestimate his strength. Byrne, standing triumphantly over a heap of vanquished enemies, repeats his earlier mention of the sword. He then reminds his boss that he must surely have heard of it before. Patrick, having pinpointed its location, announces its discovery. His skeletal hand descends, firmly gripping the hilt of a sword plunged into the earth. Holding the newly acquired weapon, Patrick confirms its status, knowing that the 36 virtuous masterpieces are renowned among humans. Its polished blade gleams with an otherworldly light, and Byrne, observing it closely, remarks that some of these weapons are so potent, even a demon lord would struggle against them, identifying this particular one as Tanabella. Swallow, recalling the name, wonders why such human artifacts are now in their possession, only for Patrick to correct him, emphasizing its true nature as a masterpiece. It is then revealed that Renee's own blade is also one of these legendary 36 masterpieces, a fact underscored by her elegant stance with the weapon. Considering the implications, Swallow muses on the impressive weaponry the humans possess this time, wondering aloud what they should do with such a powerful item. Patrick advises against giving it to a monster in the tower, predicting it would only lead to their demise and create further trouble if the humans tried to reclaim it. Burn, startled, then suggests that Swallow himself should wield the blade, offering it to him, while Swallow, surprised, asks Patrick if he doesn't use a sword, implying he should take it instead. A skeletal figure, holding a massive sword, lets out a surprised exclamation. He then offers a simple, almost relieved, confirmation, acknowledging his inability to wield the weapon. A burst of hearty laughter escapes him, as he declares his gladness that he's not the one burdened with its use. This powerful artifact is known as the core of the Ancient. It is guarded by a fearsome homunculus maid, and a death knight who exudes the very aura of death, as well as being the place where a certain individual resides. Since receiving that sword, Swallow has been sleeping all day, seemingly rotting away in his arcade. Meanwhile, Renee, ever the devoted sunflower, only has eyes for Swallow. Within the dungeon, Patrick stands as the sole individual possessing a true conscience, an expert at handling his boss, while the homunculus maid Renee stands ready beside him. And then there is Swallow, an ancient monster, the very embodiment of laziness. Lord Swallow, lounging casually in his chair, ponders the distribution of their hard-earned profits, wondering how they should proceed. His gaze drifts, as he then asks what they should do with the remaining funds. With a thoughtful expression, he instructs them to use whatever they can, and anything that isn't useful, to give to the bastards. Renee, ever diligent, confirms his orders, assuring him she will take thorough care of the distribution. However, a slight frown crosses her face as she adds that the problem is that the monsters are not particularly useful, and they already have plenty of mana stones. Swallow, now looking directly at the viewer, muses that it has been a while since he last saw one. Renee ponders aloud, wondering if she should venture into the human village. Her question elicits a startled reaction, causing Patrick to flinch back in surprise. Swallow, observing his aged shock, questions his exaggerated response, while Patrick suggests it might be better to remain where they are. Leaning forward, Swallow presses the issue, remarking on Patrick's unusual clumsiness when humans are involved. Patrick can only offer a simple, confused what? In response. With a sigh, Swallow finally relents, giving his permission but instructing him to bring back plenty of interesting things. A hand reaches out, and soon, the sound of footsteps echoes as Patrick begins his journey. The weather outside is quite pleasant today. With Patrick now gone, Renee, cloaked and determined, begins her own journey, moving swiftly through the verdant landscape. Her gaze fixed ahead, she confirms her departure to Lord Swallow. Going, Lord Swallow. Soon, she arrives at a grand building, its clock tower reaching towards the sky, a destination for her current task. Inside, she approaches a counter, addressing the burly shopkeeper with an apology. "I'm sorry, but I'm really busy these days," she states, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. Her eyes glow with a faint green light, reflecting her focused intent. The shopkeeper, leaning over his counter, considers her words, muttering, "Let's see." With a soft thud, he places a shimmering blue stone on the counter, announcing, "Here, this is a B-rank mana stone. It would take an average commoner 10 years to save enough for just one of these," the shopkeeper explains, "but the stones she brought are all B-grade, like this one, right?" He continues, explaining that stones like hers can only be found if one is at the level of an Imperial Palace magician or a high-rank magic tower. Perhaps, a jeweler in the capital who's also in agreement with the Imperial family, or a magic tower wizard could handle it. The elderly shopkeeper holds up a mana stone, his expression thoughtful. Renee considers her options, the capital feeling too distant. Her green eyes sharp, she muses, "So I have to go to a magic tower, huh?" The shopkeeper looks at her, a knowing smile on his face. "But if it's for Lord Swallow?" "I'll be going," Renee states, turning to leave the shop, as the shopkeeper bids her, "Take care, kiddo." He watches her go, then picks up the mana stone, a curious HM? Escaping him. She stands before her master, who, with a slight smirk, addresses the shopkeeper, asking him to keep an eye on the maid. With her mission clear, she turns and departs, a determined figure cloaked against the world. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, still reeling from the previous conversation, mutters about the young master's strange request, while Swallow simply watches him with an amused expression. As she journeys through an ethereal, cloud-filled landscape, a thought echoes in her mind. You're a human as well, you know. Finally, a towering structure pierces the sky, its grand architecture signaling the destination. Back in the shop, the shopkeeper asks if she's there for mana stones, suggesting she join the guild, while Swallow, still seated, simply states that she is a homunculus, not a human. Inside the imposing magic tower, she begins her ascent up a grand staircase, following the instructions to meet the tower master. The path leads her deeper into the structure, a place where humanity's magic towers delve into dungeons. Suddenly, a skeletal figure appears, its glowing eyes indicating the way forward. Having arrived at the magic tower, Renee is greeted by the wing leader, Grolmitz Aner, who formally welcomes her. She stands before him, a small figure against the grandeur of his throne. His gaze, sharp and assessing, prompts him to question her identity. As her own mana flares with an impressive glow, Renee begins to introduce herself. Gralmitz admits he would have dismissed her as a fool had it not been for the valuable jewel she brought. Holding a glowing orb, he reminds her of the Magic Tower's formidable reputation. He then challenges her to prove her worth, expecting mana stones of suitable rank. Without hesitation, Renee drops a cascade of brightly glowing mana stones, their vibrant colors illuminating the floor. The sheer quality of her offering elicits a surprised reaction from the wing leader. A collection of vibrant, glowing mana stones lay before him, their energy palpable. He recognized them instantly, all of the highest quality, consisting only of the most potent S-grade mana stones. Gralmitz Einer's eyes widened in disbelief. These were not something a mere child should possess. Who was this young girl? He turned to Renee, his voice laced with a newfound intensity, demanding to know where she had acquired such treasures. Then, his gaze fell upon her distinctive platinum hair, and a thought began to form in his mind. A chilling rumor echoed in his memory. A Death Knight, serving a lazy boss monster, had been sighted near the Magic Tower, leading him to wonder if the owner of these powerful mana stones was the one responsible for slaying the beasts in the area. His eyes glowed with purple energy as the pieces clicked together. He could conceive of no other explanation for a young girl to possess such extraordinary mana stones. For him, finding even one would require risking his life, yet she presented a trove. He, who constantly sought to overcome his own weaknesses, never imagined he would witness such high-ranking mana stones, knowing his entire wing would have to pursue them relentlessly. Renee sits across from a merchant, who offers a special price of 50 ounces of gold for each mana stone. Considering the proposal, she repeats the figure of 50 ounces of gold, her expression unreadable. The merchant, attempting to justify the price, explains that an average company owner would take about 10 years to earn that much gold, with a single year's earnings being roughly 50 ounces. As her eyes begin to glow with an eerie green light, Renee calculates, noting that 50 years would only amount to 100 ounces. Her gaze intensifies, warning the human that joking about such matters could prove fatal. The merchant, visibly shaken, realizes that she possesses far more knowledge than he initially assumed. Renee then admits, to tell the truth, even if they were to use all of her lord's money, they still wouldn't be able to afford all the mana stones. A single tear rolls down the merchant's face as he desperately urges her, then buy as many as you can. Renee lets out a small, frustrated sound, her glowing eyes still fixed on the task at hand. A substantial pile of gold coins, amounting to 2,000 ounces, lay before them, as the merchant inquired about the quality of the items Renee intended to sell. He then presented his own meager stock, stating that it was all he had, before proposing a trade, items of similar quality in exchange for all the mana stones. With a soft sound, Renee opened a small, ornate box, revealing a glowing green mana stone as she assured him he would have no cause for concern regarding their quality. Convinced, the merchant led the maid through a bustling corridor, eager to display his wares immediately. They arrived at a grand, imposing door, a place usually off-limits to outsiders, but the merchant explained that for Lord Swallow, an exception would be made. Stepping inside, Renee found herself in the tower's vast storage facility, a sprawling space filled with countless treasures. Among the myriad of artifacts and magical items, various cloaks and ancient relics lay neatly arranged on shelves. Her gaze settled on a magnificent tiara, crafted with a giant diamond, and further enhanced by small mana stones embedded in its center, making it exceptionally useful for mages. She carefully examines a shimmering tiara, adorned with what appears to be a living black pearl, a discovery that would surely make Gralmitz Einer regret his proximity. Next, her attention shifts to a ring, its central gem revealing itself to be a pearl formed through the intricate processes of alchemy. A soft gasp escapes her lips, the word alchemy echoing in her mind as she processes the implications. A moment of confusion washes over her, wondering at the nature of these artifacts, while her lord, observing her choices, muses on her impeccable taste. She ponders the vague definitions of alchemy, uncertain of what exactly these mysterious creations are meant to be. Her gaze then falls upon a vibrant, heart-shaped gem, a dragon love stone that radiates with an alluring glow. It is whispered that this particular jewel possesses the power to transform dreams into reality. Such a potent artifact, a mere jewel. That makes such grand claims. As Renee considers the dragon love stone, a soft, ethereal glow emanates from it, promising to make love a reality if mana is infused into the jewel. In front of someone one likes. The heart-shaped gem pulses with a vibrant, ruby-red light. For they say its spirit will then bring about eternal love between the two individuals. Suddenly, Gralmitz Einer reaches out, his hand brushing past a hooded figure as he moves to claim something unseen. And he declares with conviction that he can swear on the very name of the Magic Tower. Holding the dragon love stone, Gralmitz Einer asks if it suits his taste, while the hooded figure exclaims that it must be that very jewel. A soft chuckle escapes Gralmitz Einer, leaving the hooded companion utterly bewildered. Admiring the jewel, he muses that while he is unsure how to use it yet, the feeling of receiving such a gift is priceless. A low murmur of frustration escapes him, his face pressed against the table in apparent exhaustion. But then, a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes, and he seems to make a decision. Meanwhile, Gralmitz Aner, holding the dragon love stone aloft, challenges his audience with a question. Renee stares back, her eyes wide with disbelief, utterly shocked by his possession of the artifact. The realization dawns on her that not only does he have the dragon love stone, but also all the mana stones from earlier. Overwhelmed by the implications, Renee clutches a glowing jewel, her expression a mix of shock and distress. A forceful demand echoes, focused on the radiant jewel. The voice insists that the jewel be handed over. A voice calls out to Byrne, addressing him as the master. Gralmitz Aner confronts him, incredulous. You actually gave the crystal away? Byrne simply offers a dismissive heh, in response, asking, what about it? The mage continues, his voice rising in urgency. Don't you know what that item is? I'm telling you, if you knew that, you wouldn't have given it away. You're gonna die. Gralmitz Aner holds up a small, ornate box, explaining that a certain little noble lady personally traded it for a letter she wanted. Byrne's expression shifts to one of concern as he begins to protest, still, before Gralmitz cuts him off, assuring him, hey, don't worry, there won't be any. A smug smirk spreads across Gralmitz Aner's face as he finishes his thought. Problems. That unlucky guy's resignation is the curse released anyway. The ornate box in his hand begins to glow with a faint, ominous light, and so will the person she likes. There won't be any evidence of any of it. Meanwhile, far from the tower, a young woman in a dark cloak walks a sun-dappled forest path, clutching a small, furry creature to her chest. As the curse begins to spread its tendrils across the land, a voice echoes with a chilling sentiment, expressing pity for those caught in its unseen grasp. Meanwhile, the ominous spires of Chaos Castle loom under a blood-red sky, a fortress shrouded in dark magic. Within its shadowy depths, a figure cloaked in black, with eyes glowing a sinister red, holds a pair of menacing scissors, their form wreathed in a crimson aura. The sharp, clawed hand of the mysterious entity reaches out, as Renee's eyes glow with a temporary red hue, her expression etched with distress. With a look of deep regret, she offers a humble apology, acknowledging her unannounced arrival and the constant assistance she receives. Swallow, partially obscured but radiating a familiar purple aura, dismisses her concerns with a casual tone, reminding her that neighbors are meant to help each other. A woman with long, vibrant red hair smiles down, her gaze fixed on someone below her, remarking on the anxious expression she finds so endearing. This is Elizabeth Bathory, the malevolent dungeon master, whose hands delicately snip away at a strand of white hair. She continues to coo, finding her subject utterly adorable, regardless of their current state. As she combs through the pale strands, Elizabeth admits that moments like these stir a deep envy within her for the unique nature of homunculi. Catching her own reflection in a mirror, she muses on the idea that such beauty might never fade. From behind, Elizabeth continues her meticulous work, her scissors glinting as she shapes the hair. A bright green eye opens, and Renee's voice responds, acknowledging Miss Bathory's youth and noting her skin's paleness compared to her own. Elizabeth turns to face her, questioning if she truly comprehends the rarity of such beauty within the confines of a dungeon. Renee's foot rests on the ground as she simply addresses her, calling out to Miss Bathory. Elizabeth Bathory, her voice a low murmur, asks how Renee feels about her current appearance, before declaring with absolute certainty that she is the most beautiful girl she has seen in a long time. Renee, her newly shortened platinum hair framing a slight blush, looks away with a hint of discomfort. Elizabeth's long, crimson-nailed fingers gently lift Renee's chin, assuring her of the truth in her words. She pulls Renee closer, her hand resting possessively on the young woman's cheek, a subtle tension in the air between them. A thought echoes in the chamber, wondering who Renee is preparing herself for. Elizabeth then produces a small, glowing pink gem, holding it before Renee's face, and commands her to confess. Under the gem's hypnotic glow, Renee's eyes turn a vibrant pink, her expression shifting from unease to manic ecstasy as she declares her intention to confess. Elizabeth watches her, a subtle, satisfied smile playing on her lips, awaiting the revelation. A look of utter bewilderment crosses Renee's face, her eyes wide as she exclaims her surprise at being dressed up. Her thoughts then drift to Lord Swallow, a small, surprised gasp escaping her lips. Her expression remains frozen in shock, her eyes reflecting the swirling darkness around her. As an unseen voice comments on her unusually straight face, she wonders if her nature as a homunculus is the cause of her peculiar reaction. Suddenly, her demeanor shifts, a radiant smile gracing her features as she declares, she is going to confess to Lord Swallow, and it is no joke. Meanwhile, the demon lord, in his monstrous form, looks utterly exasperated, muttering about how he can barely stand being attractive any longer. The maid, now filled with an overwhelming urge, insists there are so many things she desperately wants to tell him. Her eyes sparkle with adoration as she proclaims, she feels as though he is the strongest being in the entire world. The demon lord, now lying down in a state of utter defeat, sighs, lamenting that all of his perceived strength is negated by his own laziness. Still under the potent magical influence, she observes the demon lord sprawled out, noting his surprisingly large build and gluttonous appetite. She continues to watch him, remarking on his constant slumber and recent weight gain. Meanwhile, a knowing smile plays on Erzsébet's lips as she asks if Renee truly likes him. Renee's eyes glow with an intense, almost obsessive affection, as she confirms her feelings, declaring that she truly likes him. Erzsébet acknowledges this, offering a seemingly supportive but subtly manipulative remark about Renee deserving better. Her own eyes glinting with a mischievous yellow light, Erzsébet then instructs Renee to return to her if her confession is rejected. A grateful Renee thanks her, and Erzsébet returns the sentiment with a subtle smile. As pink magical energy gathers in her hands, a powerful conviction settles: Renee will succeed. The imperial capital Liège, a city once grand and imposing, now stood as a testament to ruin. Its majestic structures, designed to inspire awe and confidence, were reduced to a landscape of shattered stone and debris. From a high vantage point, Byrne observed the catastrophe, a voice echoing his thoughts, believing that the imperial capital's zone was supposed to be part of the hero's protection. Yet, despite that supposed protection, the city had been annihilated. Rubble and splintered wood lay everywhere, a stark monument to the overwhelming force that had swept through. Byrne's face contorted in disbelief, uttering a frustrated, "What is this nonsense?" An older man, his face etched with anger and concern, confronted him, demanding to know why this had happened when it was supposed to be easily handled by guardians. He continued, accusingly, "These rooms are filled with monsters. How could you have made such a terrible mistake?" Byrne, in turn, questioned if he was implying the monsters were stronger than the guardians. Looking down, his expression grim, Byrne declared that everyone was worthless, even with the imperial capital's zone now in danger. They would either kill or be killed within a day, a grim reality that now seemed to have caught up to him. And it had already been a long time since anyone had heard from the knight. Byrne was most likely gone. His blade, once a symbol of hope, now lay stained with a chilling red, a stark declaration of death. In a quiet room, an older man with a white beard asks, his voice heavy with concern, what had become of the imperial capital's masterpiece. A younger man in a dark suit explains that communication magic had been cut off, revealing the imperial capital was one of the ancients' hearts, making it impossible to retrieve the masterpiece unless they could return to the F-rank area. The older man bows his head, a single, resigned phrase escaping his lips, acknowledging the dire news. He laments that they were brought up and raised well, but the younger man counters that the imperial capital's masterpiece had still failed to defeat it. With a determined expression, the younger man declares they cannot give up, convinced that if Sir Byrne truly fought the boss monster, he must have gravely injured it. The elder of the two men sighs, convinced that their adversaries must be losing their minds, especially since the Emperor's communication magic has been cut off. He continues, explaining that they have already lost too many of their best mages, and severe damage has been inflicted, even if the ancient's heart is sent to obstruct them. The younger man adds, his voice laced with concern, that if they simply sit still, the imperial family's officials will surely turn their blades against them. But a more terrifying thought crosses his mind. A dark, swirling energy begins to manifest, a visual representation of their deepest fears. As the younger man voices his concern, what if Byrne wasn't able to gravely wound the ancient boss in the dungeon of all the ancient? The ominous energy continues to churn, reflecting the grim reality that then no matter how many times they try to challenge it, it will be impossible to conquer the dungeon, core of the ancient. Both men look up at the swirling darkness, the weight of their words settling heavily upon them, the elder man completing the thought. The younger man can only utter a soft, "Oh." An official, his back to the viewer, voiced his curiosity, asking why the lord believed the dungeon couldn't be conquered. The purple-haired lord, standing tall and imposing, simply stared down at the man, a silent challenge in his gaze. His ornate robe, emblazoned with golden patterns, emphasized his high station. Turning to face the official directly, Swallow questioned if he was unaware of the rules they operated under. As the lord of the Imperial Magic Research Association, Swallow's presence alone carried immense weight. The official, beads of sweat forming on his brow, muttered about the imperial family already beginning to interfere. Swallow's voice was firm, stating that their very presence here meant the official would pay for his lack of understanding or action. He clarified, however, that he would not simply use an imperial family official as a scapegoat, as that was not how he operated. The two officials sat in stunned silence, grappling with the weight of Swallow's words. The official, still reeling from the previous conversation, continues to press the issue of coordination, wondering aloud who would lead the Empire's cooperative teams. As a proposal from His Majesty is revealed, one that promises a chance for survival. Swallow, however, cuts him off with a chilling directive. He will raid the core of the ancient once more. The official recoils, a heavy thud echoing the weight of the command. His face contorting in distress as he protests, reminding Swallow that even Sir Byrne had failed such a task, questioning how they could possibly succeed. From his imposing silhouette, Swallow simply utters a single name, Nifrim. The golden symbol on his cloak gleams faintly. As the official, startled, questions the name, recalling Nifrim as a hybrid with many weaknesses. But Swallow, looking down at the now bowing official, dismisses his concerns, declaring Nifrim to be an unquestionably successful project, not a failed one. He poses a question, his voice carrying an edge, as Patrick remains slumped over the table, demanding to know why Bernhard Holtz and his team failed to survive the core of the Ancient. Was it because they were weak, or simply reckless? Patrick, stirring slightly, quickly denies this, asking for the true reason. A smirk plays on his lips as he gestures, explaining that Sir Bern and his team lacked one crucial element. Just one thing, he clarifies, before the name echoes, Nifrim, his eyes glowing with an unsettling light. Meanwhile, in a different location, Bern stands resolute, his own eyes burning with a fierce blue glow, issuing a stern command for the raid to be successful this time. A guttural cry tears from Swallow's throat, his face contorted in a silent scream as an unseen force grips him. He stands isolated on a jagged peak, the dark, oppressive sky above him mirroring the turmoil within, a profound sense of unease washing over him. Glowing particles swirl around him as he looks up, a worried expression on his face, muttering about an ominous feeling, a big storm brewing. Dark, swirling energy begins to coalesce around his form, but then, with a sudden shift in thought, he wonders if he's simply coming down with the flu. A low murmur escapes him, a quiet protest against the task at hand, as he knows the humans could come crashing in at any moment. Lying prone on the cold ground, he laments that if he resists any longer, Patrick will surely end him. Even though the skeletal figure is merely a servant, its presence is enough to strike fear deep into his core. Still, the thought persists. He's just a skeleton, yet he holds such power over him. With a sigh of resignation, he decides he can no longer refuse to be bothered, recalling that the humans this time entered through the sewers. A determined glint in his yellow eyes, he considers that perhaps he will go there. His thoughts drift to a new, unsettling concept, the core of the Abyssian human, said to possess 16 tentacles. Dark, sinuous forms writhe in the shadows, a visual representation of the monstrous entity. Slumped over, a low groan escapes him as the unsettling creak of the organic structure around him echoes. Swallow finds himself in a strange, dark place. He acknowledges the situation with a sigh, his stomach rumbling in protest, knowing there is nothing he can do but wait for now. With a squelching crunch underfoot, he begins to move through the bizarre, fleshy environment. This is the domain of the anthropophagi, the fifth room administrator. He gasps, a sudden crash echoing through the chamber, as he tries to recall what he knows about this creature. If his memory serves him correctly, the anthropophagi can regenerate as long as it has bodies to consume and sufficient nutrients. A familiar creaking sound accompanies his observation of a glowing red core, and he notes with grim satisfaction that the core is still intact. This means they will recover their strength without any interruption, a continuous threat. Standing atop the creature's vast, organic form, the creaking continues as he gazes down at the pulsating core, a silent challenge before him. He descends into the cavern, the air murmuring around him. His feet touch the ground, and the true challenge becomes clear. The problem lies ahead. He knows that in the previous rooms, from 1 through 4, countless others have been slaughtered. Observing something off to the side, he sighs, remarking, "This looks like something I'll have to take up with Patrick." A wave of resignation washes over him as he thinks, "But I just feel like I'm going to get punished again." His eyes glow with a fierce yellow light as he pushes the thought aside. "I'll think about the rest later." A holographic display reveals the crucial truth. The only thing that can defeat the room administrator is the core of the Abyssian human. He finds this reality often disappointing. Looking back towards the dark entrance, he muses, "Surely Patrick will understand." With a soft clink of his boots on the stone, he steps into the cavern's depths, ready to face whatever lies within. With a quiet declaration, he concludes his affairs, his gaze distant. A sharp, green glowing blade then slices through the air, impacting something unseen with a resonant clang. As if in response to the strike, a dark, tendril-like aura begins to swirl around him, growing in intensity. His eyes glow with a fierce yellow light, as a chilling thought echoes through the space. Filthy human bastards. The dark tendrils expand, engulfing the small figure below him, as he coldly states, "Now that you have shown your face here, you won't make it out alive." Amidst the swirling darkness, he calmly takes a seat, the aura continuing to pulse around him. The small figure, now clearly Renee, looks up in dawning horror, realizing, "Oh, it was you, Lord Swallow." Overwhelmed by his presence, she cries out in desperate apology. Still reeling from the confrontation, Renee stands before him, her previous maid attire now replaced by an elegant, flowing dress. Meanwhile, Swallow, accompanied by Bern, looks down at her, a thought forming in his mind. He had initially assumed her to be just another cunning human, but her current appearance was certainly unexpected. As Renee offers a desperate apology, her voice trembling, Swallow's eyes, still glowing with an intense yellow light, narrow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He then addresses her directly, his tone betraying a hint of confusion as he questions her choice of attire. The elegant dress, adorned with delicate floral patterns, accentuates Renee's figure, making her look less like a maid and more like a noblewoman. The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Renee, her face lighting up with joy, expresses her delight that Lord Swallow noticed her efforts. A soft blush spreads across her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with earnest hope for his approval. Swallow, caught off guard by her reaction and appearance, struggles internally to formulate a coherent response, his thoughts a jumbled mess of awkwardness. He is still reeling from the revelation, a frantic thought consuming him about the resignation letter she had hidden from Patrick. The memory of Renee's delighted expression, followed by his own stunned reaction, flashes through his mind. Her voice, sweet and innocent, echoes in his ears, asking if he could spare some time. His mind screams in protest, anything but that dreaded resignation letter. Later, as he walks through the dungeon, a familiar voice greets him, welcoming Lord Swallow. Meanwhile, Renee stands in a dimly lit cavern, revealing what she calls her secret spot. Patrick, ever the dutiful aide, offers him tea, while Swallow's internal plea persists, begging her not to resign. He reaches for the offered cup, the silent desperation still echoing in his mind. Renee speaks softly, reminding Swallow that their shared secret used to be hers alone, but now it is something they both carry. She pauses, her expression thoughtful, before continuing her thought. Swallow, visibly sweating and distressed, can only manage a desperate plea, begging her not to resign. He tries to articulate that it's impossible to share a secret when he looks like this, while Renee simply observes his reaction. His troubled reflection stares back from the surface of his tea, as he mutters a resigned agreement. 80 years prior, a new era had dawned with the sudden appearance of over 1,000 dungeons, igniting the frenzied dungeon subjugation craze. During this brutal period, countless hunters met their end, their lives extinguished at the heart of ancient ruins. Broken blades and shattered weapons lay piled high, a grim testament to the endless conflict. It was amidst this chaos that Renee earned her fearsome alias, her status rapidly ascending as a shadowy, monstrous figure. A soft, crimson glow emanates from her hand, a subtle reminder of the power Renee wields, as if the very air remembers her presence. He murmurs, still reeling from their previous conversation, "Since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick." Her bright green eyes sparkle with amusement, a clear sign of her contentment. Renee then leans in, her voice a playful whisper, "I was so happy, Lord Swallow, all this time." His eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. A cold sweat breaks out as he processes her words, his mind racing to understand what she truly means. As her hand reaches out towards him, a wave of pure terror washes over him, pleading with her to stop. His face contorts in utter horror, a purple aura of distress flaring around him, as he desperately tries to reject whatever she is about to say or do. With a soft, pink glow emanating from her hand, Renee delivers her shocking confession, leaving him utterly flustered and speechless. His eye widens in shock as Renee's words hang in the air, a simple, direct confession. For her part, she looks down, a quiet understanding washing over her, as if this moment has been a long time coming. He stammers, trying to regain his composure. "Hey now, Renee, let's..." But then, a surprising shift in his tone, as he offers a quiet, almost tender, "Thanks for telling me you like me," causing her cheeks to flush with a faint blush. His expression then turns serious, his gaze distant as he muses, "But we're always on the cusp of life and death." She looks down, acknowledging his point. "We don't know when we'll get to die, or when we'll die." He continues, his voice softer now. "Neither of us wants the other to live the rest of our lives in solitude, do we?" A steaming cup sits on a saucer, a quiet moment of reflection in the aftermath of their intense conversation. Renee looks down, a sense of resignation in her posture, acknowledging internally, "I knew this was how this was going to go. I knew I was pushing this on you. It was just too much for me to carry it myself," Renee admits, her gaze cast downward. But the truth is, Lord Swallow rejecting Renee's resignation was on her mind. The thought is terrifying. A heart-shaped gem begins to glow in her hand, which she extends towards him, declaring, "Some want to be with Lord Swallow, no matter what." "What?" he asks, as a vibrant purple aura erupts around her, and she asserts, "So I'm saying." The magical force lifts him from his seat, Renee's voice ringing out. "Renee will stop this low." He thinks, "I need some calm, quiet time, too." "With this," she proclaims, "my wish will be fulfilled, Lord Swallow." She stands, bathed in the ethereal glow, the gem pulsing in her grasp. As Renee's magic surged, Swallow's eyes glowed with an unnatural yellow light, his mana forcibly drawn into the spell, a voice commanding him to imbue his power into the unfolding phenomenon. Dark, ethereal energy swirled and expanded around them. The manifestation of Renee's will growing more potent with each passing moment. At the heart of the swirling darkness, the glowing gem pulsed, as Renee's voice cut through the air, a chilling question beginning to form. "Did you?" A dark, viscous substance seemed to bleed into the magical current, as her accusation continued to hang in the air. "Just try." Her green eyes burning with fierce resolve, Renee's expression hardened, her power coalescing into something tangible. From the depths of the swirling darkness, massive, shadowy figures began to emerge, their forms outlined in an ominous yellow glow. One of the monstrous apparitions loomed closer, as Renee's voice finally completed its chilling query. "To kill me?" Surrounded by her newly manifested guardians, Renee stood, a formidable and dangerous presence, her intentions now undeniably clear. Renee continues her forceful extraction, holding a pulsating, heart-like essence that glows with a vibrant red, which then shatters into countless crystalline shards, causing Swallow's eyes to widen in shock and confusion, a faint question escaping his lips. With a determined expression, Renee clasps her hands, green energy flaring around them. As a massive, shadowy, clawed hand begins to descend from the darkness, fully forming into a monstrous creature embedded with glowing red crystals, which then unleashes a terrifying roar. A skeletal figure, Patrick, muses to himself, "Ah, Burn, you're the best." He continues, a hint of exasperation in his silent thoughts. "You weren't saying you're just driving the humans away. Where's your conscience? Are you even human?" Looking down at the slumped form of his master, Swallow, Patrick sighs. "And now you've even chased Renee away, too." A soft clicking sound emanates from his jaw as he processes the situation, so astonished by his boss's unexpected actions that he momentarily forgets he's a skeleton and his jaw can't actually move. He quickly corrects himself, muttering, "WL. I'm not seeking to be close. Just me." When asked what he said, he quickly replies, "Nothing." Swallow, still slumped, finally speaks, his voice muffled. "Patrick, how should I handle this?" Patrick retorts, "Why are you looking to me for an answer? You're the one who caused the problem." Patrick pauses, a small, glowing orb appearing in his hand, before continuing his thought. He concludes with a definitive statement, entirely boss's fault, though. Still slumped over the table, the Lord of the Labyrinth grumbles about the hidden resignation letter, demanding that Patrick tear it up, especially after receiving a sword from him. A low grunt escapes the skeletal butler, feeling the pressure of his master's words. Meanwhile, the Lord's inner thoughts betray a genuine lack of recollection, wondering aloud if he truly doesn't remember anything. Unfazed by the feigned amnesia, Patrick offers to refresh his master's memory. His skeletal eyes glow with an intense blue light, a clear sign of his unwavering resolve. In response, a monstrous maw with razor-sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes begins to manifest, a terrifying glimpse into the Lord's true demonic nature. Dark, crackling purple energy erupts around Patrick, engulfing him in a swirling vortex of power and glowing runes. Simultaneously, the Lord of the Labyrinth unleashes his full demonic might, his form wreathed in the same dark, purple energy, eyes burning with an infernal yellow glow. Amidst the chaotic surge of power, Patrick urgently calls out to his boss, pleading for him to calm down, as the Lord's roar echoes through the space. The sheer, overwhelming force of Swallow's unleashed power presses down, distorting the very air around him as his form begins to shift. Skeletal features emerging amidst a swirling vortex of dark purple energy, causing Patrick to cry out to his boss in alarm. But the monstrous aura expands, engulfing the area and causing Renee to scream in agony as she clutches her head, overwhelmed. The uncontrolled power tears at her, leaving her bleeding from the chest, a glowing pink crystal clutched desperately in her hand, leaving Patrick to wonder what she had just done. He shouts at Renee to get a hold of herself, ordering her to leave the escalating chaos to him. Even as he struggles to reach the rampaging monster through the oppressive energy, he knows he must act, despite the overwhelming odds. But the sheer, overwhelming force pushes him back, Swallow's power asserting its dominance. With a brutal, swift strike, the demonic arm connects, sending Patrick flying. He crashes hard, coughing blood, his armor visibly damaged from the impact. As the demonic energy still crackles around them, Swallow's voice echoes, a murmur of a past promise, wishing Patrick would tear up the resignation letter he hid in his ribcage. The raw power of his transformation continues to distort the very ground, leaving Patrick to wonder what he is supposed to do now. Staring into the glowing, multi-pupiled eyes of the demon, he asks if Swallow intends to kill him too. The demon's gaze intensifies as he confirms Patrick's fear. Patrick slowly lifts his head, processing the chilling admission. A moment of silence passes before Swallow's voice softens, a quiet apology escaping him, acknowledging the pain he's caused. He then explains that he understands Patrick's reaction completely. Meanwhile, scattered across the ravaged ground, lie several glowing pink crystals, remnants of the chaotic power. Slumped over a desk, Swallow murmurs to himself, realizing the next task at hand. He sighs, a hint of regret in his voice, wondering why he ever gave Patrick that sword, a weapon he himself rather liked, before quickly dismissing the thought as uncharacteristic. His thoughts drift to Renee, the one responsible for managing the complex debts of boss monsters, clearing them, and preventing new ones from forming, all while meticulously tracking consumption and income distribution. He acknowledges that the paperwork is almost done, but his growing demands on her are becoming frightening, a fact he readily admits. With a renewed sense of urgency, he resolves to find her before it's too late. A mischievous thought crosses his mind, that perhaps lowering her wages would ensure she stays. Still slumped over his desk, the monster lord's thoughts drifted to his missing subordinate, demanding that Patrick retrieve her immediately, even if it meant extreme measures. As if on cue, Patrick, ever the diligent aide, approached him, extending a skeletal hand with a peculiar glowing ring. The ring, pulsating with a soft blue light, was a mana reflux device designed to aid in the recovery of mana and physical form after a demonic transformation. Swallow took the item, his glowing eyes fixed on its intricate design, and was quickly informed that its details were unnecessary, only its exorbitant price. Patrick clarified that while not as potent as his own reflux, it would still be effective, especially in helping Swallow recover from his recent demonic state. The monster lord, however, seemed less than thrilled, questioning if he could simply pick it up from the floor. Patrick, kneeling respectfully, pleaded with his boss not to do anything strange with the precious item, while Swallow merely hummed in response, a mischievous glint in his eye. Holding the ring, he mused that they would see about that. Later, with Swallow still recovering, Patrick dutifully carried him, reminding his boss that this was not a leisurely stroll. Patrick reminds his master that he must return within 5 days, as 5 humans will be back. Turning slightly to acknowledge the instruction, Swallow confirms that Patrick wants him to return before the subjugation party arrives, to which the Death Knight simply replies, "Yes, boss." Gazing out at a desolate, ominous landscape, Swallow considers the implications, wondering what might happen if he cannot fend off intruders while he is gone. A dark, swirling void seems to beckon, and he admits to himself that he doesn't know what will happen when the humans reach that place. With a firm gesture, Patrick reiterates the 5-day deadline, confidently stating he will be back within that time and urging his master to remember it. A faint blue glow emanates from Swallow as he prepares to move. And with a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward, leaving trails of azure energy in his wake. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, he declares his intention to return with Renee within 5 days. As his master vanishes into the distance, Patrick questions if he plans to use a human slave as a weapon, urging him not to destroy too much, as he dislikes the smell of dungeon monsters and human villagers. He takes a decisive step, the ground beneath his foot cracking slightly. His eyes glow with fierce resolve, declaring that if things go south, he will wreak havoc before returning. A shadowy, monstrous form briefly manifests, embodying the destructive power he promises to unleash. A wry thought seems to cut through the tension, a silent admonition to the departing figure. Back in the dungeon, Patrick lets out a weary sigh, his mechanical arm clenching with a soft, metallic groan. A newspaper lies before him, its headlines screaming the devastating news. Renee has surrendered her sword and herself to the humans, now imprisoned within a mana stone. The article continues, detailing how this betrayal led to her death at the hands of her captors, and Patrick can already envision the catastrophic consequences. A chilling thought crosses his mind. What will happen if his boss discovers this news? A monstrous creature roars in fury, its sharp teeth bared, cursing the freaking bastards who have provoked its wrath. Meanwhile, Patrick stands frozen, a chilling realization dawning upon him, as if witnessing the very apocalypse unfold. He thinks to himself that it is still far too soon for humanity to face extinction. A moment of confusion washes over him, his skeletal form tilting slightly in disbelief. Then, a sudden, sharp intake of breath escapes him, a gasp of utter shock. His eyes, usually a steady blue glow, flare with an intense, almost frantic light. He stares down at a document, its bold text proclaiming the Dungeon Subordination Coalition is confident in raiding the Ancient's core in 3 days. Patrick, reading the declaration, confidently asserts that he could hold them off for at least 5 days, a grim determination settling upon him. The words on the document seem to vibrate with the weight of their implications, echoing the impending conflict. Even as he recalls his words to Patrick, "Since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage." A skeletal entity, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, seems to be counting down, uttering a single, ominous word. A sharp crack accompanies its next utterance, a strained sound of effort or surprise. Its glowing blue eye widens in stark realization, a single expletive escaping its skeletal jaw. Then, a resonant, metallic clang echoes, signaling a profound shift. The scene abruptly shifts to a vast, open sky, bathed in brilliant sunlight and dotted with fluffy clouds. Below, an endless expanse of arid desert stretches out, its rocky terrain sculpted by ancient winds. And there, standing majestically atop a colossal, jagged rock formation, cloaked in shadow and power, is Swallow, the unbeatable dungeon's lazy boss monster. Swallow groans, his face pressed into the rough, rocky ground as he finds himself once again in an unfamiliar place. Pushing himself up, he mutters, "This is already the 3rd time I've been sent to a random place." A memory flashes through his mind, Patrick's skeletal form advising him, "The mana is the boss's mess, so just don't use magic." He considers this, a thoughtful hum escaping him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. As his hand glows faintly with a purple aura, he wonders, is it because of magic? Despite the warnings, he decides to try once more, a faint jingle accompanying his effort. Still, might as well just try it one more time. The coordinates he seeks are the very place Renee went to sell the mana stones. Slumped over a table, dark energy swirling around him, Swallow murmurs to himself, recalling how he gave Patrick a sword and wanted him to tear up that resignation letter he'd hidden in his ribcage. The scene shifts abruptly to the desolate landscape of the town of Harston. A voice echoes, expressing disbelief at having met the demon it had promised to crush that day, and surprise that the other party was still alive after all that, calling them lucky. The source of the voice is revealed, a powerful demon, regal and imposing, seated upon a throne, surrounded by a vibrant purple aura, contemplating a glorious death. Her sharp, glowing yellow eyes fixate with an intense gaze, a faint, guttural sound escaping her lips. Standing before her, the young man challenges her audacity, remarking that she is quite bold for a demon. A cloaked figure, the mercenary leader, declares his party's long service to the Empire as a seasoned subjugation force. He continues, introducing his companions as the elite mercenaries of the Duke's personal party. With a heavy thud of his armored boots, the leader steps forward, asserting his presence. His eyes glowing with a fierce yellow light, he issues a chilling warning. Their heads will soon adorn the contest grounds. Swallow, his own eyes now glowing with a deep purple hue, responds with a confident smirk, dismissing their arrogance and promising to drag them down. He scoffs at the indolent fools, revealing his true identity as the 17th head of the House of Amaranthus. As his power surges, a vortex of swirling purple magical energy erupts around him. He chants an ancient incantation, the glowing words, Mel's Delymphagrea, manifesting within the chaotic energy. With a final, explosive surge, Swallow unleashes the full force of his devastating magic. With his yellow eye glowing intensely, Swallow commands his opponent to bask in the glory of having heard his name, and then to die. The mercenary leader, however, simply smirks, accepting the challenge with a defiant, "I'll take those words." A surge of purple energy erupts from Swallow, tearing at the very ground. He channels the raw power, directing it back at his foe, declaring his intent to return the Demon King's own power to him. As his true form begins to manifest, Swallow unfurls demonic wings, a staff appearing in his hand, enveloped in a colossal purple aura. From the swirling energy around him, multiple sharp constructs of pure magic begin to form, ready to strike. Yet, the mercenary leader stands firm, a shimmering barrier deflecting the initial assault, which he dismisses as merely an ordinary spell. Looking down at his defiant foe, Swallow instructs any potential allies to handle support, as he intends to personally show those who don't know their place the error of their ways. With a final, furious declaration, he unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of purple energy, intent on making all his enemies burn and disappear. The air shatters as a wave of raw, purple energy erupts from Swallow, engulfing the mercenary leader. The sheer force of the blast sends him hurtling backward, his body twisting helplessly through the air. A pained cry escapes the leader's lips as the relentless magical pressure continues to drive him back. His eyes glow with a desperate yellow light, straining against the overwhelming power. The purple energy expands, consuming everything in its path, a swirling vortex of destruction. With a frustrated grunt, the mercenary leader manages to plant his feet, his yellow eyes still burning with defiance amidst the chaos. He gathers himself, his form a blur of motion as he prepares to retaliate. With a fierce battle cry, he lunges forward, his sword cutting through the lingering purple haze. As he charges, his eyes suddenly shift to an icy blue, and sharp ice particles begin to crystallize around him, hinting at a new, formidable power. The mercenary leader lunges forward, his eyes glowing with an icy blue light as sharp shards of ice begin to form around him. A torrent of these crystalline projectiles erupts from his form, aimed directly at his opponent. Swallow, his own eyes burning yellow, prepares to meet the assault with a surge of purple energy. The sheer force of their clashing powers begins to tear at the very ground beneath them, sending debris flying into the air. Closing the distance, the mercenary leader delivers a powerful kick, his leg wreathed in shimmering ice. A massive ice shard, propelled by the strike, slams into its target with a heavy thud. The mercenary leader's foot connects with devastating force, driving the attack home as he lets out a fierce cry, "Hiyh!" Swallow's purple energy shield shatters under the icy blow, leaving him vulnerable to the relentless assault. As the ice attack continued its relentless assault, Swallow's voice rings out, challenging the unseen aggressor. "Are you trying to take your own life with me?" Two massive ice shards, sharp and deadly, pierce through the air towards him. But just as they close in, a shimmering golden barrier erupts into existence, intercepting the attack, causing the mercenary leader to exclaim in surprise, "A barrier? When did he?" Swallow, equally taken aback, realizes the unexpected intervention. "I'm certain I took care of the magician." The golden shield, however, cannot withstand the onslaught, shattering in a brilliant flash of light. Nearby, two terrified figures recoil from the impact, one urging the other to flee. Go. With the unexpected defense gone, Swallow's resolve hardens, his hand beginning to glow with a fierce purple energy. His expression grim, he vows to deal with the nuisance, those insects. And with a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating wave of purple energy. He surges forward, a torrent of vibrant purple energy erupting around him as his blade cuts through the air. The mercenary leader cries out in a desperate, drawn-out shout, as the overwhelming force of the attack bears down on him. With a deafening crack, the purple energy slams into his ice shield, shattering it into countless fragments. The blast continues its relentless push, engulfing the mercenary leader completely. He is lifted off his feet, tossed violently through the air by the sheer force of the impact. Crashing hard onto the ground, a pained groan escapes him. His armor is visibly damaged, and he lies crumpled, utterly defeated by the unexpected power. Still dazed, the mercenary leader can only manage a bewildered whisper, wondering what kind of power he just encountered. Swallow stands over him, his yellow eyes glowing with fierce determination, the victor of this sudden, decisive clash. A sudden, powerful impact reverberates through the area, leaving behind a cloud of dust and debris, still charged with a faint, ominous purple energy. Amidst the wreckage, a figure lies defeated, a heavy thud marking their fall. Another mercenary rushes to the side of the fallen mercenary leader, asking if he can stand, to which he groans a pained affirmation. Meanwhile, another mercenary, his eyes wide with shock, questions the identity of their attacker, bewildered that another party could have arrived. As the purple aura intensifies around him, the mercenary recoils in terror, recognizing the terrifying power and exclaiming that the original monster's party must have arrived. A chilling realization dawns upon them. If this individual possesses such destructive power, their situation is dire, leaving them to wonder just what kind of being they are facing. Amidst the swirling purple energy and shattered earth, Swallow stands tall, an imposing figure of immense power. He then calmly addresses someone, his voice cutting through the lingering tension. His bright yellow eyes glow with an intense, almost predatory light. As Swallow looks up, his expression unreadable after the chaos he has wrought. Standing over the defeated, shadowy monster, Swallow murmurs, wondering what kind of creature this could be. The desolate, rocky landscape stretches out under a bruised, purple-tinged sky. As he gazes downward, a faint glow emanating from his form, pondering where something or someone might have gone. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise, a swirling purple energy appearing behind him as he utters a name. His expression remains one of shock. Meanwhile, in a dark, cavernous space, three robed figures look up with expressions of awe and fear. As a striking female figure with vibrant pink hair, glowing eyes, and delicate butterfly wings appears before them. A sudden, booming voice startles Swallow, demanding to know what just happened. He processes the information, realizing the voice is referring to a demon king, and is warned to stay away. Above them, a powerful, winged figure with glowing purple eyes descends, radiating an immense aura. Swallow observes her, noting that her presence feels entirely different from any other demon king he has encountered. He stands ready for battle alongside Patrick and Byrne, as the winged figure hovers before them. His voice rings out, accusing the approaching forces of damaging his castle. From the distance, the eruption squad arrives, their numbers growing. Byrne suggests they take down the demon king together, but Swallow dismisses the idea, stating they have no time for such a detour. He then addresses the winged figure, calling her Harston, and warns her not to talk big if she has nothing else to offer. He stands firm, his allies at his side, as a voice from the approaching enemy line shouts a challenge, urging their forces to unleash their full power. The air crackles with anticipation, a palpable tension announcing that the battle is about to begin. Another enemy voice screams threats, promising pain and declaring this spot to be the Demon King's grave. Swallow's patience wears thin, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light. He mutters, deciding he must end this swiftly. Byrne observes the escalating situation, realizing that any chance of negotiation has vanished. Patrick, ever loyal, offers a formal thanks to his master, while the approaching enemies begin to panic, sensing the shift in atmosphere. With a surge of dark purple energy emanating from his hand, Swallow silences the clamor. His form becomes engulfed in a violent, swirling vortex of purple power, ready to unleash his full might. The energy begins to surge, a violent, purple maelstrom erupting around him. Black, inky tendrils of power writhe and coil, as the world around him seems to dissolve into a void of scattered particles. The purple vortex intensifies, glowing rings of raw power forming and expanding. And from its heart, Swallow's hand reaches out, his face contorted in a scream of exertion, his entire being consumed by the overwhelming force. Lightning-like arcs of demonic energy crackle around his form, a terrifying display of unleashed might. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the violent surge recedes, leaving behind only a dark, empty space. And a profound silence descends, broken only by the sound of a single, heavy swallow. As the purple energy maelstrom recedes, Swallow's original body lies prone on the ground, a faint, pained murmur escaping his lips. Yet, from the dissipating shadows, a new form begins to coalesce, dark energy swirling around its legs as it rises. The transformed Swallow looks around, a hint of surprise on his face, as if bewildered by his own sudden manifestation. Meanwhile, Byrne and Renee stare in stunned silence, while Swallow's original body lets out a small, recovering burp, still processing the immense power that just erupted from within him. The transformed manifestation of Swallow reaches out a hand, its shadowy form contrasting sharply with his recovering original body in the background. Byrne, regaining his composure, acknowledges the sheer magnitude of the power he just witnessed, recognizing it as far beyond anything he or his companions possess. The transformed swallow, now fully aware, expresses an eager desire to understand more about his own newfound abilities. Both Byrne and Renee ponder the true identity of their lord, questioning the overwhelming presence that had just manifested before them. They silently wonder about his name and the secret behind his immense strength, a new layer of mystery now surrounding their powerful companion. He lies there, a low murmur escaping his lips, as Renee gasps in surprise at the new, vibrant entity before them. The purple-haired manifestation, with a slight cough, apologizes for its manners, then extends a hand, inviting them to allow it to introduce itself. It proclaims itself a great, well-regarded demon king, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, and with a flourish, unleashes a powerful spell, the Lymf Agria. The demonic figure stands tall, surrounded by sparkling magical energy, its bright yellow eyes gleaming with potent power. Meanwhile, the original swallow, still recovering, can only express his utter disdain for the entire situation. Still reeling from the sudden manifestation, he tries to introduce himself, but before he can finish, a small, pink-haired figure beside him interjects, but it's for the sake of intel. Swal dash. He quickly raises a hand, attempting to halt the flow of information, muttering, hold up. However, the demonic manifestation, radiating dark purple energy, simply continues, declaring, if I reveal my identity, it wouldn't be a secret anymore. Besides, there's no need to know you'll. He then finishes his thought with a flourish, Raunier. With glowing red eyes and an air of absolute authority, the Demon King formally introduces himself. I'm Swald Raunier. The original swallow, utterly exasperated, can only let out a frustrated groan, his face contorted in disbelief. Swald Raunier, standing tall amidst the ruins, looks down at them with a smirk, his form radiating an intense purple glow. Renee, still captivated by the powerful presence, timidly asks, can I call you Lord Swald? The Demon King responds with a simple, aye if you want. As Swallow continues to fume, Swald Raunier dismisses his reaction, stating, though it was rather overkill. Say less. Justifying his actions, Swald Raunier explains that the others might have been planning an attack, while Swallow, annoyed, retorts that he already knew and didn't need the help anyway. Renee, however, excitedly suggests that since he is a Demon King, he should be of great assistance. She then eagerly asks if he knows the way to Harston, a question that visibly irritates Swallow. He acknowledges her question, then menacingly declares his intention to use the dam call to eliminate any remaining threats. But the Demon King interjects, telling Renee to wait just a little longer. Both demon lords stare intently, a silent tension building between them. Swallow then questions what a Harston even is, a dawning realization crossing his face as he suspects Renee might not actually know the way. The 17th descendant of Asmodeus confirms his suspicion, stating simply that he was merely asking. Under a vast, star-dusted sky, a desolate, rocky landscape stretches out, hinting at a world where only one truly grasps the concept of a hub. As the group stands amidst the rugged terrain, Swald Raunier calmly inquires, all right then, where's the closest human village from this place, a human village? Considering his question, Renee responds with a thoughtful expression, far as I know, a city called Liège is the closest. The name immediately catches Swallow off guard, his hand flying to his face in disbelief. Liège, the imperial capital Liège? A map-like display highlights the imperial capital Liège, a location that should only be found near a human village, leaving him wondering what could have happened to him. Noticing his distress, Renee turns to him, her expression filled with concern. What happened to Lord Swallow? Is something wrong? With a sudden realization, she exclaims, overshot it by a mile. In that case, how about using the teleportation hub? Swallow, still reeling from the previous revelation, looks at her with a skeptical gaze. What? A hub? You don't know? An intricate, glowing device, a testament to human ingenuity, is revealed, something the humans invented with alchemy. He stares intently at the glowing, intricate device, wondering aloud about its nature and how it could instantly transfer someone through space. Still sitting on the ground, his gaze fixed on the mechanism, he presses for more information, asking if this is the teleportation hub she mentioned. The response comes swiftly, it is in Liège. Revealed before them, the imperial capital Liège, a bustling city of old-world architecture, stands under the night sky. In a dark, mechanical chamber, Swallow questions the destination, wondering if the teleportation coordinates were correctly set for their journey to Liège. Suddenly, the world shifts, and they find themselves in a bustling, old-world town. Its stone buildings and winding stairs hinting at a rich history. Looking up at the unfamiliar sky, he wonders aloud if this is indeed Central Liège. From a remote connection, Renee confirms it is the best place for gathering information, but Swallow, still skeptical, admits he must begin his search somewhere, despite his reservations. Swallow listens intently as Swald Raunier questions his previous interactions, asking if he had been working with a silver-haired man. Reassuring him, she promises to help him find the person he seeks, urging him not to worry. Swallow then shifts the topic, inquiring about the whereabouts of her castle. With a knowing smirk, Swald Raunier asks if he is concerned about her, reminding him of her lineage as a descendant of evil. A vibrant purple aura flares around her as she declares herself a demon king, born to rule, asserting that her castle holds no significance. Her power intensifies, explaining that she draws strength from the fear and despair of those around her. Swallow, seemingly unfazed, confirms her ability to gather all demons, to which she responds with a confident, exactly that. A mischievous glint in her eye, Swallowed Rounier admits she has never personally attempted such a feat, while Swallow's expression shifts to one of shock and disbelief. She then casually mentions that her father accomplished it, leaving Swallow speechless and wide-eyed. Still processing the implications of Swallow's words, Swallow sighs, acknowledging the situation. Meanwhile, Swallowed, standing before the imposing castle, offers a hesitant apology, admitting there's no way she can fulfill a certain request. She clarifies her stance, stating that frankly, it wouldn't be great anyway, as humans were always causing chaos. Swallow lets out a frustrated cry, lamenting the difficulty of managing his castle when his servants are not around, insisting that one has to do it themselves. Swallowed, seemingly understanding his plight, simply responds with an "oh, okay," as he continues to emphasize the need for self-reliance. A premonition of trouble stirs, a nagging feeling that something bothersome is about to happen, or perhaps it is merely a trick of the mind. Later, the two are seen walking away from the castle, their conversation seemingly concluded. A hand extends, presenting 2 frothing mugs, announcing, "Here are your 2." The mugs are revealed to be filled with beer, a welcome sight after their discussion. He sits slumped at a tavern table, a large mug of ale before him, musing that the previous conversation with Swallowed Rounier hadn't just been a figment of his imagination. Taking a slow sip from his drink, he asks Swallowed what their next move is. Swallowed, meanwhile, drains his own mug with a satisfied sigh, finding the brew utterly refreshing. His gaze lingering on his companion, Swallow internally admits he knows little about Swallowed, wondering if the man might be a spy. Then, raising a hand to the tavern's patrons, he commands them to look and listen. The diverse crowd of patrons turns their attention towards him, their conversations momentarily hushed. For him, these ordinary people are not just patrons, but untapped sources of information. Swallowed, looking slightly uncomfortable, advises him to be selective about what he chooses to hear. With a sharp, questioning glance, Swallow demands to know what he means by pick and choose. A deep, internal murmur echoes within him, a thought about a past exchange. Since he had given that sword, he wanted Patrick to tear up the resignation letter hidden in his ribcage. Suddenly, his attention snaps to something new, a question forming in his mind. What's that? The tavern bustles around them, a cacophony of voices and clinking mugs, as various notices and papers adorn the walls, unnoticed by most. As they settle at a table, Swallow's gaze falls upon a section of the wall, realizing with a slight surprise, "Ooh, I didn't know this was here." Swallowed Rounier gestures towards the collection of papers, confirming his earlier cryptic remarks. "This is the net I was talking about," to which Swallow quickly responds, "Oh, you already understood it." Examining the documents more closely, a rustling sound accompanies their discovery of a particular section, revealing, this is bigger groups. The papers detail, it's a list of subjugation parties currently participating in the dungeons. Swallow adds, "I heard it's to prevent multiple subjugation parties from entering one dungeon." Swallowed Rounier turns to him, a knowing look in his glowing red eyes. "You said you never read my reports, didn't you?" He then explains the deeper implication. If there were more than one, it would be considered a conspiracy. With a rustle of the paper, Swallowed Rounier's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on the list as he observes with a cynical edge. Look at them, willingly walking into a trap set by greed. Swallowed Rounier, his glowing red eyes fixed on the young demon, questions his understanding of the term us, as Swallow, with a slight tilt of his head, asks for clarification. Then, with a knowing smirk, Swallowed asks if Swallow is also a dungeon demon, a question that seems to resonate deeply within the young demon, causing a faint tremor to pass through him. Swallowed's expression shifts to one of mild annoyance, his thoughts betraying a frustration with the young demon's lack of understanding, muttering about the difficulty of explaining complex concepts to someone who doesn't grasp the basics. Swallow, however, simply shrugs off the implied criticism, declaring himself too lazy for complicated explanations and suggesting they just move past it. Swallowed, after a moment of consideration, concedes the point, acknowledging that Swallow likely has his own reasons for his reticence. The young demon's gaze remains distant, his bright yellow eyes reflecting a deeper contemplation, as if processing the implications of Swallowed's words. His attention then shifts to a nearby wall, completely covered in countless notices and papers, a chaotic tapestry of information. He observes the wall, noting the sheer volume of documents, and remarks on the convenience of having such a comprehensive subjugation list. His eyes widen in sudden realization as he processes the implications of the net, a system designed to prevent multiple parties from entering the same dungeon. As Swallow observes the wall of notices, a purple-haired woman eagerly demands to be shown something, challenging if anyone could be better than her. With a quick affirmation, she presents a document. Swallowed Rounier explains that it is a raid advertisement for the 7 malevolent dungeons, specifically those belonging to the ancients. The purple-haired woman, her eyes wide with anticipation, confirms her interest, stating, "Of course I do." Swald continues, detailing how the document encompasses every single dungeon, and even the most foolish adhere to its rules, then challenges his companion. "Why? Are you going to take that?" The glowing document itself proclaims it is something every demon strives for. The purple-haired woman clutches the paper, her excitement palpable, as if holding a treasure. The text on the document further elaborates, mentioning among the ancient dungeons. It concludes by stating that the core of the ancient is the strength of them all. A swirling vortex of dark energy coalesces, a primal force that is its ruler, the lord of all creation. Even God's own guardian is consumed by fear before this power, for it stands as the zenith of all other monsters. Swald Rounier's eyes glow with fervent excitement as she exclaims, "Swallow." She continues, her voice filled with awe, "A ruler, one that's always struggling for power at that." Her gaze falls upon a document, a focused intensity in her expression as she reveals, "My favorite dungeon is the core of the ancient, you see." With a determined glint in her eye, she declares her ambition. "I want to be stronger." Her ultimate goal is clear. "If I get stronger, I'll be able to meet Lord Swallow in the future." A low murmur escapes him as he is told he is meeting someone right now. While elsewhere, a drink sits, reflecting on the wonder of unapproachable strength, a power she yearns to possess. Of course, Swald Rounier acknowledges, Patrick was also strong, a true demon king fit for the throne, unlike herself. Yet, she muses, there are other demon kings even stronger than him. A sentiment perhaps shared by Byrne, who also observes the shadowy figure of immense power. Swallow, however, dismisses the question of who defeated the demon king, declaring he doesn't know and doesn't care, a sentiment Swald Rounier echoes, stating her disinterest. She clarifies her true ambition, stating she doesn't want to spend her life managing dungeons like her father, but simply wants to empower her own demons, enabling them to create their own dungeons. Her long purple hair flows around her as she stands resolute in her unique vision. Swald Rounier, her red eyes gleaming with fierce ambition, declares her intent to grow stronger, asking if her resolve isn't wonderful. With a slight smirk, Swallow acknowledges her youthful drive, agreeing that it is indeed nice to be young. A different voice, filled with ancient weariness, reflects that they too were once like that, long ago, further back than memory could reach. This voice recalls a time when they believed themselves strong enough to rule the world. It was a time when they sought to master all knowledge, to become a god amongst men. Yet, they lament, they abandoned everything, becoming pathetic in the process. They had allowed themselves to become emotional. There was once a time, the voice concludes, when they devoted everything to those ambitions. He stares into the void, a profound realization settling within him. It had all been for nothing. Now his ultimate life goal was simply to sleep through the entire day, a small figure resting atop a massive, slumbering beast. His head rested on a mug at the table, eyes closed in peaceful slumber as Swald Rounier watched him with a growing frown. A soft snore escaped him, prompting a frustrated sigh from his companion. Suddenly, he jolted awake, his eyes wide as Swald Rounier's voice cut through his daze, asking if he was asleep. The question hung in the air, dripping with disbelief and irritation. Now fully alert, he noticed a paper on the table, a subjugation request that had apparently arrived yesterday, but was forgotten. His eyes widened in surprise, while Swald Rounier expressed disbelief at the delay, as Patrick, the undead butler, quietly served in the background. With a sudden surge of determination, he grabbed a hammer, declaring he would pick up the request immediately and see for himself. Having been called out for his unchanging ways, Swallow declares his intent to finally make a change, even as a voice reminds him of the consequences should the Empire's inspectors discover his negligence. His attention then shifts to a formal scroll, detailing a new subjugation request. The document outlines the target, the core of the ancient, within the 7 malevolent dungeons, a high-rank challenge requiring Imperial inspection completion and a party of 31 members, led by someone named Referus. High above a sprawling town, bathed in the soft light of dawn, a new day begins. Inside, a figure stirs from a deep slumber, the rumpled sheets of a bed hinting at a restless night. A pale hand clutches at his head, a low groan escaping his lips as he struggles to sit up. His purple hair falls across his face, and his yellow eyes squint against the light, the words "my head." Barely audible. As Swald Rounier finally rises, his loyal attendant, Patrick, with his glowing blue eyes, approaches him, a relieved "Why you awake?" escaping him, followed by a wistful "Sir Swald, I thought you were gone, memories." Swald glances at his own hand, awry. "Yeah, I guess so yesterday, as if still processing the events." Patrick, however, seems genuinely perplexed, his glowing eyes wide as he asks, "Why are you surprised, Sir Swald?" Swallow stirs on his throne, his glowing yellow eyes wide with confusion as he stares at his own hands, a bewildered exclamation escaping him. He questions his own perception, wondering if his vision is failing him. Meanwhile, an unseen voice remarks on his appearance, asking why he now looks like a little child. A small, pink-haired figure with horns reacts with a startled cry, equally shocked by the sudden change. Swallow's own hands, now visibly smaller and adorned with golden bracelets, confirm the startling truth of his rejuvenation. The small, pink-haired figure vehemently denies the accusation, insisting they are not a child. Observing the small figure before him, Swallow finally grasps the situation, realizing he too has undergone a process of rejuvenation. He roughly grabs the small demon by the head, who immediately protests his impoliteness, while Swallow himself winces, complaining of pain. The small demon continues to cry out in discomfort, still protesting the rough handling. The demon girl explains that her previous, more mature appearance was merely a version 2, adopted so that her lord would not look down on her. She appears in her elegant, adult form, confident and poised, before suddenly reverting to her childlike state, exclaiming, "Is this version 1? Swallow, still disheveled and confused in his rejuvenated form, struggles to process her words. "So what you're saying is that your real appearance is the one from yesterday, but this one?" As she reaches out to him, the demon girl confirms his understanding. "Yes," but then quickly corrects herself. "And no, that's not it." She then questions his tired appearance, wondering if he ate a midnight snack without her, to which he can only offer a weary, "Huh." Her frustration mounts as she shouts about her true appearance, briefly transforming back into her adult version 2 to emphasize her point. "In other words, when I grow up, I will become this splendid version 2C. Swallow, utterly defeated by the explanation, simply responds, "Yeah, okay." With a sigh of resignation, he acknowledges the situation, muttering, "Understood, Sir Swald. Yes, well, okay." Suddenly, the demon girl interjects, her voice sharp. "There's no need for your response." She then complains about her current attire. "Fuh, it seems I need new clothes first," while internally wishing they would stop treating her like a child. With a final, stern declaration, "All right, I won't forgive you for this." The scene shifts dramatically to a new location, the Grand Harston Earldom. A sprawling estate with an imposing, ornate gate stands before a massive mansion. As the heavy clatter of armored boots approaches the entrance, a fully armored figure stands before the gates, their voice booming with authority. "Earl Harston, hear me." They issue a clear demand. "Open the gates this instant and welcome the subjugation treaty." A declaration rings out across the land, announcing the arrival of a force from Lays intent on subjugating the very core of the ancient world. Armored figures on horseback advance steadily, while elsewhere, a man ponders who could have sent these official papers. The document reveals it was dispatched just yesterday, under the ominous name of the Third Eye. This Third Eye is a group known to have grown directly under Asmodeus's control, a fact that clearly troubles the man. Lord of Harston, Earl Atark, knows that for dungeons B87 and B88, one must first gain permission from the territory's lord before entering. But this message disregards permission entirely, feeling more like a direct threat. He crushes the paper in his hand. His face hardens with resolve. Earl Atark, Lord of Harston, stares down at the official papers, his mind racing with the implications of this subjugation party and the Lord of the Ancient mentioned within the document. He scoffs, a bitter sound escaping him, believing that anyone who thinks a subjugation from the Lord of the Ancient is a good idea is gravely mistaken. He had never even heard of them before, these bastards from the Third Eye, wondering what on earth they were thinking. If they dared to touch the Lord of the Ancient, it wouldn't be his territory that suffered a crisis, but theirs. A thought sparks in his mind. Wouldn't it be better to ask for a stronger subjugation party, one that could handle the Lord of the Ancient? He considers the possibility, his expression hardening with resolve. As he ponders, Swallow interjects, suggesting that his lord already knows the answer to such a problem. Atark's eyes glow with a faint blue light as he realizes the truth, confirming that if it's a wind, then it's definitely possible. He had already accumulated a large quantity of high-quality mana stones of unknown origin, perfect for his plan to construct a magic tower. Even with the rapid growth of mana, it would be impossible to suppress the core of the Ancient, but if the rumors were true, then... The whispers spoke of a terrifying entity, a creature known only as the original monster. Its maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, could devour all opposition. Earl Atark, his resolve hardening, commanded his subordinates to send someone to the capital with a request right away, demanding a large sum and fame in his name. He declared that he must suppress the core of the Ancient as soon as possible, his expression grim. Suddenly, a hand reached out, pushing open his chamber door as a voice cried out, "You can't go in there." Atark turned, surprised by the intrusion, as the newcomer questioned, "Are you Lord Atark?" A figure strides confidently into a lavish chamber, their footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor. Confronting the seated Earl Atark, he is met with a sharp inquiry. "Who are you?" Atark demands, his voice laced with surprise, as the intruder simply states, "Since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick." Atark, still reeling, questions the lack of any prior announcement. "Why are you asking about any previous notification?" he presses, but the newcomer dismisses his concerns with a casual, "Oh, don't you get notifications from the Imperial Senate?" His green eyes narrowing, Atark demands to know, "Why? Is there a reason we can't come?" The intruder simply stares back, his expression unreadable, and Atark feels a shiver run down his spine. recognizing the sheer bloodlust emanating from one so young. No, what bloodthirst, and from one so young. He murmurs, his eyes glowing faintly with unease. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a different voice drawls lazily. Hey, we're going to eat, right? What's with that face? Smile, smile, and I want to eat something sweet. The speaker, a purple-haired youth, continues his requests. Give me some tea and snacks, and, chocolates too. He then issues a direct command. Hurry and prepare them. A nod confirms his order has been received. A low murmur escapes the boss monster, his voice carrying a casual yet demanding tone as he addresses his loyal servant, Patrick, from an unseen location. Since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage. Meanwhile, back in the Earl's chambers, Itark leans forward, questioning the unexpected visitors. Byrne, identifying himself and Lord Swald Rounier, responds with a chilling clarity, explaining that their purpose is to crush the concept of the enemy. The Earl, noting their swift arrival, presses them further, asking when they intend to depart. Byrne casually replies that while they had planned to leave today, an unforeseen circumstance means they will now depart tomorrow, inquiring if that is acceptable. The Earl, seemingly unfazed by the delay, offers them a gesture of hospitality, promising sweet delicacies for them to enjoy to their heart's content. As he crunches on a cookie, Byrne assures him not to worry, stating they will handle their own affairs and depart the following day. A flicker of suspicion crosses the Earl's face as he inquires, asking if Byrne has an acquaintance in the area. Byrne's expression remains neutral as he clarifies, "Oh, it's not for such a courteous reason." His true, sinister intent is then revealed in a silent thought, just to kill them all. A chilling smirk spreads across Swald Rounier's face as he addresses Byrne, who looks back with a hint of surprise, questioning his words. The Demon Lord's grin widens, revealing that eavesdropping with magic was far too simple. Byrne's expression shifts to one of concern, realizing his plans have been fully exposed. Swald then challenges him, asking if he truly believed they would simply give up. His eyes glowing with malevolent intent, he declares that anyone who poses a disturbance should be eliminated. He then turns to Byrne. With a dismissive gesture, Swald apologizes for his large mistake and challenges Byrne to start the war whenever he wishes. Meanwhile, Swallow, seemingly unfazed by the escalating tension, calmly takes a bite of his cookie. Patrick murmurs to himself, recalling a past conversation, a reminder of his unwavering loyalty. Since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick. As the memory fades, a dark, desolate landscape unfolds, where the hilt of a great sword gleams with an ethereal light, and Patrick stands, now fully clad in his formidable Death Knight armor, his armored foot planted firmly on the ground. As dust motes drift through the oppressive silence, a quiet thought echoes through the void, confirming that it is almost time. His skull-like face, with its piercing blue eye glow, remains impassive as he awaits their arrival. Slumped over a desk, Swallow murmurs to himself, recalling the moment he handed Patrick a sword, and with it, the directive to tear up the resignation letter he had hidden away. Swallow and his purple-haired companion continue their journey, traversing through what appears to be a bustling city. As they walk, he muses aloud that the surroundings feel strangely familiar to him. Suddenly, a grand, towering structure comes into view, a clear sign that their destination must be close. Both he and his companion gaze up at the ornate architecture, its scale impressive against the clear sky. Joining them, Byrne points out his desire to reach the teleportation hub, to which Swallow replies that it's still a considerable distance away. He then clarifies that the imposing structure before them is merely the entrance to their current location. A map illustrates the situation, showing the teleportation hub located in the northern part of the city, requiring a significant detour through 3 more cities to reach it from their current position. He turns to his companion, asking if their journey will take long. His companion considers the question, then replies, "Let's see. If you want to walk, it'll take a week." A week? The thought sends a jolt of disbelief through him, his eyes widening in shock. Even the maid tilts her head in confusion, a small question mark appearing above her. He thinks to himself, watching the Death Knight in his mind's eye, that's too late. His expression darkens as he considers the implications. At this rate, forget finding Renee, Patrick will run away from home. The maid, Renee, voices her concern. Oops, no mana, while his companion agrees that keeping mana out might be a problem, leaving him looking utterly annoyed. He knows that if he lets out his mana, who knows what could happen. As they walk away, Renee teases him. Huh? You two look to be in some trouble. An elderly man approaches, offering an apology for the teleportation gate's malfunction and asking if he might be of assistance. Introducing himself as Belver, the flying merchant, he presents himself as a potential solution. Swallow, however, eyes him with suspicion, wondering if he's merely a con man. Despite his reservations, the need for assistance is clear, and he acknowledges the truth in Belver's offer. Belver then produces a rolled-up parchment, unfurling it before the young lord. It is a detailed map, showing the teleportation gate that can transport them directly to the capital. Swallow takes in the information, a wave of disgust washing over him as he processes the implications. Belver reassures him, promising to guide them safely to their destination. The merchant's words spark a sudden realization in Swallow, who questions if the humanoid homunculus experimentation has finally concluded. He considers the implications, realizing the Empire would never willingly relinquish such immense power. There was, however, a peculiar tale circulating about humanoid homunculi, rumored to have been produced through a unique scaling process. Swallow's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition in their depths as he asks, "Ah, is that from 150 years ago?" The merchant confirms, adding that the experimentation on humanoid homunculi had indeed concluded around that time, and the results were quite durable. 150 years, a significant span of time, had passed since her birth. Swallow turns away, lost in thought, the implications of this revelation settling heavily upon him. As he considers the merchant's words, wondering if he might be lying about the teleportation gate's true nature, he then asks how long it will take to reach the hub. Belver explains that the journey will take about 3 days, but emphasizes the importance of a flight inspection, which is essential for safe travel. Swallow, holding a glowing orb, inquires about the cost, and the merchant reveals it's a mere 8 ounces of gold. The cost of staying in the area was far more than he anticipated, a staggering 800 ounces of gold, leaving him to question the exorbitant price. Meanwhile, in another location, Swald Rounier also faced a similar shock, realizing the teleportation accelerator was 100 times more expensive for him than for others. His maid, standing nearby, apologized profusely, admitting she simply didn't possess such a vast sum of money. Back with Swallow, a small coin clinked as he looked down, muttering to himself if he appeared to be someone who could afford such a luxury. Suddenly, he found himself holding a crumpled piece of paper, a look of confusion crossing his face. The note, from Patrick, promised that a day would come when his clumsy boss would be thankful for his foresight. Accompanying the message was an instruction to take 200 gold to replenish his funds, a small pile of coins now visible. Above, the clear blue sky stretched over the distant buildings, hinting at new horizons. High above the city, a figure soared through the clear blue sky, a murmur of thought escaping him. Suddenly, another voice cut through the air, questioning his presence with a surprised, almost accusatory tone. Swald Rounier's glowing red eyes narrowed, demanding to know who had provided the funds for such freedom. The protagonist, looking somewhat annoyed, explained that an associate had provided the money, given the dungeon's need for monsters. As they continued to fly through the urban canyon, Swald pressed further, wondering how his rival could move with such unhindered liberty. A smirk played on Swallow's lips as he considered if his answer was satisfactory. Later, seated within the plush interior of a carriage, Swald continued his line of questioning, asking if the associate was someone who had also been cast out. A wistful expression crossed Swald's face as he confessed his envy, admitting that despite their rivalry, the protagonist lived his life to the fullest, a freedom he yearned for himself. His gaze hardened with resolve, declaring his desire to live a life just like his. He considers a life where he would have to take care of others. A slight frown creasing his lips. A soft murmur escapes him. Meanwhile, under a vast, clear sky, the city of Curvy Rose stretches out, a bustling hub of gold and pleasure. A hand reaches out, gesturing towards a sign that reads Count of Gold and Pleasure Curvy Rose, as a voice begins to speak. His glowing red eyes narrow as he questions, "You're telling me we can't use the exhibition hub now?" Swald Rounier stands before Erlatark, awaiting an answer, his expression stern. Back with the Demon Lord, he looks away, a sense of regret in his voice as he admits, "I'm ashamed, Sir Swald." Erlatark explains that the auction house had to shut down to ensure the security of an auction, and after it concluded, the members-only exhibition hub was finally opened. However, Swallow notes to himself, the hub was closed because of one auction, and it seems a rare item was submitted this time. The beheading Fong, an item previously unknown, had suddenly appeared only a few days prior. It was listed as Masterpiece 34 of 36, and the winning bid was intended to prevent infiltrators from abusing the hub. Looking at a drawing with a small, purple-haired girl, Swallow murmurs, he's not sure if he's seen this before somewhere. His eyes widen in sudden realization, as he exclaims, "No, the item is that of his associate." Erlatark, still discussing the exhibition hub, continues, he's not sure about that, but Swallow must be mistaken. Swallow, however, knows with certainty that there is only one beheading Fong in the entire world. Slumped over a table, a soft murmur escapes him, a thought echoing from the past. He recalls a conversation, a question about a unique item, as he ponders the auction's implications. Only one exists in the world, but why is it in the hands of others? He remembers a moment with Sir Swald and Renee, the question hanging in the air. The image of the beheading Fong flashes in his mind, a weapon he knows intimately. His eyes glow with a sudden, sharp realization. It can't be Renee. He considers the implications, the sheer unlikelihood of it. No, even the most powerful malevolent dungeons wouldn't be able to face her. There's no way Renee would have been forced to part with it. A memory of Renee, resolute and powerful, surfaces, her strength undeniable. He recalls her title, a testament to her skill. She's not called Blade Maid for nothing. The realization solidifies, a chilling thought. Right blade. A new, unsettling question forms in his mind. Was Renee holding the blade when she left? He remembers her in a simple red dress, without obvious weapons, yet her kick had sent him flying an inch. If she was so strong even without visible armaments, he wondered how many hidden weapons she truly possessed, and if she had even used the beheading fang when she equipped it. Patrick, though strong, was merely a death knight, not a true fighter. But Renee was different. He mused, what would be left of the blade maid if her very blades were taken from her? A subordinate nearby flinched, sensing the intensity of his thoughts. Then, the chilling thought solidified. Had Renee truly been defeated by mere humans? His fist clenched, dark energy crackling around it. His eyes burned with a furious, purple glow, the shadow of his true form beginning to emerge. As his fury mounts, a primal, demonic energy surges within him, his eyes flaring with an intense, malevolent yellow glow. The thought of Renee being defeated by such insignificant beings ignites a murderous intent, a silent roar echoing in his mind, by mere humans. A dark, purple aura begins to emanate from him, his resolve hardening as he mentally commands, get killed. The intense surge of power slowly recedes, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread. A dark thought echoes in his mind, the idea of Renee being killed, a notion that ignites a simmering fury within him. The sheer audacity of it, to be defeated by a mere human, sends a jolt of shock and disbelief through Swald Raunier, who cries out in anguish. A terrified subordinate recoils, pleading, don't come any closer, you monster. The protagonist's internal monologue continues, a chilling resolve hardening his expression. For me to ever get beaten here. Purple lightning crackles around him, his form becoming shrouded in dark energy, as his eyes begin to glow with an ominous yellow light. He stares forward, a question hanging in the air, don't you think? While the subordinate desperately calls out, Sir Swald. His demonic transformation intensifies, his glowing yellow eye now framed by emerging horns, a clear sign of his escalating rage. Swald Raunier, visibly distressed by the display of power, attempts to intervene. Sir Swald, calm down. A hand grips a shoulder, attempting to rouse the slumped figure of Sir Swald, a voice urging him to snap out of his stupor. As dark, shadowy energy swirls around him, Swallow stands, his form radiating raw power, while the purple-haired woman demands to know what has transpired. His glowing yellow eyes fixated on an unseen point, he declares he will only answer to the overseering hands, the true heartless masterpiece behind it all. The woman, looking up at his intense gaze, questions if there is truly only one such entity in the entire world. Still enveloped in the swirling shadows of his power, Swallow remains unyielding, his presence dominating the space between them. With a firm resolve, he confirms that, according to his understanding, there is indeed only one. The woman's expression shifts to one of concern, as she asks why he would suddenly inquire about such a thing. His eyes still burning with an unshakable purpose, Swallow reveals he has been searching for it, declaring it belongs to his friend, and he must find it. With a final, dismissive gesture, he informs her that her assistance is no longer needed, offering a brief, curt thank you for her short involvement. He stands over the fallen Swald Raunier, his voice a low murmur as he dismisses the situation, declaring his path forward is clear. Dark, shadowy tendrils of energy begin to writhe around him. As he continues to speak, his words laced with an unsettling detachment. The ominous energy swirling around him intensifies, as he warns the unseen presence to retreat immediately. With a dismissive flick of his foot, he reiterates his desire for them to leave. He turns to face the purple-haired figure, who questions his cryptic words about a silver-haired woman. His yellow eyes glowing with intense focus, he speaks of a warrior who wields the overseering hands and creates heartless masterpieces. The figure he addresses is none other than the Blade Maid, Lady Renee, whose presence he utterly disregards in his pursuit. As his demonic power surges, his face begins to distort and transform, his glowing yellow eyes burning with an unyielding resolve. Swallow, his eyes burning with an intense yellow glow, looks down at the defeated demon, confirming his suspicions. A dark aura swirling around him, he presses the demon, demanding to know the full extent of his knowledge. A mocking laugh escapes his lips as he dismisses any attempt to intimidate him, declaring that even a vicious voice cannot instill fear. His demonic features becoming more pronounced, he emphasizes his need for precise information about the demon's true identity. Meanwhile, the narration reveals that Lady Renee serves as the guardian protecting the mysterious, overseering hands. Her position is described as the highest among them. Returning to the confrontation, Swallow, now fully transformed with horns and glowing eyes, challenges Swald Raunier, deducing his connection to the heartless masterpiece. His voice resonating with power, he declares himself the master of the core of the ancient and the overseering hands. Dark energy pulses visibly from his form, a testament to his escalating demonic might. A moment of silence hangs in the air, the weight of his declaration settling. Then, with a subtle shift in his expression, he confirms his identity, acknowledging, yes, I am Swallow. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet, filled with an almost triumphant certainty. Underling, I'm sure of it. Swallow remains still, his back to the observer, as if contemplating the sudden interruption. A thoughtful expression settling on his face. Renee, her eyes gleaming with mischief, steps closer, a playful smirk on her lips as she declares, "Haha, look at your face. I caught you red-handed." She beams with confidence, assuring him, "Worry not, for my deduction skills are supreme." Standing beside him, she continues, her tone shifting to one of calculated assistance. "I know what kind of trouble you're in at this very moment, so I shall help you, and you will pay the price." Swallow, however, simply regards her with a skeptical gaze, questioning, "Are you sure you're using sound reasoning?" Renee's smile widens, her voice laced with amusement as she observes that it wasn't the logical demon who recoiled, but the demon king himself who showed fear, a display she declares is taking things a bit too far, causing Swallow to flinch. With a triumphant grin, she proclaims that this is the Sir Swald she knows. She continues, noting his sullen, duped, and scared demeanor from moments ago, along with the strange things emanating from his body. She expresses her relief that he's back to his normal self, promising her assistance and telling him not to worry. Her expression softens into a playful smirk as she issues a final command, insisting he never use that voice to speak to her ever again, demanding a promise. The scene shifts, showing the feet of several figures standing together. As the day of the auction finally arrived, Burns stood at the main entrance of the grand estate, a cloaked figure beside him, his gaze fixed on the ornate architecture. Meanwhile, at the back entrance of the same opulent building, a lone armored guard maintained his vigil. He scanned the empty grounds, muttering, "I expected trouble, but I don't see a single soul." Suddenly, a figure with dark purple hair and an ornate cloak appeared, prompting the guard to question, "What's the point in guarding a place like this?" The purple-haired man, Swald Rounier, simply replied, "We are looking to join the auction. Might we come through this entrance?" His elaborate attire shimmered with subtle magic, a testament to his status. Swallow, standing beside him, watched as Swald Rounier's eyes glowed red, demanding, "But first, I'll have to ask that you identify yourself. What is your name?" Introducing himself as the Lord of House Agria, Swallow presents his companion, Swald Rounier, to the estate's guard. The guard, taken aback by the unexpected introduction, requests a moment to process the information. He struggles to articulate his response, repeating the titles in confusion. Swald Rounier then interjects, feigning surprise at the guard's reaction, before pointedly asking if he happens to have an invitation. The guard, now thoroughly bewildered, stammers about the invitations not being present. As the guard continues to fumble for an explanation, Swallow begins to move, his patience clearly at an end. With a sudden burst of blue energy, he strikes the guard's armored arm, sending him flying with a single, decisive blow. The guard's face contorts in agony and shock, the impact overwhelming his defenses. Standing over the fallen figure, his hand glowing with ominous power, Swallow delivers a chilling pronouncement. "Here's your invitation to the afterlife." He remains silent, his expression unreadable. Swald Rounier, however, can't resist a jab, remarking that he should dress his age, only for the Lord to retort sharply, refusing to be called a kid. With a dismissive gesture, Swallow thrusts something towards the demon, commanding him to wear it instantly. The scene shifts abruptly. Far away, under a blood-red sky, a formidable castle stands silhouetted against the ominous horizon. This is Chart Castle, a place where Renee, it seems, can no longer endure. Inside, a grand chamber is bathed in the same crimson light, hinting at a deeper, unsettling presence. As a hand gently touches her cheek, the narration speaks of returning to the core of the ancient. 80 years ago, the world burned, a fiery inferno consuming everything in its path. The devastation was absolute, leaving the once vibrant Grapima forest a smoldering ruin. Now, standing amidst the remnants of a grand, ruined structure, Swallow reflects, apologizing to his grandmother for what transpired, never having imagined such an outcome. He considers the swiftness of the events, and the fact that he hadn't exactly done anyone a favor. The very spirit of the forest, Grapima, stands before him, her green hair wild, her eyes glowing with an ethereal light. She explains how the ancient core had transformed the forest into a magical fortress, and how all the humans who protected the fire demon had been involved. Swallow realizes he needs to make a good impression on her, a silent promise to his grandmother. His power would gradually decay, he mused, as a bloody organ was held aloft, though the true meaning of that decay remained unclear. From behind the cold bars of a cell, he observed the situation, finding a strange logic in the unfolding events. The more he looked at the figure within, the more intrigued he became by the homunculus before him. Bound and vulnerable, she was a non-human creature, yet undeniably human in form. His glowing eyes fixed on her, he pondered whether he should simply end her existence as well. Leaving behind witnesses would not do, but a different thought began to form. Extending a hand towards her cell, he declared her free to leave if she wished. With his eyes still glowing, he found himself unable to act on a whim. As the bars of her prison shattered, he made it clear he would not assist her further in escaping this place. Swallow observes Renee, his thoughts drifting to her predicament, wondering if she is truly trapped or if her freedom is merely a matter of perspective. He then addresses her directly, declaring that her future is up to her, Lelo. The young woman, Renee, looks up from her confinement, her expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. Swallow continues, clarifying that her master wasn't the one who abandoned her, and since no other monsters were around, it must have been her. As a faint glow emanates from his hand, he states that curiosity is what brought her here. The magical seal on her cell begins to break, and Renee watches, her eyes wide. With the barrier gone, she reaches out, her hand extending into the open space. As the seal on her cell breaks, a voice calls out, Lelo. This Lelo was the name of a maid who once served the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, a title reserved for only the most talented among them. The current Lelo was a middle-aged headmaid, but the homunculus stepping out of the cell had never been called by that name. For objects like her, simply didn't have names. However, because of this very fact, she now stood free in the glowing chamber. As the ornate floor glowed beneath her, the voice called out again, Lelo. Her bright green eyes widened, looking up in surprise at the sound of the name. Still reeling from the unexpected address, she looks up, a flicker of surprise and recognition crossing her features. Her gaze then drops, a new concern clouding her as she hears of the subjugation party from the ancient heading towards the core, questioning if it truly serves her privilege. From the shadows, a cloaked figure dismisses the notion, declaring firmly that Renee will not return to the ancient side. He turns slightly, clarifying that he isn't forcing her to go back, valuing her happiness, but quickly adds that his own happiness holds greater weight. His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing as he declares that if those two are involved, he will personally eliminate them. A monstrous, serpentine form with glowing yellow eyes looms, a visual representation of the looming threat, as a voice warns that if they discover the deception, they will tear her apart. Amidst a pile of defeated foes, his own eyes glowing with fierce resolve, Swallow proclaims his intent to kill them all. A question hangs in the air, pondering the next moves of Swallow and Lelo. As Byrne advises, if you're going to tie the knot, shadows, erase all your tracks. He continues, forever. It doesn't have to be perfect, even if it's cursed. Patrick will know your intentions and take care of it. Meanwhile, Swald Rounier declares that, because of the ancient subjugation, the core of the ancient world will be cleaned up for a new era. Byrne reiterates his earlier point. If you plan to tie the knot, it has to be now. A soft thump sounds, as Renee reacts with a subtle shift. Swald Rounier then states, Renee's going somewhere far away to get some fresh air. He continues, what I can tell you is that you don't need to be getting involved. Is it okay for her to go alone? Renee, seemingly to herself, thinks, Renee's fine. Thanks for your concern, Bathory. Renee's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know the whereabouts of her blade. Her patience wearing thin, she warns that this is her final inquiry. Standing over the kneeling figure, she insists he reveal everything he knows. The man, recalling the details under duress, reveals that the blade of Wings Fong was submitted by the magic tower of Harston, known as Wings. Distraught, he pleads for belief, insisting he has no further information to offer. Swald Rounier, observing the exchange, confirms the name, repeating Harston, Wings to himself. Renee, satisfied with the confession, grants the man his life for speaking the truth. She then turns and walks away, her footsteps echoing through the hall. Whispering in terror, Byrne curses the bastards who put him in this situation, wondering what he could have possibly done wrong to deserve such a fate. As he recoils in fear, Swald Rounier appears, calmly stating that Byrne has done nothing wrong. However, his glowing red eye and emanating dark energy suggest otherwise, as he corrects himself, confirming that Byrne has indeed done something wrong. With a menacing calm, Swald explains that Byrne merely had the misfortune of catching his attention. Dark energy swirls around his hand, as he questions Byrne's presence in his territory. His gaze unwavering, Swald asks if Byrne has ever referred to his actions as massacre or slaughter. The demonic power intensifies, his glowing red eye burning with an infernal light amidst jagged, dark energy. With chilling precision, Swald then asks if Byrne feels any remorse for the monsters he has slain. Overwhelmed by terror, Byrne can only stammer, asking if he truly did anything wrong. With his bright yellow eyes glowing, Swallow murmurs a firm, no. He knows it's too late for him to simply sit back and do nothing, the time for inaction long past. This conviction fuels his actions, it's why he's doing this. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a bustling auction, where a voice booms. Well, someone called for 35 billion ounces of gold. The bids rapidly escalate, reaching 39.8 billion, then quickly jumping to 60.7 billion. A hand rises from the crowd, confirming the latest bid of 60.7 billion. Another bidder immediately counters, pushing the price to a staggering 70 billion, with the auctioneer confirming, we have 70 billion on the table. The crowd gasps in astonishment, their faces reflecting the shock of the escalating bids. Amidst the chaos, Swallow, accompanied by Renee, leans in and quietly asks, I'm sorry, but can you at least just for fun and say it's a girl? Renee, beside him, reminds him, we're here for the auction, not to participate. A white-haired woman with a mechanical arm offers a cheerful, almost mocking, agreement, stating she can't seem to join hands with Garrett. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger Guild executive, Woin Historia, stands with a composed demeanor. Beside him, the tracker, Garrett, observes the proceedings with a keen eye. An unnamed man in the crowd, holding a wine glass, suggests it's time to conclude the auction and enjoy a meal, asking if there are any other bidders left. From his kneeling position, Swallow lets out a soft tsk of annoyance, then boldly declares his intention to claim the treasure and end the auction himself. His eyes now glowing with an ominous red light, he challenges the room, demanding to know who would dare question his authority. A terrifying, bloody aura erupts from him, filling the space with a chilling, guttural roar. The dark energy crackles around him, manifesting as a shadowy, monstrous presence that looms behind him, his red eyes burning with immense power. Overwhelming all present, his power forces the white-haired woman and Garrett to recoil in terror, their faces contorted in fear as they acknowledge his absolute dominance. Swallow's dark power continues to surge, a swirling, oppressive aura erupting from him and distorting the very air around his form. As the shadowy energy expands to consume the entire space, his voice echoing with a chilling declaration, "You are gathered here to see the beheading Fong, right?" In the Empire, where the concept of a true hero was once revered, there stood 3 nobles, each holding significant power and influence. However, one of them, Swald Raunier, met his end deep within an ancient dungeon. Having ventured there out of personal ambition, with Swald gone, and the blame unable to be placed on the late burn, the weight of responsibility fell squarely upon the 2 nobles who remained, leaving Renee to face the consequences. Out of the 2, the one who felt it was necessary to instill trust in the people of the Empire as a hero, when Historia looks down, his expression troubled, finds himself facing a formidable presence. A heavy step echoes as Swald Raunier approaches with an ominous stride. Wuin Historia recoils, his composure shattered by the sudden, aggressive advance. Swald Raunier seizes him by the collar, his glowing red eyes burning with an intense, dangerous light, a silent warning in their depths. Meanwhile, Garrett, with a sinister smile, declares that such a thing is absolutely impossible. As Swald Raunier maintains his grip on Wuin Historia, his eyes continue to glow with an unsettling intensity, the unspoken message clear: he is far too dangerous. He turns and walks away, his form cloaked in a dark, swirling aura, leaving behind a palpable sense of dread. His glowing red eyes linger for a moment, a final, chilling gaze before he vanishes into the shadows. A soft sigh escapes Swallow as he gazes at the severed hand, contained within a glass case, noting its surprisingly potent aura. This familiar energy, he realizes, is the same one he encountered long ago. A grim certainty settles over him, shattering his composure as he concludes, Renee must have been dealt with by those human bastards. Though the full scope of the situation remains too intricate to fully grasp, his resolve hardens. Facing a line of guards, Swallow declares his intention to journey to the human world, warning them to prepare for a steep cost, a statement that ripples through the onlookers. The Lord is finally going to make a move. As the guards murmur in confusion, one of them stammers, "Well, since you've gotten to see it. Guards, what are you doing?" A guard shouts to stop him, but Swallow simply acknowledges, "Right, it looks like you have no intention of sending me off nicely." A surge of power radiates from him, a silent affirmation. "It's fine, I feel the same way." Enveloped in a swirling dark aura, he moves with explosive speed, a blur of motion. Enveloped in a swirling dark aura, Swallow's eyes glow with fierce yellow light as he declares his intent to tear his opponents to pieces. His face contorted in a snarl, the intensity of his rage palpable. He promises to bury them with his blade. As he lunges forward with blinding speed, a guard challenges him, asking if he truly believes it will be that easy. Swallow responds with a guttural roar. He strikes the first guard with overwhelming force, sending him recoiling violently. Another guard, surprised by his speed, remarks on his clone squirrel movement, acknowledging his decent agility despite his battle gear. But before they can fully process his speed, Swallow is already upon the second guard, striking him down with another blur of motion. He dismisses their assessment internally, believing he has no talent for such trivial movements. Swallow, a blur of motion, descends upon his opponent, his blade of blue energy striking with devastating force, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Standing over the fallen fighter, he declares, "And you have no weapons or gauntlets," as her protective gear shatters. A powerful kick, wreathed in blue energy, sends her reeling further. He continues his assault, stating, "In that case, I'll break that hand of yours," and with a sickening crunch, her hand is mangled. Despite the brutal injuries, the female fighter braces herself, her muscular frame tensing for the next blow. With eyes glowing yellow in the shadows, Swallow declares his intent to smash those bracelets to pieces. The fighter's eyes widen in disbelief as her bracelets are crushed, a surprised exclamation escaping her lips. "Huh, that's quite unexpected." A surge of blue energy impacts her arm, shattering the last of her defenses. Swallow extends his hand, glowing with potent blue energy, ready to deliver a final, crushing blow. Swallow unleashes another devastating blow, a surge of blue energy erupting from his hand. The impact tears through the ground, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the earth beneath the female fighter. Her eyes widen in shock and pain, a gasp escaping her lips as the force continues to assault her. She is thrown backward, a whirlwind of debris and blue energy engulfing her, her defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. Panting heavily, She struggles to regain her footing, the sheer power of her opponent leaving her breathless and stunned. Swallow's attack continues, now focused on her gauntlet, which begins to crack under the immense pressure. A dawning realization crosses her face as she mutters, "Huh, so, you weren't just any old kid." Before she can react, Swallow unleashes a massive, swirling wave of dark energy, a destructive aura expanding rapidly around him. The devastating impact engulfs her completely, leaving her in disbelief as she cries out, "That can't be." The technique, she muses, has obliterated dungeon bosses without leaving a trace. Even the remnants of the apocalypse and other formidable entities were once destroyed by a single strike from this very power. The sheer energy of it crackles, a testament to its destructive capability. Black fluid oozes from him, a clear sign that he is no mere human, yet he is also far from an ordinary monster. The question hangs heavy in the air, just what exactly is he? A demonic form now fully revealed, Swallow looks down, a chilling "what a pity" escaping his lips. Dark energy swirls around him, his eyes burning with malevolent power. Then, a devastating impact rips through the air. The white-haired fighter is sent flying, caught in the raw force of his attack. A sudden, shocking event causes Woon to flinch, his eyes widening in surprise. Meanwhile, Garrett flees in terror, her desperate escape punctuated by a frantic cry. Woon watches, his gaze sharp and intense, as the chaos unfolds before him. Cornered and distressed, Garrett unleashes a surge of brilliant blue lightning, her body crackling with raw magical energy. She screams a warning, demanding that whatever pursues her keep its distance. With a determined expression, Garrett channels her power, her eyes glowing with the intensity of the magical storm she commands. The attack lands with a resounding impact, a violent burst of energy rippling through the air. The force continues to reverberate, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. In a lavish, bat-filled chamber, Swallowed Raunier calmly dismisses a subordinate's concern, assuring them of his well-being despite the recent commotion. As the previous chaos subsides, Swallowed Raunier's calm demeanor is momentarily broken by a new threat, while elsewhere, a group of figures, including the protagonist and Burn, stand together, gazing upward at a brilliant, ethereal light. Within his own mind, the protagonist, now with black hair, finds himself confronted by a vivid memory or manifestation of his true demon form, which questions him, asking if he is truly gray. To which he replies, recalling a past thought, that he believed his true self had perished as a helpless human, but now realizes he is still alive. Meanwhile, Woon Historia, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, reacts with profound shock, his thoughts racing about the earlier attack, recognizing it as something far beyond the capabilities of any mere human. And Swallowed Raunier, holding a glowing orb, looks down with a grim expression, his voice laced with a possessive warning about anything happening to his heart. Back in his internal space, the protagonist, surrounded by shimmering particles and a looming shadowy figure, realizes with a start that he had been so utterly surprised by recent events, he had completely forgotten about his polymorph. His eyes widen in genuine astonishment, the sheer surprise of it all still echoing in his mind. A skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes appears before him, dryly pointing out that he was the one who forgot his polymorph, not the skeletal entity itself, prompting the protagonist to reiterate his overwhelming surprise. His expression then shifts to one of serious contemplation, as a more pressing thought comes to mind. Standing alone amidst a desolate, ruined landscape under a blood-red sky, he laments that he had missed them all. He grunts, recalling the two flying squirrels that had appeared, especially the redhead, who, distracted by the blue-haired individual, had evacuated everything, casting several large-scale spells on the blue-haired one and escaping the boundaries of his magic at the same time. A snicker escapes him as he considers the situation, finding it quite interesting. A distant crash echoes through the air, drawing attention as someone exclaims that something has fallen over there. Debris scatters across the ground, and a voice filled with alarm questions what on earth is happening. Amidst the wreckage, two figures discover someone lying motionless, one calling out, "Hey, there's someone here," before asking if they are awake. Seeing the extent of the injuries, another voice urgently commands, "She's very injured. Call the guard." "No, the healer." Lying on the ground, Renee struggles with her thoughts, a quiet admission escaping her that even though she is a warrior, she was defeated. The memory of her swift downfall flashes through her mind. She was defeated by an unknown monster with a single strike. Elsewhere, Garrett stands, her expression etched with concern, asking if the people in the auction house are safe and where she herself is, while being told to stand carefully. Her frustration mounts as she snaps, "How can I hear you when you call so softly?" Woon holds her close, a wave of relief washing over him as she murmurs his name, her own voice trembling with emotion as she confirms his survival. He gently teases her about her worry, but she quickly retorts, reminding him that without her, he would have been consumed by the monster and turned into an undead. A flicker of confusion crosses her face. As Woon's gaze falls upon her injured arm, his voice laced with concern. She dismisses his worry, assuring him that the wound, though gruesome, poses no threat to her life. Despite her brave front, Woon's apology for her injury brings tears to her eyes, and she cries out his name in distress. His own face contorts with anguish, the weight of her pain clearly visible. Garrett, regaining her composure, gently admonishes him to compose himself, reminding him of his heroic status, and playfully suggesting that a crying hero might not be the best image. Garrett, still trying to lighten the mood, insists that if it's just one of them, it's nothing, but Woon Historia, her voice a hushed whisper, questions if she truly understood the power of their opponent. The monster they encountered was known as the Ancient Swallow. Woon, taken aback, demands to know what Garrett is talking about, accusing her of making light of the situation. Garrett, her expression serious now, admits there's no way a monster like that could have been there, but concedes that she doesn't know the reason, though it's better that way. Indeed, it was the true swallow, the Black Calamity, the ancient monster swallow. Upon closer inspection of the monster's foot, traces of both mortality and vitality were found, fresh marks less than a month old. Garrett, her face now etched with concern, concludes that the situation is far more serious than they had initially believed, even for Woon. A grim realization settles in. If the current situation persists, the very essence of light itself faces collapse. A voice insists, if the threat is truly the ancient swallow, then their efforts must intensify to halt its advance. Swald Rounier declares with conviction, this is the territory of the light, and they hold the advantage. Renee, however, recalls the overwhelming force, that immense power was felt right in front of them. Swald Rounier's resolve hardens, leaving them no choice but to confront the threat immediately, and the Imperial family must be informed. He decides to move alone first, as his current condition prevents him from teleporting the entire team, so Miss Woon and the others will have to wait. As Renee begins to channel a whisper of light, pure, a soft green glow envelopes Swald Rounier's arm, attempting to mend his wounds. She warns him, the healing won't be complete, so he must remain still and wait for her. But Swald Rounier protests, his concern overriding his injury. They cannot allow the ancient swallow to rampage again, urging her to still wait. As blue magical energy swirls around her, Renee reaches out, pleading for someone to wait. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Garrett's name echoing with a crackle of lightning. From a distance, Garrett looks up, her long hair flowing behind her. Meanwhile, from a rooftop perch, Swallow muses on the annoyance of the situation, wondering if he should simply abandon them and head to Hamstay. He considers the alternatives, weighing the factors of following them or pursuing his own agenda. Back on the ground, Garrett stands amidst scattered debris, a question mark hanging over her head as she surveys the scene. Swallow finally decides to let the current events unfold, acknowledging his recovered memories and the unwavering goal he must not forget. With a determined expression, he resolves to at least locate Renee's body, and instructs Nels to prepare for whatever comes next. He stands silently, gazing up at something unseen, a heavy aura of contemplation surrounding him. Approaching him, Swald Rounier observes his demeanor, asking if something is troubling him, but he quickly dismisses the concern, claiming nothing is wrong. Swald, however, sees through the facade, his glowing red eyes narrowing with an understanding that transcends mere words. He turns to face Swald, a question etched on his features, waiting for the other to elaborate. With a stern expression, Swald reiterates his doubt, insisting that the situation is far from nothing. He then shifts the topic, acknowledging his companion's formidable power, a strength he had already recognized. As they walk together, Swald continues, expressing his growing realization that the more he learns, the more his companion's power seems to exceed his initial expectations. His hand clenches, a subtle sign of his internal struggle, as he admits to misjudging the extent of his companion's abilities, especially when compared to Renee. Turning the question back, he asks Swald if perhaps it is Renee who is stronger than he realized, seeking clarification from his companion. A low murmur escapes him, as if speaking to himself. He continues, his gaze intense, since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick. The question hangs in the air. Are you? Swallow reacts, a look of mild panic crossing his face as he clutches his head. Huh, Mel's. Swald then reaches out, gently taking the younger man's hand. His voice softening slightly as he asks, Brat, why be depressed over something like that? The purple-haired demon clarifies his identity. I'm just Sir Swald. As they stand together, silhouetted against the bright sky, he adds cryptically, once everything is taken care of. A knowing smirk spreads across Swallow's face, as if he understands the unspoken implications. With a confident nod, Swallow assures Swald Rounier that he will reveal the truth. As Swald Rounier pulls him closer, he commands that they be given a demon king's power, a sudden surge of energy, making Swallow gasp. A crimson aura flares from Swald Rounier's hand, the power transferring with a searing intensity. Swallow's form begins to shift, his eyes glowing with an intense yellow light as purple energy swirls around him, transforming his attire into something regal and powerful. From the swirling magic, an ornate, glowing sword begins to reconstruct itself, coalescing from pure energy. The process of reconstruction unfolds across the sky, streaks of purple energy painting the darkness. The entire city is bathed in an ethereal purple glow as a massive, luminous orb hangs in the sky, radiating immense power. With a roar of power, Swallow grasps the newly formed, glowing sword, purple energy surging violently from his hand. Now fully transformed and radiating immense magical force, he stands ready, the glowing blade a testament to his newfound strength. As the city plunged into chaos, a hand clenched, its owner reeling from the sudden, devastating explosions that ripped through the capital. From a distance, the purple energy of the blast illuminated the skyline, leaving onlookers to question the source of such destructive power. Garrett's eyes widened in horror, realizing the epicenter of the destruction was none other than the auction house. Panic erupted across the capital as citizens screamed and fled from the relentless explosions, their homes collapsing around them. The thought echoed through the chaos. Did these creatures truly understand the sheer number of lives within the capital? Amidst the rubble, a high-heeled foot stepped carefully as Garrett grappled with the overwhelming question of what to do next. Nearby, Win Historia's expression was grim, his words a stark warning to those around him. Please don't roam around and wait for me here. He exchanged a serious glance with Garrett, both understanding the gravity of the situation. Win's resolve hardened, his gaze fixed on the unfolding disaster. Amidst the chaos, a young woman lies sprawled on the ground, her body trembling. As she desperately calls out, "Miss, my dad is over there." Nearby, a small child huddles, visibly shaking from fear and the tremors of the ongoing destruction. Garrett, her expression grim, tries to reassure the panicked civilians, telling them, "It's all right, don't worry, everyone." Win Historia kneels before the trembling child, his voice firm and comforting, promising, "I will take care of everything." Then, turning his back to the devastation, he declares his identity with unwavering resolve, proclaiming, "I am the hero Win Historia." His mechanical arm, a formidable extension of his will, gleams in the dim light. As he takes a determined step forward, his resolve clear, "I won't avoid a monster like that." A dark, ominous sky hangs heavy over a desolate landscape, revealing a sprawling city reduced to rubble and dust under the dramatic hues of a setting sun. The air still echoes with the sound of collapsing structures, a testament to the immense power unleashed. Observing the devastation, Swallow calls out, "Hey Mel's." As purple energy crackles around his hand, he explains the magic that caused such widespread collapse, revealing it's a high-ranking spell known as world shaking. Suddenly, a woman with flowing white and pink hair, adorned with large, ornate butterfly-like wings, appears before him, her eyes glowing as she asks, "What do you think? Everything's a lie, right?" He stares down at the devastation, a silent question hanging in the air. "So you shall have nothing else you could call your situation?" Meanwhile, Swald Rounier defends his actions, insisting that he cannot be blamed for the outcome. He recalls being told, "You started fooling around, let's finish things," and so he simply used the coolest-looking stylish magic, concluding, "This is what you're getting." The ruined city stretches behind them, a testament to the raw power unleashed. And Swald Rounier continues, suggesting that if there were specific complaints, he should have been told precisely what magic to use. Swallow, standing amidst the glowing debris, simply responds that he had trusted Swald Rounier to use his best judgment. A soft sigh escapes him, a quiet acknowledgement of the situation. His eyes glow with a faint yellow light as he looks up, declaring that things are indeed getting complicated. Swald Rounier, seemingly unconcerned, then asks what he should remake, or whatever, implying he can simply undo the destruction. Swallow, however, remains focused on the broader implications, knowing that humans will definitely be flocking to this area now. Still seated amidst the rubble, Swallow listens as Swald Rounier declares his intention to make arrangements for Harston once he arrives. Swald Rounier then adds that he has been searching for Harston for some time, but the individual remains elusive. Swallow, looking up at him, questions how he could possibly know about the core of the ancient forest if he hasn't found Harston yet. Swald Rounier clarifies, explaining that the town closest to the core of the ancient forest is where Harston is located. After a moment of consideration, Swallow simply states, "Fine, get going." With that, Swald Rounier turns and begins to walk away, his ornate cloak fluttering behind him. Swallow watches him go, confirming, "Sure, I'll follow soon." Swald Rounier continues his brisk pace, his footsteps echoing as he quickly reaches his destination. Turning back to look at the others, he asks, "How many years could that be?" A small group of figures, cloaked in dark attire, declare themselves to be of the Langar's house, the Blue Dragon team, following the Empire's command. Stepping forward, the subjugation leader, Burn, demands to know, "Who are you?" Swallow observes the scene, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he notes how everyone is being forced into formation, wondering why humans behave in such a way. Burn continues, explaining his initial apprehension, having heard a strange number of people had gathered around the auction house. He then questions if they were merely the soldiers of someone inside. Swallow, now hooded, responds with a challenging tone, "You want to know who I am?" He extends a hand, a subtle shift in his demeanor as he asks, "Must I tell you?" His form begins to distort, a vibrant purple aura flaring around him as his eyes glow a piercing yellow, revealing his true, demonic nature, declaring, "I'm your." He senses it, an enemy presence, radiating with dark, ethereal energy that swirls around him. From the shadows, a monstrous, glowing yellow eye with jagged teeth emerges, its form hinting at something ancient and terrifying. The single, piercing gaze seems to hold untold power, a silent warning of the dangers ahead. This is Nifrim, a place whispered to be the very core of an ancient evil, where it's said that whoever enters never returns alive, a cavernous abyss stretching into the unknown. The legends warn that if one dies here, their soul may become completely separated from the world for the rest of their existence. The vast, dark expanse of the cave looms, its oppressive atmosphere palpable. Deep within this perilous place, two small figures stand, one with blonde hair asking, "Oh, so what if we mess around a bit?" The green-haired girl, Sylvia, sighs, finding the whole situation utterly boring. She finds the cavern unsettling, remarking that Nifrim feels strange, while her companion hums in agreement. The first room they had encountered was littered with monster corpses, but this current chamber is unervingly clean. A blue light flares in Burns' eye as he observes their surroundings, prompting Sylvia to ask what the others think. One of their party members wonders if the Hertz subjugation team bothered to clean up, or if an intelligent monster was responsible, while another points out that this dungeon was attacked by a boss monster, making a monster cleanup unlikely. Burn, his gaze intensifying, dismisses the idea, questioning why any monster would bother cleaning up the corpses of its own kind. His enhanced perception still active, Burns' eye glows with an intense blue light, as he shouts into the cavern, demanding to know why these monsters are playing such foolish pranks. From another part of the group, a voice echoes his sentiment, questioning if they are being deceived. The word "us" reverberates through the dark space, before a new, ethereal voice responds, complaining that their shouting is so loud it makes its ribs echo. The voice continues, regretting that it didn't deceive them. It explains that it went to great lengths to clean the area because it knew guests were coming, warning that it would get upset if they cursed it. Sylvia, startled by the unexpected voice, hears Burn call out to her, asking her to provide light, to which she hesitantly agrees. With a swift motion, she illuminates the dark cavern with a glowing orb. As Sylvia's magic flares, bathing the cavern in a brilliant light, a voice echoes, "Oh my, so bright. You're going to be my guest, even though we don't call for you. Welcome." The sudden illumination reveals a towering skeleton knight, its bony frame clad in dark armor. Sylvia gasps, recognizing the skeletal warrior as part of the Dugmaster's patrol, a chilling realization. The voice, now clearly swallows, laments, "Oh no, I even prepared an introduction for myself, but it seems that was pointless. Now I can't even use the introduction dialogue I strenuously worked all day to prepare." A wave of irritation emanates from the unseen entity. "Thanks a lot for that, you damned bastards." From among the skeletal ranks, one speaks. "Your reactions are the same as ever for new and old enemies. Mr. Mana, can you please stop your nonsense here, Lord LL?" Swallow lets out a frustrated sound, a clear sign of his annoyance. Burn, his body crackling with purple energy, lunges forward, declaring, "Your bullshit ends here." He slams into the nearest skeleton knight, initiating the attack with brutal force. As the battle begins, a skeleton knight declares its opponent has no chance, vowing to offer no quarter. But a simple, questioning sound escapes Burn, as if the threat barely registers. Instead, he unleashes a devastating ice bolt shower, conjuring a flurry of sharp ice shards. The frigid magic engulfs the surrounding skeleton knights, shattering their forms with explosive force. A blinding flash of ice erupts from the impact point. A familiar sensation washes over him, a feeling he experiences every time he unleashes his full power. He acknowledges the overwhelming nature of his abilities, yet remains confident in his inevitable victory. With a glowing blue fist, he delivers a crushing blow, shattering another skeleton knight into fragments. His eyes burn with an intense blue light, reflecting his unwavering resolve in the heart of battle. As the battle rages, a sharp, metallic sound echoes, signaling a new combatant's arrival. A surge of energy manifests, and a skeleton knight, sword raised, stands ready for the assault, unaware of the true power it faces. Woin Historia, with a swift, devastating strike, shatters the very ground beneath the armored foe. The force of his attack continues, leaving the skeleton knight to utter, respectfully, "This is unexpected." As his eyes glow with fierce determination, Woin activates a series of powerful buffs, enhancing his body, reading the omens of battle, and igniting his boiling blood. His movements become light as feathers, his steps silent, and the bone ashes of a famous warrior empower him further. Another skeleton knight questions the source of his power, wondering, "The secret. I thought he was just a guy who could buy magic. Isn't that what you said, Rounier?" It then adds, "Those buffs won't last long." He knew he only needed to last a single minute, just one more minute, to turn the tide. Suddenly, an unseen force caused the skeletal warriors to stiffen, their glowing eyes widening in surprise as they became rigid. "Oh my," one of them murmured, caught in the sudden paralysis. Lightning crackled around another, forcing a pained grunt from its bony frame as it struggled against the invisible bonds. "Ugh, this is a bit." From the midst of the chaos, a voice cut through the air, "Say that again." A skeleton knight, still defiant, challenged back. Who'll beat who? Woin Historia stood his ground, his armored form a dark, unmoving pillar of strength. Another skeleton knight, its glowing eyes fixed on him, admitted with a hint of disbelief. I never thought you'd be able to drive me into a corner. As the sounds of battle began to fade, Sylvia and another figure watched from a distance, wondering if the confrontation was already over. The core of the Ancient's Guardian, a formidable entity, proves to be less impressive than anticipated. Observing the unfolding events, Sylvia notes the swift conclusion, remarking that the green-haired male had indeed taken care of the situation. Meanwhile, a skeleton knight, engulfed in a fading blue aura, lets out a final, defiant cry. Before it can even finish, a dark blade flashes, impaling another knight through its chest, eliciting a desperate die. The sword continues its relentless, downward arc, piercing yet another skeletal foe with brutal efficiency. As Wuin's hand maintains a firm, unwavering grip on the hilt, leaving a final knight's skull to crumble amidst a shower of ethereal petals. Its last, desperate laugh echoes before fading into silence. A massive, armored figure with glowing eyes and a wide, toothy grin, surrounded by floating pink hearts, declares its satisfaction, having been fully immersed in its performance. Meanwhile, Wuin Historia, his eyes glowing with a soft blue light, reflects on his own actions, admitting he hadn't intended to be quite so acquisitive at first. Not far off, Swald Raunier, his red eyes burning brightly, reveals his true motivation, having been utterly bored for years and simply seeking an opportunity to experience the world. A final, glowing message thanks everyone for playing along with the rhythm of the unfolding events. With a surge of blue energy, Wuin Historia moves with incredible speed, his form a blur of white and light. The world around him streaks into a blur. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faint echoes of a recent struggle, as darkness slowly begins to recede from the desolate landscape. Jagged shadows stretch across the ground, hinting at the raw power unleashed just moments before. Suddenly, a pained cry rips through the quiet, as Wuin Historia's eyes snap open, filled with terror and confusion. He struggles to sit up, his head throbbing, muttering a disoriented question about what could have possibly happened. From above, a calm voice cuts through his haze, as glowing blue eyes fix on him, asking if he's finally awake. The Lord LL stands over the defeated Wuin Historia, explaining that it only took a few seconds to subdue him after he collapsed. His dark, ornate armor gleams faintly in the dim light, a silent testament to his overwhelming power. As a soft blue glow emanates from his armored hand, he suggests it would be quicker for Wuin to simply see the events for himself. In the midst of a brutal battle, armored knights lay defeated, their forms scattered across the ground. Not a single one among them was a Knight Patrick, and none had managed to land a blow. Indeed, not a single one. Swallow surveyed the scene, a skeletal figure observing nearby, as he mused that he had thought their eyes could discern details, knowing all men, but it seemed they were merely a rare sight and nothing more. His attention then turned to a white-haired figure, Sylvia, who had proven quite a handful to deal with, as he wielded a glowing staff against her. With a casual motion, he lifted her by the neck, acknowledging the wide-range divine magic she possessed, which made his eyes feel just a little twinge. Byrne, in his skeletal form, watched the scene unfold, staff in hand, remarking that it was uncalled for, but then asked if Swallow was happy anyway. Still held captive, Sylvia's face contorted in distress as she cried out that the magician had fought until the very end, her voice echoing a desperate plea for Nifrim. Her green eyes glowed with a frantic energy as she struggled, calling out Nifrim's name once more. Looking up, her glowing green eyes filled with despair, she heard the words that she had called for Nifrim so desperately. Byrne, in his skeletal form, muses aloud that he had anticipated a more emotionally charged reaction, finding Miss Nifrim's response quite ruthless. Turning his attention to Swallow, he declares it's time for a survivor's Q&A session. Byrne continues, observing that even a fool wouldn't have sent 30 people for such a task, and while he had expected it, this subjugation party was indeed subpar, demanding to know the truth. He presses Swallow, asking directly what he is concealing. With a seemingly benevolent gesture, Byrne offers Swallow some choices, claiming to be a kind and generous skeleton. He explains that if Swallow is willing to answer, he should raise his right hand, but if not, he should raise his left, concluding with a dry remark about a wise choice. Byrne then promises Swallow a clean and painless death if he reveals everything. However, Swallow's response is a defiant middle finger, muttering his disbelief at being chosen in such a manner. In response to the blatant disrespect, Byrne raises a large, ornate shield, its surface reflecting the dim light. After Swallow's defiant gesture, Byrne's voice drops to a chilling tone, declaring his respect for the decision and wishing him a slow death. Immediately, multiple shadowy figures surge forward, overwhelming Swallow in a flurry of attacks, as Byrne mutters about the cleanup he now faces. The initial assault finds its mark, drawing blood from his hand. But even as the blood flows, Swallow's eyes ignite with a fierce green glow, a dark aura surrounding him as he thinks to himself that this will still be easier than anything. A moment later, the dark space is empty, leaving Byrne to wonder if his target is truly gone. The answer comes swiftly, As Burn is revealed, blood staining his mouth, his eyes glowing with a pained, electric blue, the tables having turned in an instant. His blue eyes burn with intensity as blood drips from his hand. Severely wounded, Burn kneels, his sword still clutched in his grasp, his face streaked with blood. Behind the defeated Burn, a shadowy figure looms, the victor of this swift and brutal exchange. He hunches over, a skeletal hand reaching out as a dark aura swirls around him, a quiet apology escaping his lips, but he knows he has to live, a harsh crunch echoing in the silence. The sound intensifies as glowing particles erupt from his grasp. His eyes now burning with a fierce yellow light, Swallow feels his body growing hot, the sensation both alarming and exhilarating. He realizes he hasn't tasted anything this good since he was trapped beneath the ground, and the power is accumulating with each meal. Another loud munch echoes, as shadowy energy swirls around his head. His glowing gaze fixed on the remnants, he ponders if this ability is limited to monsters, or if it's tied to the source of their power or magic itself. With plenty of corpses at his disposal, he decides he should spend some time testing it. As his glowing eyes drift upwards, he wonders about his boss and what he might be doing. He muses to himself, hoping that things are progressing as planned, and that nothing strange is occurring in any unusual locations. Suddenly, the environment shifts dramatically, engulfing him in a maelstrom of fire and debris, causing him to question his new, chaotic surroundings. From the inferno, a menacing, silhouetted figure with glowing red eyes emerges, challenging him with a chilling question. Swallow, his hand beginning to glow with power, simply replies with a firm denial. Before the confrontation can escalate, another figure appears, introducing himself calmly as Wooin Historia, the hero. Swallow's yellow eyes glow intensely as he takes in the unexpected arrival. He dismisses the challenge, declaring that he never asked who his opponent was, and while he appreciated the spirit, he simply couldn't be defeated. Even if that were true, Wooin Historia charges forward, a determined cry escaping him as he closes the distance with a whoosh. Swallow's eyes glow with an ominous light, knowing he has to stop the approaching hero. Dark energy swirls around him as he unleashes a powerful counterattack. A blinding column of light descends rapidly, but Wooin Historia clenches his fist, energy crackling around it as he prepares to meet the assault. With a confident whoosh, Swallow declares that his opponent will only get to land one attack on him. Wooin Historia's eyes glow a menacing yellow, his expression hardening at the declaration. He strains against the invisible force, a voice echoing. Try to escape again, if you can. The crushing weight intensifies, his face contorting in agony. A scream tears from his throat, the thought of defeat flashing through his mind, yet he desperately tries to buy time. Even as the pain racks his body, he clings to his duty, a hero's purpose to protect. A moment of quiet descends as his tormentor considers, is it? The world blurs as he is slammed down, impacting the ground with a devastating explosion of debris. His body lies broken amidst the rubble, yet a faint whisper escapes his lips. I'm a hero, Wooin Historia. With blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes glow with renewed resolve, refusing to accept defeat. Wooin Historia, still caught in the crushing grip of an unseen force, struggles against the immense pressure, his eyes burning with a fierce, yellow glow as he refuses to yield. Blue energy crackles around him, the magical assault intensifying with every passing moment. Despite the agony, his thoughts remain fixed on his people, a desperate plea escaping his lips. The force continues to bear down, eliciting a pained cry from him, his body contorting under the relentless pressure as he vows to protect the innocent. The blue energy flares once more, a final, devastating surge. Yet, a faint blue glow emanates from Wooin's hand, a desperate surge of his own power as he declares his heroic duty. He clenches his fist, the blue light pulsing, his resolve to protect the innocent unwavering. Then, the blue energy gathers around Swallow's hand, his voice echoing with a chilling congratulations for not dying in vain. Standing amidst shimmering particles, Swallow looks down, acknowledging the hero's resilience, yet questioning how long it can truly last. Wooin Historia is violently struck, the force sending him reeling as the impact echoes through the air. Yet, from the shadows, Swallow's voice cuts through the chaos, acknowledging the other's perseverance. He promises a swift, painless end. The relentless assault continues, pushing Wooin further back with another powerful impact. A blur of motion follows, a final, decisive strike. Blue energy erupts around him, a last, desperate surge, met with yet another crushing blow. The overwhelming force shatters the very ground beneath his feet. Swallow's eyes glow with an intense, predatory yellow, observing the outcome. Standing victorious over the defeated figure, he casually addresses unseen companions, wondering if the sheer amount of mana is bothering them. Two figures, cloaked in shadow and emanating a faint glow, bow deeply, offering their apologies for the drastic measures they took to save Ms. Wooin. A scoff escapes him, his expression one of mild annoyance, as he questions if one could truly forgive someone who apologizes after striking them from behind. From a high vantage point overlooking a sprawling city, he extends a belated greeting. Meanwhile, a sharp-featured individual with jet black hair and glowing red eyes, dressed in ornate purple and gold, expresses his honor at meeting the almighty Lord Swallow. As a chilling wind whips around them on the desolate outcrop, Burn questions how Swallow could have known his intentions. Swallow, his back to the other man, explains that a talented subordinate under his command simply wished to acknowledge Burn. Turning slightly, a faint smirk plays on his lips, a subtle hint of amusement or perhaps something more sinister. Indeed, the expression on his face conceals a deeper, unspoken intention. A purple energy begins to crackle around his hand as he admits he is in a particularly foul mood. The purple aura intensifies around him, a clear warning as he states that Burn is simply wasting his time, and if he plans any tricks, he should be ready for the consequences. Looking back over his shoulder, the energy still swirling, Swallow clarifies that they are merely going to offer a deal. He looms over Burn, his monstrous form radiating dark energy, questioning the very idea of a deal with him. His voice a low growl, he asks if he has anything left to regret. Then, with a chilling warning, he advises Burn to carefully assess the situation, threatening an ugly death should he dare to oppose him. His glowing yellow eyes bore into Burn, before he finally states, this entire proposition is a gamble. A gamble, indeed, with the very fate of the Empire hanging in the balance, especially since the original monster, beheading Fong, is still alive. Swallow then dismisses the idea that Burn came all this way for mere virtuous mana, as Burn's subordinate offers a desperate plea, assuring Lord Swallow they can provide whatever he desires. But Swallow remains unmoved, asking what they would do if he simply didn't want it and refused to help. His dark cloak billows, shimmering with faint, ominous particles, leaving the weight of his words to hang heavy in the air. He continues to press, wondering what his opponent would do if he truly cared to exterminate all humans. His voice dripping with challenge, he asks what they would do then. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, his gaze unwavering. Burn, visibly frustrated, questions if Swallow intends to destroy everything in the end, asking why he would even try. Swallow's eyes glow with an intense yellow light, his fangs becoming more prominent as he declares they will find out the true meaning of fear if they try to stop him. Burn's subordinate, Garrett, steps forward, ready to act, as Burn commands him to do as they are told. Garrett acknowledges his lord, then turns to Swallow, stating that he may have met his match. Standing firm with another subordinate, Garrett explains that they need to find out what kind of leverage they have left, if any, to deal with the monster beheading Fong. Swallow looks down, a dismissive expression on his face, retorting that anything they do without losing their lives won't end with them gaining anything. He confirms his understanding, holding a device that Swallow observes intently. As he studies the map, Swallow senses an overwhelming amount of traces left behind, highlighting Mute's traces and the road to the monster beheading Fong. Wu in Historia, also examining the map, notes that while their precise location is too far to determine, the traces are moving in the direction opposite of Lia's. Swallow's eyes narrow, acknowledging the path towards Mute, yet finding the information unreliable. Suddenly, a brilliant, ethereal light erupts, illuminating the silhouette of Lord Swallow. From within the glow, a voice confirms that Renee is still alive. A weary sigh escapes him, as he stands surrounded by Burn, Garrett, and Wu in Historia. Wu in Historia expresses his deep gratitude to Burn and Garrett, honored to have been of assistance. With a decisive command, Burn urges the group to move, and they begin to depart. A moment of quiet before the storm, as a voice echoes through a grand, ornate hall, calling out to a Sir Swald. But the one who arrives, heralded by a powerful surge of energy and the sound of shattering, is Lord Swallow himself, his glowing wings unfurled as he declares, "You're a bit too late." The remnants of whatever stood in his way disintegrate into sparkling motes of light. Meanwhile, in another part of the complex, a figure in a dark suit surveys a scene of utter defeat, stepping over the prone forms of armored guards. A wide, confident grin spreads across Lord Swallow's face as he brandishes a glowing staff, proclaiming his mastery over the situation. The ornate staff pulses with raw power, a clear symbol of his arrival and dominance. Standing victorious over the fallen guards, Lord Swallow confirms his presence, the air crackling with residual magic. He rests peacefully, a soft sigh escaping him as he is thanked for his efforts. Meanwhile, Sir Swald approaches a glowing green orb, wondering aloud if this is the correct way to utilize its power. The orb hums with raw mana, its energy vibrating intensely. But the strain is too great, and the artifact begins to crack, blue energy bursting from its fractured surface. The orb shatters in a blinding flash of light and mana, forcing him to shield himself from the violent backlash. He stares at the remnants in disbelief, utterly shocked that the artifact couldn't withstand his mana. With the small demon resting on his shoulder, he laments that he was confident in his stable fountain of mana. Determined, he decides to use his circular mana acceleration to cast a transfer spell. As purple energy crackles around him, he realizes the drawback. He'll practically be teleporting himself all over the place. As the mana orb shattered, a voice echoes internally, cursing the point of no return he had already passed. Sweat beading on his brow, he steels himself, uttering a grim command to himself. Now you get to end things, Patrick. The green orb, now overloaded, fractures further in his grasp, its vibrant glow dimming as cracks spiderweb across its surface. With the orb's destruction, a surge of dark, swirling energy erupts around him and the creature on his shoulder, engulfing them both in a vortex of raw power. His expression resolute, yet tinged with regret, he whispers a final, somber apology to himself. Sorry, Patrick. The dark energy continues to expand, swirling faster and faster, distorting the space around them as it forms a shimmering portal. Engulfed completely, he and the creature are pulled into the nascent rift, a blinding white light beginning to pierce through the darkness. The portal fully opens, revealing a vast, unknown expanse of pure, brilliant white. After the chaotic transfer spell, the world around them coalesces into a grand, Gothic structure, shrouded in an ominous, swirling darkness. The residual magic dissipates, revealing the coordinates of their new, unknown location, Harston. They have arrived at the Magic Tower wing. The tower itself is a magnificent, ancient edifice, its spires reaching towards a sky painted with the hues of dawn. Inside, a hooded figure with a knowing smirk greets them, offering a chilling welcome to the Magic Tower wing. The mage's gaze sharpens, questioning their ability to use transfer magic and whether they are currently employing it. He explains that the Magic Tower is protected by a powerful resistor field, preventing unauthorized entry without a verification process. A sinister implication hangs in the air as the mage concludes, leaving Sir Swald and Swallow to grasp the full meaning of his words. Their expressions shift to surprise and dawning realization, as the mage's final statement confirms their inescapable predicament. Blood splatters across the pristine white floor, a stark and unsettling contrast. He stands beside Byrne, both observing the scene, as a thought crosses his mind. When I first saw her, I had a thought. The towering structure before them, the Harston Magic Tower, looms ominously, its very architecture screaming of a madman's design. A hooded figure confirms his unspoken thought. Sure enough, magic towers are typically built by madmen. In a flash of memory, Byrne moves with brutal efficiency, his form a blur amidst shadowy enemies, striking with devastating force. He carves a path through the onslaught, leaving a trail of blood and shattered forms in his wake. His contempt is clear, they're just weak monsters. Back in the present, a soft clicking sound echoes as Swallow stands, his back to the viewer, observing the unfolding situation. He surveys the scene, confirming that he has eliminated every human on the first floor. Looking up at the towering structure, he realizes he has reached the very top floor, with nothing left but the ascent. Meanwhile, a sly smile plays on Garrett's lips as she muses, wondering if the noble young girl from before was truly as cute as she seemed. Elsewhere, Renee, holding a glowing orb, questions if her target was truly human. Swallow continues his solitary journey, his elegant attire a stark contrast to the desolate environment. With a determined expression, Renee demands to know the location of the beheading fans. Garrett quickly asserts her claim, stating that the item is already hers, but Renee retorts that she is searching for something else entirely. Suddenly, Woyan Historia appears, his gaze fixed on an unseen figure as he utters a single word. A low murmur escapes Renee's lips, her bright green eyes glowing with an intense, almost predatory light. Meanwhile, Garrett's voice cuts through the silence, her expression a mix of disbelief and challenge, as she begins to question the impossible. She demands, "How are you still alive?" A single word escapes Byrne's lips. As Garrett's gaze sharpens, her eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief and challenge. She questions, her voice laced with surprise, how he could still be alive. Ready for whatever comes next, Byrne stands firm, his posture radiating unwavering resolve. Garrett, however, merely taunts him, mocking the weapon he carries, claiming it doesn't suit his cute face. Then, with a swift strike, she challenges his skill, doubting his ability to fool her with such a blade, given her vast experience with countless weapons. But before her attack can fully connect, Byrne's counterattack shatters her weapon with a resounding crash. His counterattack had been devastating, shattering her blade into countless blue fragments. The force of it even tore through her defensive magic, shattering it in one swift blow. Stunned, Garrett could only wonder, how had this monster survived her powerful magic? Even so, the dark, spiky construct of mana she had conjured was a magic that consumed a vast amount of her energy. With a determined glint in her purple glowing eyes, she resolved that if she used all the mana flowing in this place, she could definitely win. Frantically, she began to search, demanding to know where her beheading fangs were. Her voice rising in desperation, she urged them to hurry up and tell her. But then, a wave of realization washed over her, a shameful truth. The beheading fangs were no longer here. It had been a while since she'd put them up for sale. Meanwhile, in a realm shimmering with arcane energy, Swallow stood, bathed in a vibrant red aura, within the magic realm. Within the ethereal expanse of the magic realm, Swallow begins to stir, a dark red and black aura swirling around him as he murmurs, his voice barely audible. Focusing his power, he acknowledges, "You seem quite strong." His gaze sharpens as he resolves, "So I'll go all out from the start." With a dynamic surge of energy, he begins to manifest the Lance of Longinus, its form coalescing from the swirling magic. As he simultaneously imbues it with the properties of Chaste and Accelerate, transforming its essence into a volatile blend of holy and unholy light. Intricate magic circles bloom around him, unleashing a torrent of raw power. The energy intensifies, crackling with sharp, angular patterns, as the spell reaches its crescendo. His eyes glow with fierce determination, reflecting the immense power now at his command. He unleashes his full power, a defiant challenge echoing through the air. His eyes glow with an eerie green light, as raw, red energy surges around him. The spell manifests as streaks of pure force, striking the distant city with devastating explosions, illuminating the night sky. A blinding flash consumes everything. But just as quickly, the light dissipates, revealing a counterattack that shatters the ground, the unseen opponent's voice coolly confirming their success. Swallow lies defeated and bleeding on the broken earth, as the victor declares this the fate of any monster who dares challenge a human. The opponent's golden gauntlet glows with immense purple energy, a testament to the top-class magic they wield. Watching the devastating display, Garrett can only wonder if anyone could possibly stand against such power. A sharp, agonizing pain rips through Swallow, his vision blurring with streaks of red as he cries out in disbelief. He plummets through the air, a desperate scream tearing from his throat as the impact of the unseen attack sends him spiraling. The pain is overwhelming, a constant, burning agony that makes him question if he can endure. From the darkness, the white-haired figure with glowing green eyes emerges, their voice cold and dismissive as they reveal the extent of their brutality. Swallow's severed hands lie on the ground, a testament to the swift, merciless attack, as the figure scoffs at his suffering. Despair washes over him, and Swallow, once so powerful, can only beg for his life, clinging to the desperate hope of survival. The white-haired figure stands triumphantly over him, radiating a chilling aura, as Swallow's screams echo through the desolate space. His face is contorted in agony, blood staining his features as he succumbs to the overwhelming pain and defeat. Utterly broken, Swallow lies defeated on the ground, the white-haired figure standing as an unyielding monument to his downfall. Blood streaks across Renee's face as she stares, a chilling realization dawning on her. Any trace of Rena is being erased, Bathory. As she turns away, leaving bloody footprints behind, a desperate question forms in her mind. What is Renee supposed to do now? Slumped on the ground amidst the carnage, she wonders what could possibly be left for her. A profound weariness washes over her, the thought of falling asleep now, of succumbing to the exhaustion, a dangerous temptation. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the despair, a desperate cry for their leader. Her green eye snaps open, blood still splattered across her face as she processes the urgency. Standing upright, Renee cries out, demanding to know how this catastrophe could have happened to their leader. Nearby, Sir Swald kneels over the grievously wounded Swallow, whose hands are severed, desperately urging him to hold on, to get a hold of himself amidst the pooling blood. His face etched with anguish, Sir Swald insists that Swallow must just hold on, that he has to. Severely wounded, he lies prone on the ground, his body racked with pain, as Renee cries out, "It hurts. It hurts." A smear of blood across her cheek, she stares, her expression a mix of shock and confusion, unable to comprehend the devastation before her. Sir Swald cradles the injured man, urging him to compose himself, knowing he has lost too much blood, while Renee looks on, her concern palpable. She then turns her attention to a glowing blue crystal, its light shimmering, though she struggles to see it clearly, its presence a stark contrast to the grim reality. Sir Swald explains that it is a mana crystal, imbued with ancient magic, a powerful artifact that allows one to live. However, he lacks the mana to activate it himself, and instructs her that she must imbue it with her leader's power. As she looks at the crystal, a chilling realization dawns on Renee. It is the same kind of stone Bathory used, and the awful feeling associated with it resurfaces. With a surge of energy, the crystal glows intensely in her hand, a silent promise of life. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, glowing with an unnatural yellow light, a flicker of consciousness returning. Engulfed by shadowy tendrils and crimson energy, a figure cries out, overwhelmed by an unseen force. His scream intensifies, a guttural roar tearing from his throat as the power surges. From a distance, Woin Historia observes the struggle, noting the sheer number of enemies Run has accumulated, and how deeply his desire for revenge must run to overshadow such pain. Even in his current, desperate state, the demonic aura emanating from him remains incredibly potent. Woin Historia calls out to him, a single question hanging in the air. Approaching the struggling figure, he declares his actions are merely part of his assigned task. Ren, still writhing in agony, manages to question if Woin Historia intends to claim something from him. With a subtle smirk, Woin Historia embraces Ruin, triggering a massive, explosive burst of red and purple energy. A single tear falls from his closed eyes as he reveals his true intention. This act is merely a form of insurance, buying him precious time to make his escape. A dark, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes manifests, its voice a low murmur as it speaks of a sword and a resignation letter, threatening someone named Patrick. Its form distorts, revealing a grotesque, monstrous face with sharp teeth and a long, writhing tongue. The oppressive darkness of its presence continues to spread. Below its looming form, Renee lies defeated on the ground, her left eye numb, her will shattered, unable to muster the strength to fight an opponent that demands more than mere self-preservation. The monstrous face reappears, uttering a single, dismissive word. Pathetic. Renee is destined to pay the ultimate price, her very existence threatened with complete erasure. The shadowy figure continues to tower over her, its dark form casting a long, ominous shadow. A single word escapes its lips, a chilling still, that hangs heavy in the air. Its glowing red eyes fixate on her, issuing a final, absolute command. Don't you dare. Still defiant, she screams, her voice raw. Try to cover Lord Swallow's eyes with those dirty hands. A monstrous red eye glows, its gaze piercing, as a guttural sound rips through the air, refusing her plea. The shadowy entity fully manifests, a grotesque form of eyes and tentacles, its overwhelming presence heralded by a chilling shriek. With a sickening thud, she is violently thrown, her body twisting mid-air from the impact. Lying broken and defeated, a single thought echoes in her mind. If he finds out, he's mad. Under the pale moonlight, a quiet town sleeps, but a chilling question hangs in the night air. Will Lord Swallow be sad? The peaceful cityscape stretches out, unaware of the turmoil brewing. High above, his eyes glow a vibrant yellow, a silent intensity radiating from him. He soars through the night, surrounded by shimmering golden particles, a silent guardian over the sleeping city. Above the sprawling city, a faint, eerie green glow emanates from a distant structure, hinting at the unseen forces at play. Meanwhile, Renee, her face streaked with blood and her expression etched with pain, hears a voice ask, "Are you okay, Renee?" Indeed, when she had first faced her opponent, the situation had been grim, leaving her clutching a tattered piece of paper, a soft groan escaping her lips. The one who had appeared before her, now looking down with an imposing presence and eyes glowing with an intense yellow light, was none other than Lord Swallow. His dark cloak billowed around his legs, radiating an aura of immense power. A powerful purple aura flares around Swallow, his gaze fixed upwards. Plunging downward, he intercepts Renee in a desperate mid-air rescue. Her face streaked with blood, Renee looks up in disbelief, questioning if it could truly be Lord Swallow. As they continue their rapid descent, he holds her securely. Renee's mind races, unable to comprehend his presence here. She wonders if this impossible rescue is merely an illusion. Still disoriented from her fall, Renee lies helpless on the ground, a massive foot looming over her. A furious growl escapes Swallow, his eyes blazing with an intense yellow light. As he vows to make the aggressor pay, his features contort, teeth sharpening into vicious fangs. And he lunges forward, a blur of motion, striking the enemy with devastating force. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. As Swallow fully transforms, his body wreathed in a crackling purple aura, horns erupting from his head, declaring that his opponent has no idea who they are dealing with. Raw power surges, engulfing the area in a maelstrom of dark energy. Dark particles and streaks of light descend, signaling a profound shift in the atmosphere. Now fully transformed, Swallow unleashes a furious, guttural cry as he brutally assaults the monstrous creature. His transformed hand, tipped with sharp claws, glows with dark energy, while his eyes burn with an intense, predatory yellow. The creature screams in agony, its grotesque face contorted and bleeding from the relentless assault. Swallow stands triumphant over the monster, which is now impaled by multiple dark, jagged spikes, pinning it to the ground. The monster's single, red eye glows with a desperate, dying light, dark energy seeping from its wounds. Still screaming, its mangled jaw hangs open as Swallow's hand hovers menacingly close. He grips the creature's head, his expression cold and unforgiving. Dark, corrosive energy flows from his hand, consuming the monster's head with a final, sickening crackle. He lets out a dismissive sound, before unleashing a powerful, swift strike that slams into his target. The punishing blue energy radiates from his hand, engulfing the creature below. His attack detonates with immense force, shattering the very ground. All that remains is a field of shattered debris. As he observes the destruction, his hand still coated in the residual blue energy, he murmurs, "I see." The monster's remnants continue to fall into a deep crater, yet he senses something amiss. He ponders the unexpected resilience, realizing, "I was wondering how it kept regenerating." From the depths of the wreckage, a monstrous mouth emerges, its sharp teeth glinting as it defiantly snarls, "You." Despite the devastating attack, the monstrous entity lets out a guttural roar, its green eyes glowing with defiance. Swallow continues his assault, dark energy swirling around him, but the creature's multiple red eyes fixate on him, unyielding. A chilling realization dawns, as the monster's true nature is revealed. Its very power source is the mana of the mana itself, a core of pure, vibrant green energy. The impact of the previous attack echoes, and Swallow stands amidst the destruction, observing the creature's impossible resilience. With a sinister grin, the monster's maw opens once more, declaring that if its power source is known, then its next move will be easier. Its massive mouth begins to shift and contort, preparing for a new, more direct assault. The maw stretches impossibly wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes that pierce the darkness. One of its luminous yellow eyes narrows, locking onto its target with predatory focus. Then, with terrifying speed, it lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut. Footsteps echoed across the desolate, broken ground. As he walked, a bitter taste lingering in his mouth, he found himself muttering about how bad it tasted. A moment of quiet reflection passed. Before a familiar presence made itself known, the name escaping his lips, Renee. He looked down at her, as she reached out a hand towards him. There were so many things he had wanted to say upon seeing her again, but now that they were here, his words felt bland and meaningless. If she had known this would happen, she would have written a will or something. He understood her sentiment, recalling a green-haired woman he once met, and how that encounter had only caused problems, hadn't it? She remained silent, her expression unreadable. Looking up, a defiant expression crosses Swallow's face as he declares there is no way he would ever be sorry for what he did. Meanwhile, Renee, her back turned, offers a quiet apology, regretting her actions from a few days prior. Her bloodied hands clenched tightly, a silent testament to her inner turmoil. Swallow looks down at her, revealing that the mana of the mana is gone, no longer felt, but the core of the ancient beast still remains, its presence undeniable. As Renee looks up, her green eyes glowing with an intense light, he adds that this truth also applies to her. His face etched with distress, he confesses his need for her. Yet, turning his head away, he quickly retracts, denying any hatred for her, leaving the question of his true feelings hanging in the air. His silhouette stands stark against a brilliant light, a figure of unresolved emotion. As he reached out, a soft clinking sound accompanied his words, telling Renee he had something for her. What he presented was a small, golden charm. The very item she had left behind. A gasp escaped Renee's lips, her eyes widening in a mixture of shock and dawning realization. Overwhelmed, she collapsed into his arms, a soft thud echoing the weight of her emotions. Tears welled in Swallow's eyes as he held her, the memory of Renee's past fear washing over him. She had been so scared, feeling abandoned and hated by him, a painful truth that still resonated within her. But with a resolute expression, he promised he would never abandon her again. Turning, he urged her to come with him, ready to face whatever lay ahead together. As he reaches out, a faint shimmer of magic begins to coalesce around his hand. His thoughts already set on their destination, the ancient core. The world around them blurs into a soft, ethereal gradient. A question hangs in the air, wondering if the being before them could truly be a homunculus. Swallow recalls meeting her during the previous arson incident in Grafina, a memory that brings a thoughtful expression to his face. But then, he encountered her again at the lab, a small figure standing beside him. Sir Swald explains that he simply brought her along, feeling it was fate. This means she possesses all the knowledge from his previous research, and moreover, there's something else significant about her. He continues, noting how comfortable she is inside the room of the strongest boss monster of the ancient world, a place few could endure. Also known as the Ancient Dragons, due to the thick, dark energy flowing within this dungeon. Despite the challenges ahead, the mental fortitude to overcome any obstacle was within their grasp. As the discussion continued, Byrne, carrying his boss, inquired, wondering what their next move would be regarding the child. Swallow, however, had already made his decision. He would let her live, recognizing her talent and intending to teach her his own skills. He added that if she could also handle housework, they could simply leave her in peace. After all, she already possessed experience as a maid, making her suitable as a cook or for other tasks. Byrne, taken aback, quickly interjected, urging his boss to wait. He questioned who exactly was going to educate her. With a decisive gesture, Swallow pointed directly at him. Byrne reacted with a surprised sound, as his boss simply told him to cheer up. He cried out in despair, questioning why it had to be him, though he admitted it wasn't entirely untrue that he had been bored with nothing else to do. Renee, a homunculus, possesses innate abilities that differ significantly from others, holding many subconscious powers yet to be imagined. Considering this, Swallow muses, if boss is the child's name, then what was he even thinking when they first met? A small sound of discomfort escapes him, as he continues to contemplate the situation. Renee, meanwhile, simply states her given name, Lelo. Swallow questions if Lelo is her full name, nothing more, to which she calmly asks if he requires additional information. He then considers the idea, since he is her master, why not bestow upon her a new one? A thoughtful hum escapes him, as he processes the implications of this decision. Renee, observing his contemplation, prompts him, asking about her own name. With a final decision, Swallow declares that from now on, she will be known as Renee Lelo, a name that seems to bring a sense of quiet contentment, as indicated by a soft snore. Still focused on her new identity, Renee stands quietly as Byrne observes their dark boss, noting his continued slumber. He then addresses her, acknowledging the situation. A moment later, a thought stirs within him, and he decides to begin her training with a fundamental lesson, learning how to smile. Taking his words to heart, Renee attempts to form a smile, pulling at the corners of her mouth with her fingers. His eyes snap open, a cosmic backdrop reflecting his utter bewilderment as he questions, how she could possibly be smiling in such a situation. The surprise continues to ripple through him, wondering what on earth she could have done at Harson to make her shake so uncontrollably. His thoughts drift to the absurdity of the situation, musing if she had perhaps danced naked in the street, before concluding that there's always an exception to the laws of life. Byrne, now standing beside him with Renee perched on his head, asks about this exception, prompting him to internally wonder if Byrne had kidnapped a child, before dismissing it as a long story. He then thinks to himself that he wouldn't bother with something so troublesome. Slumped over a table, Swallow's thoughts drift to a past interaction, murmuring about a resignation letter he once gave to someone named Patrick, wishing it had been torn up instead. His inner turmoil manifests as a dark, shifting form, as he recalls the day he first encountered Renee at a human village. The memory shows her small figure looking up at his imposing monster form, and Byrne's voice cuts through his thoughts, asking if he had indeed asked her, and if she had been injured, to which Swallow simply replies that she had looked tired. His monstrous inner self then reflects on how he might be restricting and limiting Renee's life. A thought he dismisses with a firm no as he recalls her image. Byrne, sensing his deep contemplation, urges him to simply speak his mind if he's been thinking so vocally, prompting Swallow's inner self to resolve that from now on, things will change. Elsewhere, Sir Swald, ever the diligent subordinate, declares his resignation is ready, questioning who will manage the dungeon in his stead. Back with Byrne, he stands before a colossal, shadowy mass, pondering what to do next, concluding there's nothing left to be done. He pauses, however, realizing that since Renee's return is unknown, he must consider the implications. A soft ha escapes him as he finally understands the situation, accepting the necessity of his next action. It is always best to leave the boss alone when he is in such a state. Byrne turns and walks away from the monstrous form, believing that while it may be tough on Renee, she will ultimately be fine. His armored footfalls echo softly as he departs. Deep within the shadowy, cavernous interior of the entity, a faint sound or presence draws a questioning. A small, distant figure, Swallow, looks up, his voice echoing with a single word, who? From within his monstrous form, Swallow addresses Renee, his voice echoing as he speaks of the one she has been waiting for the most. Renee, ever loyal, questions if Lord Swallow has eaten yet, then asks if he wouldn't like to discuss it now. Her bright green eyes reflect the dim light, a silent testament to her unwavering attention. Swallow, still in his monstrous form, responds, his words hinting at a gift he has given her. He wonders if he truly went insane to give her such a thing, or if he was sincere enough to bestow it upon her, his glowing yellow eyes reflecting the internal conflict. The scene shifts to Swallow in his human form, slumped in a chair, murmuring to himself, recalling a time he gave a sword and wanted a resignation letter, hidden in someone named Patrick's ribcage, to be torn up. He stands over Renee, who kneels before him, a silent tableau of their enduring dynamic. His thoughts return to the resignation letter, muttering that he wants it torn up, if Patrick still possesses a heart. A tear traces a path down Renee's cheek as she whispers, I don't care when. His eyes glowing with an intense yellow light, Swallow commands her, just look at it properly. Then, a bright, almost childlike smile spreads across Renee's face, her hands clasped before her, as she thinks, now. Her unwavering loyalty echoes in her mind. I will always be with Lord Swallow. The scene shifts to a dark, cavernous space, dripping with moisture. A single, luminous drop descends through an ethereal, bright blue void. Before the scene shifts to a small, purple-haired demon child stirring awake in an unfamiliar bed. Disoriented, they sit up, their eyes wide with confusion, wondering aloud, where am I? What happened? A sudden, towering skeletal figure looms over them, eliciting a terrified shriek from the small demon. Scrambling away, the demon child cries out, believing themselves dead and facing the grim reaper in hell, but the skeletal guardian calmly corrects them, assuring them he is not that kind of thing. The revelation dawns on the demon child as a voice explains, this is the tomb of the ancient. The skeletal guardian, pointing a bony finger, acknowledges their quick understanding, remarking, you're quick to catch on. He then muses to himself, wondering when his boss will awaken, a question that hangs in the air. Finally, looking down at a source of glowing energy, the skeletal guardian calls out, boss, wake up. A small, purple-haired figure recoils in shock, as a massive, shadowy beast with glowing red eyes looms over them, its deep voice rumbling, you're awake. The child stares up, wide-eyed and trembling, barely able to form a word. For this was the owner of the core of the ancient and the embodiment of all things, the guardian of God who punishes those trembling in fear. The ancient beast that stands above all things, Lord Swallow. The child finally manages to exclaim. The sheer scale of the creature dominating the space. Recovering quickly, the small figure straightens, declaring, the king. No, I can't let it. My apologies. Let me introduce myself. The colossal beast simply gazes down, a faint glow around its eyes, stating, the 17th Demon King, Demon Asmodeus. Hello, like Korea. The child nods, a small smile forming. I already memorized it. It was catchy. A small demon child, facing the towering beast, wonders aloud how Lord Swallow could possibly know their name, questioning if Swald had been the one to tell him. A look of surprise crosses the child's face as a faint image of Swald appears in their mind. Still processing the situation, the child continues, asking if anyone has seen Swald, recalling his past deeds of punishing humans and retrieving the beheading gang. The small demon looks around in confusion as the towering, shadowy figure before them simply states, "It's me." Looking up at the immense presence, the child asks, bewildered, "Lord Swallow, what did you just say?" The monstrous form leans closer, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness, and a deep voice rumbles, "I am Swald." The revelation hangs heavy in the air as the small demon child stares up at the transformed figure in stunned silence. The child's expression shifts from surprise to utter disbelief, their small face contorting in shock. A wave of terror washes over the child, who cries out, "Hey, what disgrace are you talking about?" Still reeling from the shocking revelation, the small demon child questions if the towering beast before them is truly Lord Swallow, before correcting themselves, recognizing the monster as the one the Demon King had sent. Addressing the imposing figure, the child continues to speak of punishing the humans in liaise, while a smaller demon girl watches with a worried expression. Elsewhere, a skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes demands to know what vital information has been kept from them. Back with the demon child, Sir Swald, still in his monstrous form, looks down, seemingly contemplating their words. Later, under a canopy of stars, Sir Swald, now reverted to his human form, leads the demon child through a dark forest, instructing them to follow, to which the child quietly assents. They pass an ancient, vine-covered stone structure, a silent testament to forgotten history within the dense woods. Their journey brings them to the northern border of Graham Forest, a vast expanse of dark, ancient trees. Within its depths, a hand reaches out towards strange, glowing blue plants, as a voice expresses surprise and curiosity at the discovery. Deep within Graham Forest, the hooded explorer continued their cautious trek, observing the glowing blue flora and noting the abundance of herbs and mushrooms, despite warnings against entering the area. Suddenly, a faint thump and clack echoed through the quiet woods, causing the explorer to flinch back in surprise as a small, shadowy form darted into view. A wave of concern washed over them as they realized it wasn't just a creature, but a person, and they were gravely injured. With a pained grunt, the explorer quickly assessed the situation, realizing they had something that could help. Moving with a determined effort, their footsteps thudding softly, they leaned down, preparing to administer aid. Holding out a small bouquet of red healing herbs, the explorer intended to use them to treat the wounds. But before they could act, a sudden, brutal crunch echoed, as a violent impact sent blood splattering and knocked their lantern flying. The glowing lantern lay abandoned on the forest floor, its light now stained crimson. From the shadows of the dense foliage, a low, guttural gidgik sound emerged, as a shadowy figure with piercing, glowing eyes watched the scene unfold. After the harrowing encounter, the hooded figure walks away from the glowing forest, a quiet determination settling over them as they acknowledge the necessity to leave. The dungeon is a battlefield with no rules, only one truth prevailing, and if one is truly a monster, there should be no worry. Yet, Renee knows that silence from Lord Swallow's room is always a bad sign, and her bright green eyes gleam with mischievous determination. Suddenly, a distressed voice cries out, "No, I refuse. I am a free person monster." Having lived with him since before the Demon King's fall, and coming here specifically to spend time with him, Renee grabs Lord Swallow by his purple hair, pulling his head back as she declares, "Renee told you. Lord Swallow is coming down now." Still focused on her task, she declares that her presence is essential until Lord Swallow can finally fall asleep, a purple aura flaring around her. Meanwhile, Lord Swallow, lounging casually, expresses his intention to stick close to her, basking in her warmth and presence. He continues, finding Renee's conservative nature a bit too inflexible for his tastes. Suddenly, Burns' eyes widen in utter disbelief and horror, a cold sweat breaking out as he questions what he just heard. The shocking command echoes through the air, to call Renee a BOMER. Burns' horror intensifies, his face contorted in a silent scream as the gravity of the insult sinks in. He desperately cries out, warning that Renee will kill them, while the enraged homunculus herself appears, ready to unleash her fury. A narrative voice interjects, commenting on the difficulty of maintaining a minimal level of tension in such a chaotic situation. The thought concludes with a definitive statement, like hell it can be maintained. He murmurs from his desk, a quiet command echoing through the room, demanding that Patrick tear up the resignation letter he'd hidden away. However, his subordinate reminds him that he's in no position to be giving orders, as the outside world is currently in chaos, thanks to a certain someone. Looking up with a hint of annoyance, he questions just how bad the situation truly is. His subordinate, looking down, asks if he has even bothered to read the newspapers provided. As a skeletal figure, holding a newspaper, reveals news of villages on the border being attacked by monsters, a grim report that elicits a quiet, disgusted sound. The skeletal Sir Swald continues, his voice devoid of flesh, announcing that the Lord of Harston has committed suicide. As a direct consequence, Harston is now completely paralyzed, a development that sounds truly serious. He further explains that he has searched through human newspapers for weeks, but found only 3 articles mentioning Lord Harston. With his eye sockets glowing with an eerie blue light, he poses a chilling question. Do you know what this means? A wave of confusion washes over Byrne, who can only stammer a bewildered response, while Lord Swallow emits a low, questioning sound. His eyes glowing with an intense yellow light, Lord Swallow commands him to think before speaking, prompting Byrne to immediately prostrate himself, declaring his readiness to sacrifice his life at any moment. Still bowing deeply, Byrne continues his frantic apologies, directing them towards Patrick. With a low rumble, Lord Swallow turns his attention to Patrick, asking for his thoughts on the matter. Kneeling respectfully, Patrick admits he doesn't fully grasp the meaning, and thus has nothing to contribute. From his skeletal form, Sir Swald offers his own deduction regarding the unfolding events. He speculates that Harston might be intentionally isolated from outside information, then pointedly reminds Lord Swallow of his responsibility for the damage caused to the old Harston village. Lord Swallow can only manage a surprised sound, as the complete absence of media coverage for catastrophic news often signals something far more sinister. The core of the ancient forest, a vital strategic point, remains crucial for Harston's continued existence. And by keeping a close watch on it, they can gauge the true strength of the forest and the challenges it poses. However, Patrick warns, any further delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, Lord Swallow, in his demon form, collapses with a soft thud, muttering for his companions not to push themselves too hard, wishing them a safe journey. He insists they should go on without him, even if it means he'll have to catch up later. Patrick looks down at his lord, utterly bewildered, a surprised exclamation escaping him. Swallow, now curled up and fast asleep, explains that he simply needed to rest and can now continue his slumber. Patrick, however, questions his lord's decision, wondering if it wouldn't be too difficult for him to proceed alone. He suggests it would be better if at least one other person accompanied him. Even in his exhausted slumber, Lord Swallow's thoughts drift to his loyal death knight, Patrick, murmuring about a sword given and a resignation letter to be torn up. His dream quickly turns chaotic, as a monstrous, shadowy figure with multiple glowing eyes looms over him, leaving him stunned and calling out in confusion. This menacing presence is soon joined by a vision of Mel's, a powerful mage with deep purple hair and small horns, identified as Candidate 1. Her magic is described as incredibly dangerous, capable of devastating an entire village, as she unleashes a maniacal laugh, surrounded by a vibrant, glowing aura. The shadowy monster returns to the forefront, its red eyes glowing as it menacingly questions the fallen Lord Swallow, asking if he is merely a human. Amidst the chaos, another figure appears, Renee, a white-haired maid with bright green eyes, introduced as Candidate 2, who playfully suggests she should be with Lord Swallow. It becomes clear that Renee is actively restraining Mel's, who, in a distressed chibi form, pleads with her to be released. With the shadowy monster still lurking in the background, Renee firmly refuses, insisting that Mel's remains still. She explains that Mel's explosion magic is still a form of assistance, and reiterates her plea for Mel's to stay put, despite the underlying threat. Still caught in the throes of his dream, he murmurs, his voice laced with a familiar exasperation. Since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick. A sigh escapes the skeletal figure, who responds with a resigned, boss. I was already caught last time. The dream version of his subordinate seems to accept his fate, while the Lord of the Labyrinth, still in his rabbit-eared form, simply grumbles, I'm being dead, anyway. As the dream continues to unravel, a single, intense yellow eye snaps open, glowing with a fierce, almost predatory light. The rabbit-eared figure continues his internal monologue. If I look like I'm the best option, then alas, I can't use polygraphs that require a living being to breathe. The skeletal Patrick, ever loyal, simply states, it is true that you can't come with me. With a sudden, powerful shift, the rabbit-eared form transforms into a monstrous black dog, its jaws wide, declaring, now I can. The chaotic dream begins to fade, a voice echoing through the void, urging him to really get some sleep. Waking with a jolt, Lord Swallow sits up, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, the frustration from his dream still lingering as he mutters, you're really going to die painfully. Standing before him, the real Patrick, in his full Death Knight armor, remains silent as Lord Swallow continues, a wry smile playing on his lips. Haha, although you went through the trouble to inform me that I'm already dead. Still caught in the lingering annoyance of his dream, Lord Swallow murmured about the sword he had given Patrick, wishing the resignation letter hidden within his ribcage would simply tear itself apart. Even in this mental space, a voice seemed to respond, asking if he truly understood nothing, and if he couldn't return to the dreamscape. The voice continued, suggesting that if he possessed such a letter, he should be able to leave immediately. Snapping back to reality, Lord Swallow yelled at Patrick, insisting that wasn't the point, calling him a freak. As they continued their journey, Patrick announced their arrival under the starlit sky. Surveying the grand, imposing structure before them, Lord Swallow remarked that Patrick had truly done a number on this place. Patrick, ever the meticulous aide, began to explain that there were 4 simple ways to gauge the activity of a human village, prompting his boss to inquire further. He asked what those methods were. As they observe the human settlement, Patrick begins to outline their strategy, explaining that the first step is to understand the local market. He continues, detailing that the second step involves gathering information from the residents, though he notes that if an investigative team were already present, they would likely be too late. The third method, he explains, is to check the number of adventurers and subjugation parties registered on the request board, but this particular village lacks one. Meanwhile, a growing weariness settles over Swallow, who simply wishes to turn back. Unaware of his master's thoughts, Patrick concludes his list, adding the inn and pub as the final points of interest. Swallow, taken aback by the sheer detail of the plan, can only utter a confused sound. His patience finally snapping, he glares at Patrick, muttering a curse. Patrick, seemingly unfazed, begins to caution against high expectations, before abruptly shifting his attention to the innkeeper, inquiring about available rooms. Inside the inn, he surveys the surroundings, presumably awaiting a response. Patrick's glowing blue eye surveys the desolate surroundings, a single thought echoing in his mind. This place, he realizes, is far from a normal village. A low growl rumbles from him as his skeletal hand reaches out, sensing the unnatural presence lurking in the shadows. The growl intensifies as shadowy, monstrous figures emerge from the gloom, and Patrick's form begins to crackle with dark purple energy. His glowing eyes narrow, focused on the encroaching threats. With another guttural sound, he unleashes a torrent of purple lightning, striking the shadowy creatures. The lightning intensifies, engulfing the monsters in crackling energy. A final, massive burst of power erupts from him, obliterating the remaining threats in a flash of purple light. Standing amidst the dissipating shadows, he resolves that after this, they will head to the nearest capital, Lias, the very heart of human territory. He reflects on the current state of affairs, observing that humanity has grown weaker since the Black Calamity. As blue lightning crackles around him, he continues his assessment. This, he concludes, makes it the most opportune time to destroy the Empire. A powerful, unseen force seems to ripple through the air, emphasizing his declaration. A profound silence hangs heavy in the air, making the emptiness of the inn feel strangely significant. It seems the human presence here has been completely isolated. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword. As Sir Swald approaches the counter, where the inn owner stands waiting. With a knife clutched in his hand, the owner demands to know his reason for coming. Sir Swald calmly introduces himself as a knight of the Fitron Black Knights, from Netreville. Despite the introduction, the inn owner's expression betrays his suspicion that they might be assailants. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, he exclaims, apologizing for his earlier suspicion. As he ascends the inn's creaking stairs, the inn owner explains that there's no point in seeking a room for the night, as the entire town's establishments are closed. He asks if this is due to the Black Calamity, to which the inn owner responds with a sigh of understanding, confirming his suspicion. The inn owner apologizes for the inconvenience, explaining that even if there were rooms, none would be ready. Sir Swald simply hums an acknowledgement, observing that in the current dire circumstances, the cost of a room likely outweighs the cost of food. The inn owner, still feeling foolish, continues to apologize as Sir Swald walks past him. He then looks down at a gold coin Sir Swald has placed on the counter, hearing the knight ask if the rooms are still not ready. Startled, the inn owner looks up to see Sir Swald already at the top of the stairs, and quickly offers to show him the way. With a clanking of armor, the inn owner follows him up. As they reach the top, the inn owner begins to speak, but his words catch in his throat as he notices a cloaked figure standing silently behind Sir Swald, who turns, asking, "What me?" A knight, clad in heavy plate armor, surveys his surroundings with a critical eye. He addresses the inn owner, his tone firm, demanding to know what the man is doing, even as he acknowledges the owner's helpfulness despite his status. The inn owner, flustered, tries to explain, insisting that the slave cannot share the same room and that he intends to stay by the door. Inside the allocated room, the knight takes in the simple surroundings. A pleased expression crosses his face as he remarks that the room is better than he had anticipated. He then spots a young man already asleep in the bed, claiming it for himself, a rare moment of paying for a place by his own will. The inn owner agrees it's a good deal. Even in his sleep, the young man's thoughts drift, acknowledging that his shabby clothes and face would indeed lead others to mistake him for a beggar, and that it is better this way. He drifts through a restless sleep, haunted by the thought of being mistaken for a beggar once more, even as a subconscious murmur echoes a past command, to tear up a resignation letter hidden in Patrick's ribcage, a sword having been given as a token of trust. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the haze, urging him to wake. The insistent tone continues, questioning his desire for minimal movement. Snapping awake, he retorts with an emphatic, "Of course." A sigh escapes him as he laments his fate, wishing to be reborn as an unmoving rock in his next life. Patrick, however, finds his master's reasoning quite unreasonable, his expression conveying a mix of exasperation and duty. Swallow warns Patrick not to push his luck from day one, just as Burns steps into the room, offering a polite greeting. His armored boot lands softly on the floor. As he fully enters the chamber, addressing his boss with a respectful, Much. Under the cloak of night, mages are free to roam as they please, their power unconstrained by the sun's gaze. Yet, the very reason for the black calamity that scarred this world was the hubris of the great mages themselves, with the imperial families siding with the darkness, leading to their inevitable destruction. The heavy burden of responsibility for that calamity then fell upon the shoulders of Lord LL and the monster. A cloaked figure observes the ruins of a city, thinking to himself, what an idiot. He destroyed it all. Before the crystal was ultimately destroyed, both Lord LL and Lord Strix had already perished, leaving the cloaked figure, Patrick, to ponder. So who is the Lord of Marsden now? He considers the obvious fact that the imperial family had lost all power, and the Black Calamity had left everything in disarray, leading him to conclude that Strix's younger brother should logically inherit the title. Patrick muses, his glowing eyes fixed on the book in his hand. It's quite curious, all this time. With a decision made, he declares, well then, let's go take a look at the new lord, shall we? The imposing structure of the Lord of Marston's castle looms under a dark sky. Inside, the clank of armored boots echoes softly as he makes his way through the castle's interior. Observing the patrolling guards, he notes the security is far tighter than anticipated. Scaling a wall with practiced ease, he considers eliminating the guards but decides against it, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. Moving swiftly along the rooftops, he reiterates his preference for a cautious approach. With a silent whoosh, he leaps across a wide chasm between buildings, his destination a specific place he had in mind from the start. As he observes a guard below, he senses something humans cannot perceive. Approaching a doorway bathed in an ethereal blue glow, he declares it's time for the sleeping Lord of Marston's corpse to finally be put to rest. Stepping through the glowing portal, he begins his descent into the unknown depths. A deep, inky blackness stretches out, with faint, ethereal particles drifting through the void. From within a surprisingly comfortable bed, a voice muses on the unexpected pleasantness of this particular dungeon. As Swallow stirs, still half asleep. Yet, the tranquility is short-lived, as he grumbles about the constant interruptions to his rest. Just as a series of insistent knocks echo from beyond his door, followed by a polite inquiry for the Sir Knight. Opening the door, Swallow is met by a distinguished, bald man in a suit, who immediately clarifies that he's not there for a fight, but because his master requested his presence, adding with a slight smile that a good disciple should always be useful, especially one of such high value. The man then realizes their lack of formal introduction, extending his hand and introducing himself as Novan Hedeker, inviting Swallow to simply call him Mr. Novan. Novan Hedeker addresses the man before him, who simply states, I'm Swald. Novan then adds, right, Swald. I hope you're not doing anything when you go downstairs. As Swald prepares a small meal, Novan asks, is the situation in Harston really that bad? He explains that, as the name suggests, it was a calamity, and most of the residents who fled Harston lost their homes. The tragedy was profound. And immediately after the incident, the lord of the region committed suicide. After that, Harston was left completely empty, with only the wind whistling through its deserted streets. Swald muses, I don't know what I'm doing here, in a place like this, before concluding, but it'd be best to leave as soon as I'm done going to do the errands, right? Novan hums thoughtfully, then tells Swald, you should know well yourself. As he ponders what happens to a person, a sudden, sharp impact echoes. As the conversation is abruptly cut short by a sudden, powerful impact, a heavy thud echoes through the air, the sound of something significant landing with force. For, as the old adage goes, when they are cornered, a figure with long, flowing red hair and eyes that glow with an intense yellow light gazes down from a high window, a faint hum of power emanating from them. From a high vantage point, a figure with vibrant red hair descends into a lavish room, landing softly with barely a sound. A smirk plays on his lips as he takes in his surroundings, a silent acknowledgement of his successful infiltration. He notes the opulent decor, realizing these must be outsiders, judging by their attire and the fact they occupy the inn's most expensive room. His gaze drifts to the luxurious fabrics and intricate details of the room, before settling on two figures in the distance, their silhouettes confirming they are indeed dressed like people with a ton of money. He then glances down at his own attire. A look of mild disgust crossing his face as he wonders, are these clothes disgusting? He recalls a past moment, a stern command to Patrick to tear up a resignation letter, a memory that brings a slight murmur of annoyance, yet he can't help but wonder if holding on to such things might eventually lead to a raise or a bonus. Suddenly, a hollow thud echoes as a hidden floor panel opens, revealing a dark, empty space beneath, leaving him to question what exactly lies within. A wave of unease washes over him, his expression twisting into a grimace as he realizes the gravity of the situation. He scans the room, a growing suspicion forming in his mind, wondering if everything has been taken, if they simply abandoned the place. Moving to a nearby wooden cabinet, he pulls open a drawer, the soft click of the mechanism echoing in the quiet room. His eyes widen in surprise at its contents, a sudden realization dawning on him that they wouldn't have simply left. A shiver runs down his spine, his gaze fixed on the unsettling discovery. His voice barely a whisper, he questions the nature of what he has found. A soft murmur escapes him. As his hand delves into the hidden compartment, a voice echoing in his mind. Since I gave you that sword, I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick. Meanwhile, far from the discovery, Patrick stands before a grand castle, his thoughts betraying a hint of boredom. I'm becoming bored. I didn't ask for a lord's castle. What kind of toy is this, master? A frustrated sigh escapes him as he continues to observe the imposing structure. Sigh? I was planning on catching a glimpse of the new lord's face, but… Back in the room, Swallow lies on the bed, his expression one of mild disappointment. But security was tighter than anticipated, so I was forced to return empty-handed. Patrick, now standing beside the bed, questions his master. Boss, did you overlook something? So you expect that I'll fail? Swallow's eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. What kind of monster has been outsmarted by a mere human? What from the start, my owner didn't know about? Suddenly, Patrick's skeletal face contorts in shock, his glowing blue eyes widening at something unseen. He gasps, utterly bewildered. What's that? What is this? Boss, I'm shocked that you actually did something. Swallow, now sitting up and holding a small, glowing skull-like object, chuckles softly. I'm surprised too. I didn't know this was here. No one knew about this. From a high window, Patrick observes the distant castle, noting that the previously open window is now closed, and the other windows remain shut. Meanwhile, back in his room, Swallow stirs awake, confused by Patrick's question, wondering what he could possibly be talking about, as he hadn't touched the windows. Patrick dismisses the idea of a ghost opening the window, insisting that such a thing is impossible. Still groggy, Swallow can only speculate, muttering that a ghost, a robber, or someone else must have opened it. A sudden, chilling realization dawns on him, his eyes widening in alarm. He frantically tears through his bedsheets, searching desperately for something. Standing beside the bed, he cries out in dismay, his coat is gone. He then yanks open a drawer, only to find that his sword has also been stolen. Patrick, now standing nearby, calmly asks what exactly was stolen, as Swallow stares in disbelief at the empty drawer. A low murmur escapes Patrick, his glowing blue eyes fixed on something unseen, a faint crack visible on his cheek. As if in response to his thoughts, glowing red text appears, declaring, MYRIB. A soft thud echoes in the silence. Meanwhile, under a dark archway in a desolate street, a figure with long, vibrant red hair stands cloaked in shadow. She looks down, her voice a quiet declaration, when this broke is good enough. Turning her head, Rosalina acknowledges a blonde-haired companion behind her, a soft rustle accompanying her movement. The companion, his face etched with concern, questions her. And where have you been out so late? He continues, his tone firm. I told you not to wander around by yourself. Rosalina looks forward, her expression resolute as she replies. It wasn't for no good reason. This time, for the sake of everyone. Still defending her actions, Rosalina insists, her late-night endeavors were for the sake of everyone. Though her companion, Byrne, questions the point of wasting her stamina and making herself hungry for such a vague cause. A low growl escapes him as Rosalina tries to clarify, that wasn't what she meant. She gently chides him, telling him not to be too harsh, to which he responds with a deferential, be boss. Byrne asserts that she was wrong, believing that thieves shouldn't fear anything, nor should they have anything to get angry over, a sentiment punctuated by another low growl. As Byrne continued his questioning, he held up a peculiar object, demanding to know if Rosalina had stolen it. She responded with a sarcastic, self-deprecating remark, acknowledging her forgetfulness and desire to contribute. Ignoring her flippant tone, he pressed further, specifically inquiring about the rib and where she had acquired it. Rosalina vaguely gestured, mentioning the rib on the arm street. She then elaborated, explaining that she had found it in a very expensive room, where it was kept clean and stored in a drawer, implying it wasn't a valuable artifact. Byrne's gaze sharpened, his voice dropping to a serious tone as he simply uttered her name, his expression conveying the gravity of the situation. The object in question was then revealed in a stark close-up, identified unequivocally as the rib of a human. Rosalina stood, her cloak draped around her, her composure shattering as she frantically denied any wrongdoing, insisting she didn't know what had been done or what the rib truly was. Byrne, however, remained unconvinced, questioning if she had purchased it for a mere $1, to which she vehemently denied, still unable to accept that it could be human. With a swift motion, Byrne pulled back Rosalina's cloak, revealing the shocking truth of where the rib had been hidden, leaving her utterly stunned. Byrne confirms his earlier statement, holding up the bone, which he identifies as an item used for black magic or other occult purposes. His brow furrowed with concern, he considers the dark implications of such an item, wondering if anyone would deliberately collect human remains in a world overflowing with those who imprison others for their own gain. Rosalina, visibly shaken, protests that it couldn't possibly be a human bone or from someone who was once human. The bone itself seems to pulse with a faint, dark energy, suggesting a sinister origin, making it even more dangerous if it belonged to a necromancer or black magic practitioner. Its aura swirling ominously. He concludes that the object is undeniably perilous, not to mention the cheap and shabby clothes she wears. His gaze then falls upon her cloak, noting its quality, fit for a beggar. And with a swift motion, he pulls it away from her. The action reveals the stunned young woman beneath, now exposed and vulnerable, leaving Byrne with a shocked expression. Still addressing Rosalina, Byrne's voice carries a hint of disbelief, reminding her that the bone she had taken, the one she claimed not to understand, was in fact a human ribcage. But her attention, rather than the grim implications of his words, drifts to something else entirely, her eyes widening at the sight of glowing gold coins, wondering aloud how much they were worth to her boss. Byrne, his expression tightening with annoyance, quickly dismisses her mercenary thoughts, declaring that this was hardly the time for such trivial happiness. As he turns and walks away, Rosalina's internal monologue continues, a slight pout on her face as she laments the considerable effort she put into acquiring the item. Meanwhile, Byrne's thoughts drift to the customers staying at the luxury inn, a place now crumbling and in disarray. A wave of regret washes over him, wishing he had noticed the true nature of the situation sooner. Rosalina, oblivious to his growing frustration, gazes down at the glowing human rib in her hand, content that her precious items were proving profitable. Byrne's thoughts continue to tally the losses, from the luxurious fabrics of the ruined clothing to the gold coins now scattered. He concludes with a grim realization that they had clearly provoked someone they should never have crossed. A new scene unfolds as Swallow, with a casual air, addresses unseen figures before him, greeting them as thieves. Standing steadfastly behind him, Patrick's deep voice echoes, making it clear their purpose is to reclaim what was taken. Swallow, looking up from his prone position, admits he was truly looking forward to seeing everyone again. As he stands over the kneeling Death Knight, his first order of business is to ensure everyone's safety, commanding them to look safe. A moment later, he lets out a sigh of relief, realizing he himself has survived. He then questions if the clothes Patrick is wearing were given to him by Renee, before reiterating his profound relief. Patrick, still kneeling, expresses concern about Renee's potential anger, then calls out to his boss. Swallow, however, declares that this is the end of the line, ordering everyone to stay exactly where they are. Patrick calls out again, then questions if he is truly the boss, seeking confirmation of his master's identity. Sir Swald questions how they were found, to which Swallow simply replies with a thoughtful, "I wonder." Byrne observes that their enemies seem to be learning from their mistakes, while Swallow, looking weary, states his desire to rest. Byrne, with a hint of playful deference, grants him permission, acknowledging their continuous movement until this moment. Sir Swald remarks that the bad guys chose the wrong people to steal from, though he admits it is still too early to fully return to normalcy. Byrne then presses for a guarantee that their attackers won't return, a point Swallow concedes is valid. Sir Swald expresses his outrage that even after escaping Tracker, they were found again, questioning the audacity of their pursuers. Rosalina, observing the situation, concludes it would be impossible for mere humans to achieve such a feat, confirming her suspicions with a quiet, "Sure enough." Renee, startled, questions if this could be the work of black magic. Swallow then addresses the unseen, asking if they are indeed beings who live in the dark. Lying slumped over a table, a low murmur escapes him as he thinks of Patrick, recalling the sword he'd given him, and the resignation letter he'd hidden in his ribcage. Meanwhile, in another location, Rosalina observes the surrounding darkness, noting that it feels quite deep, almost as if it's a manifestation of black magic. Byrne agrees, adding that this big bone is important to her, and just as important to him, as it's his body. Back with Swallow, a smirk plays on his lips as he dismisses the idea of black magic, insisting it's merely a part of his own being, something more important than mere magic. Suddenly, a powerful, unseen force slams into their surroundings, erupting in a burst of blue energy and splintering impact lines. Rosalina cries out in alarm, calling out a name as the attack hits. Sir Swald, reacting swiftly, commands everyone to evacuate, especially those unable to move on their own. Another devastating blow lands, the blue energy flaring even brighter as the unseen assault continues. A figure is violently thrown back by the force, crying out in agony as they clutch their ribs. An armored assailant, clad in dark, heavy plate, effortlessly intercepts a projectile with a gauntlet hand, glowing particles scattering from the impact. Caught off guard, Sir Swald is sent reeling backward, a cry of shock escaping him as he loses his footing. He tumbles through the air, debris flying around him from the force of the unseen blow. Yet, even as he falls, Sir Swald retaliates, a burst of blue energy erupting from his own gauntlet as his attack connects with the assailant's armor. The armored figure merely glances down at the small, intact stone lying at their feet, dismissing the attack as utterly harmless. Sir Swald, now regaining his balance, stares in disbelief, realizing the futility of his strike. The armored assailant then raises a heavy boot, preparing to crush the projectile. With a decisive stomp, the stone is pulverized beneath the armored foot. A gauntlet hand clamps around Sir Swald's neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air as he lets out a pained grunt. Suspended helplessly, the armored assailant questions if he possesses any proper weapons. From an unseen location, a voice asks what should be done with the captive, to which Lord Swallow replies that there's no need to keep up the role-playing. As the armored figure holds him steady, another armored ally suggests simply knocking him out for now, The first assailant then asks if he wishes to live, while the other insists that the captive should be thoroughly punished. Sir Swald struggles internally, wondering if he'll ever be able to control his strength, feeling utterly weak in this moment. Meanwhile, the armored assailant casually crushes the blue energy projectile Sir Swald had launched, shattering it into glowing fragments. As the last remnants of his attack dissipate, Sir Swald's eyes blaze with an intense blue light, and a powerful aura erupts from his body. Lord Swallow's voice echoes, assuring him that if he tries hard enough, it will surely work out. Half a day has passed since Lord Swallow departed, a fact Byrne notes with a sigh. While Renee, looking up from her thoughts, confirms the time, her mind still fixated on his whereabouts and whether she was simply overcome by curiosity. Byrne tries to reassure her, insisting that a being as great as Lord Swallow would never skip a meal, even in a dangerous realm. His patience wears thin as she continues to fret, a silent frustration evident in his clenched hand. He reiterates his point, but Renee's worry persists, leading him to finally exclaim, "Enough." Meanwhile, the narrative shifts to acknowledge Lord Swallow as an ancient monster at the peak of all things, accompanied by a Death Knight who takes the reins of death. Under the cold gaze of the full moon, a profound suffering permeates the air, a burden carried since the moment a certain sword was bestowed. Lying on the ground, Lord Swallow murmurs, his voice strained, "I want you to tear up that resignation letter you hid in your ribcage, Patrick." The Death Knight, standing over him, responds with a detached tone, as this. "You were quite impressive for a human. It was quite the surprise for me, for a moment there." He continues, his armored form unmoving. "In any case, I should not have. It's best we deal with this quickly. We can't waste time." As a gauntlet hand reaches down, the Death Knight addresses his master, "So, boss." Lord Swallow, his eyes glowing with desperate energy, protests, "Please don't lie down already. You lie down too well, Patrick. It's more comfortable than you think." The Death Knight pauses, a hint of regret in his posture as he mutters, "Sorry." Swallow's face contorts in anguish, his glowing eyes welling up. "I'm sorry. I was the one who fell." Now kneeling, hands clasped in a desperate plea, he cries out, "Teach the others have nothing to do with this. So please." Still on the ground, Lord Swallow desperately pleads for the others to be spared, but Patrick's voice cuts through his anguish, asking if he truly believes they can escape consequences simply because he fled. Swallow tries to interject, but Patrick continues, reminding him of the relentless actions of their enemies. A sudden realization dawns on the Demon Lord, a flicker of his former authority returning as he declares, "Out of the bag, right? Patrick, go sort it all." The Death Knight's hand reaches out, a silent acknowledgement of the command. And his voice, devoid of emotion, confirms his unwavering loyalty. Of course. As Patrick turns to leave, a profound transformation begins to ripple through Lord Swallow, his form shifting, his hair now a vibrant crimson, his eyes glowing with a fierce, demonic light. Rising to his feet, the newly empowered Demon Lord issues a chilling warning. "If you get any closer, I really will." His sharp, red eyes narrow with intense focus, a palpable aura of power radiating from his transformed body. As he clutches a glowing, ornate object, its light reflecting in his menacing gaze. A metallic structure hums with a faint blue glow as a hand reaches out, presenting something. His transformed red eyes glowing intensely, Swallow demands an explanation. He points to the glowing, ornate artifact now held before him, asking, "Where did you get this from?" It is Patrick, clad in dark armor with glowing blue eyes, who holds the strange item. The artifact itself is a rosary, intricately shaped like a crowned phoenix, said to represent a powerful deity. As it glows with an ethereal light, Patrick continues, "What's more, the mana pouring out of this." He reveals the nature of the energy, its surveillance mana. Swallow lets out a surprised sound, as Patrick emphasizes the artifact's rarity, surveillance mana. "This is something not even a commander can get their hands on, sir." Suddenly, Patrick's attention snaps elsewhere, and he calls out, "Boss." "What?" Patrick holds the struggling Swallow, who declares, "The residents of Eriton are being hunted by someone." The rosary, which had been held by the fleeing girl, now releases a surge of surveillance mana. This implies the artifact only operates under certain conditions, and if those are disregarded, they might be. Unable to discern what the surveillance mana is actually scanning, Patrick ponders, looking down. Swallow remarks that this isn't even a village of magic, yet he's seen both magic stones and now an item with surveillance capabilities. For now, Patrick suggests they change their approach to monitoring mana, asking his boss to cooperate. "Do we have to?" Swallow asks, looking down at the kneeling Death Knight, wondering how he plans to deal with this situation. Obviously, he replies with a hint of resignation. Patrick, however, has already conceived of an amazing solution for his boss. Patrick remains still, his arm resting on the surface, as he processes the implications of the Phoenix Rosary and his proposed solution. An armored figure offers a quiet apology for earlier events, clarifying that their actions were not due to theft, but rather an imperial order to leave no trace and avoid stirring up trouble. The mention of an imperial order leaves Sir Swald and Rosalina stunned, wondering about the true state of the world. The armored assailant then reveals the truth. They are part of the imperial family's personal shadow organization. With a subtle gesture of their armored hand, they name themselves the Shadow Knights of Roano's Mist. Rosalina and Sir Swald exchange a look of disbelief, the name Shadow Knights echoing in their minds. The armored figure, having revealed his affiliation, offers a reassuring laugh, telling them they can rest easy, as he has no intention of harming them right now. Still processing the implications, Sir Swald ponders the true reason for a knight's sudden appearance. The armored figure then clarifies his mission, stating they are there to save Harston. He explains that their previous actions were due to an imperial order to avoid detection, and that their presence is based on imperial intelligence. Sir Swald, his expression grim, admits he needs more details but struggles to contact the captain, acknowledging the severity of the problem and the reliance on the knight's abilities for Harston's relief. The armored figure then challenges him, asking if he's ready to return and demonstrate his strength. Rosalina, hearing the exchange, realizes the full implication. The knight isn't directly serving the imperial family, but is here specifically to save Harston. As a murmuring crowd gathers around them, the armored figure, holding a person, loudly proclaims that His Majesty has not abandoned them. Seeing the knights surrounded and the growing unrest, Rosalina decisively calls out to the crowd, urging them to help the knights. Sir Swald lies sprawled on the floor, a murmur of thought escaping him as he muses on the ease with which humans can be swayed, how few ever truly overcome their own self-justification, and the prospect of finally building a new life. Standing over him, the armored figure, the Shadow Knight, asks if they should return now. The knight dismisses the idea, stating this is merely the beginning, with many more tasks yet to be handled. Sir Swald, still on the ground, acknowledges the knight's efforts, but his expression darkens as he points out the incident was their doing, reminding them of his previous warnings against causing trouble. The armored knight offers a non-committal response, then asks if he's referring to something specific, only to quickly brush it off as nothing important. With a commanding tone, the knight orders Sir Swald to rise from the floor and get to work, asserting that since things have escalated this far, he too must contribute. Sir Swald's hand clenches, a silent testament to his frustration. Now kneeling, Sir Swald challenges the knight's seriousness, questioning why they can't simply handle the task themselves. Standing alongside Byrne and another armored figure, Sir Swald declares his intention to take care of their leader. He addresses the figure beside him, a hint of resignation in his tone, suggesting they must now coexist with humans. The very idea twists his expression into a grimace, as he echoes the sentiment with disbelief. Get along with humans? A purple-haired maid, standing among the armored figures of Byrne and two other knights, attempts to reason with him, explaining that it simply can't be helped, boss. He questions the necessity, wondering what he did wrong, but she insists that they are gaining more freedom than humans just from a glance. His eyes narrow in irritation, demanding if she just called him a beggar, to which she quickly clarifies it was merely an example, reminding him that this is the path to his return. As the group continues their journey, he muses that acting like one of them might indeed be the only way forward. A weary sigh escapes him, as he internally comments on the human tendency to spend all day sleeping. Meanwhile, a black-haired woman in a sharp suit walks through a desolate landscape, observing the bastards whose mana is leaking out and lamenting that she could never find the will to do anything about the pervasive threat. Her expression remains grim, as she concludes, "This is literally." Back with him, a surge of power causes his hand to glow, as he exclaims with fierce frustration, "I know, right? My normal life, right?" An armored figure, the one who had previously given orders, speaks with a tone of caution, acknowledging the difficulty of their current task. He reminds his subordinate that the idea of engaging with humans was his own, and therefore, the initiative must come from him. The other armored figure, the subordinate, responds dutifully, eager to return home, confirming his understanding and obedience to his master. The commander continues, emphasizing the need for patience, even if the humans prove to be wary of their presence. The subordinate simply hums in acknowledgement, absorbing the instructions. The commander reiterates the core challenge, knowing that befriending humans will be a significant hurdle. The subordinate then shifts the topic, inquiring about the commander's past, asking if he was also a Shadow Knight in Kono's Mist. The commander, in turn, poses a question about his subordinate's origins, wondering if he came from Lai's if he was an Imperial Knight. The subordinate continues his line of questioning, noting the commander's unusual attire, and asking why he isn't wearing armor like the other knights. Swallow lies sprawled on the floor, a murmur escaping him as he addresses Patrick, reminding him of the sword he was given and the resignation letter he still hides. His eyes glowing with a fierce yellow light, he lets out a frustrated curse, the pressure of his situation clearly weighing on him. A dark thought crosses his mind, wishing he could simply devour everyone in his path. Later, seated at a table with three skeletal figures, Swallow sighs, instructing them to go out and make some friends. He forces a smile, repeating to himself that he must play nice. Turning to Patrick, he asks what has piqued his curiosity. As a small child approaches them, Swallow questions if Patrick has ever had the chance to meet a human before. Patrick, seemingly flustered by the child's presence, responds with a hesitant, Sir Knight. Meanwhile, Rosalina stands with a furious expression, her red hair flowing around her, as Sir Swald and Burn look on in the background, accusing someone of stealing her things. Swallow, looking utterly exasperated, confirms that he has handled the situation, assuring himself that everything is now fine. Suddenly, the armored assailant, the Devil's champion and a top-ranking member of the boss monster's army, addresses him, declaring that he has been called to Swallow and that the boss will offer all possible assistance. The champion then reminds Swallow of their shared objective, confirming that their purpose is to save Neroth. With a determined expression, the armored figure explains that if Swallow wishes to return to his former state, it would be quicker for him to prepare himself than for the champion to explore on his own. Internally, Swallow's thoughts are a torrent of refusal, repeating, "I don't want to," over and over, even as the champion offers to guide him to the core instantly, prompting an exasperated, "No. Why are you telling me to do this now?" His eyes glowing with barely contained frustration, Swallow hears the champion's motivation, a reward from their majesty for a job well done. With a sudden shift in demeanor, his glowing eyes now reflecting a determined resolve, Swallow declares the explanation perfectly reasonable and agrees to join immediately. As glowing particles drift around them, the armored assailant turns and begins to walk away, leading the way. The armored assailant leads Swallow through a dark, desolate area, guiding him down a dimly lit street, as the armored figure states, "First, I'll show you the private residences." Standing before a heavy, ancient door, adding, "Once you open this door, you'll understand." Swallow reaches out, his fingers brushing against the cold, rough wood. The door creaks open slowly, revealing a blinding light from within as the two step across the threshold. Inside, a chilling truth is revealed. Two people had starved to death. Their emaciated bodies lie intertwined on the floor, a stark testament to their suffering. The armored assailant explains the grim reality. There's no food left. They were cut off from one's neighbors around here, while Swallow observes the scene, murmuring, "Starving to death, huh?" The narration then shifts to a broader perspective, revealing an abnormal mana presence that has plagued the area from the beginning, with the castle now under the rule of the Majesty. Even after the devastation, the residents of Neristor still cling to their weapons. A grim testament to the lingering effects of the Black Calamity, which had been more than enough to plunge the region into a devastating famine. Burns surveys a desolate room, wondering how anyone could have been crushed to death so utterly powerless. It has been a full month since the Black Calamity first struck Neristor, and the silence here is unnerving. He muses on the eerie quiet of the place, and why the residents still haven't given up their weapons. Turning to his companion, he asks if he isn't curious about these unsettling facts. Within a dimly lit chamber, a round table stood empty, awaiting its occupants. Soon, Lord Swallow and Rosalina were seated, the former murmuring about the annoyance of having to deal with the humans' petty squabbles, especially after entrusting them with such an important task. He then firmly stated that such thoughts were unacceptable, as Lord Swallow had personally entrusted the dungeon to them. From a distance, Renee pondered aloud, wondering what could possibly be more important than protecting the dungeon. Swallow, however, countered that the current situation was proof that they had received a proper reward for their efforts, and that their loyalty was definitely not for sale. Rosalina, looking confused, could only manage a soft, questioning sound, while Swallow continued, explaining that if they were to lose their current position, they would have nothing left. Renee, still observing, then added her own thought, reminding them that a cat thief should always be on guard. She continues her vigilant watch, muttering about the unpredictable nature of humans. As the magical observer's eye, a crucial part of their defenses, assures herself that she's always on the lookout, even planning another patrol. Suddenly, a faint magical symbol appears on Swallow's cheek, indicating that someone has broken through their defenses. He quickly deduces that since the magic gaze is no longer functioning, the intruder must be alone. A surprised "huh" escapes him, as his cup clatters to the table, spilling its contents. They are coming. A figure descends, surrounded by a crimson aura and dark energy, as the rhythmic click of high heels echoes through the space. The sound draws the attention of Renee and Swallow, who look on with concern, wondering if it's the observer's eye. As the clicking continues, a calm voice asks Renee if she has been well. The source of the intrusion is revealed, a woman with flowing red hair and a commanding presence, radiating a potent purple aura. She is Elizabeth Bathory, the crime queen, a boss monster of one of the 7 malevolent dungeons. Recovering from the surprise, Renee apologizes for their lack of proper welcome, explaining that had they known in advance, she could have prepared something. Elizabeth dismisses the apology, acknowledging her own unannounced arrival. Elizabeth Bathory leans forward, her gaze fixed on the boss monster, explaining that if he wishes to welcome her, he must give her his name. Swallow, holding a teacup, simply murmurs, "That's." Elizabeth then sighs, finding it a shame that he hasn't introduced himself, before asking, "Anyway, who's the new face?" She continues, her expression playful, "If you're speaking to me, I'm the supreme ruler of one of the 7 demon kings." The narration box then clarifies her identity, the descendant of Asmodeus, Nilda Lamf Agria, also known as Bathory, the boss of Chaste Castle. Elizabeth then adds, almost as an afterthought, "Oh, I didn't introduce her to you, huh? This is Bathory, the boss of one of Chaste Castle." As Swallow processes this, Renee approaches, her voice filled with concern. Lord Renee. She continues, explaining that if he stays here as a freeloader, he won't be able to see the faces of all the dungeon bosses, and urges him to come with her to the main hall, where there's more food. Elizabeth, observing the exchange, then asks Swallow, if you're a freeloader, then you must be the core of the ancient right? As Elizabeth continued her unsettling inquiries, he could only offer a quiet, almost reluctant, response. Well, not yet. Her gaze unwavering, the crime queen mused. Where's the fun in no emotions and reactions? She then shifted the topic, mentioning that the villagers had stepped out for a bit, causing him to react with a surprised, what? A knowing look crossed her face as she acknowledged his confusion. I see. She continued, her tone laced with suspicion. Did they leave knowing what situation they're in? From the side, Renee, her expression filled with concern, interjected, what happened? Elizabeth's long, manicured fingers tapped lightly on a golden goblet as she revealed the grim truth. The village near Chait Castle was wiped out. The village had been completely destroyed, leading to the assumption that the humans must have fled, but Elizabeth added, her voice low, but there were no bodies. They all disappeared. It wasn't a flight. The lingering blood aura confirmed the village had been consumed in the same moment, as if making a feast. Elizabeth Bathory's thoughts lingered on the unsettling situation in Harston, the implications of the vanished villagers weighing heavily on her mind. The imposing walls of a distant castle stood silent under the moonlit sky, as she considered the chilling possibility of what could have caused such a complete disappearance. Her glowing red eyes narrowed slightly, pondering how all the bodies could have vanished in an instant. A single, unsettling question formed in her mind. Could it be the undead? A faint smirk touched her lips as she considered the implications, realizing that to consume people whose mana was far less than her own would require a specific kind of power. It was a known fact that most undead possessed no intellect, acting merely on instinct. Yet, a skeletal figure, cloaked in dark robes and emanating a chilling blue aura from its glowing eyes and hand, suggested a different truth. These were the undead known by the special title of Elder, and their organized movement indicated that someone was undoubtedly leading them. A shadowy mass of figures looms in the darkness, an indistinct army of the dead. From their midst, a towering, dark silhouette emerges, the very presence of Greyroth, the lord of the undead, the immortal king. Elizabeth Bathory, her back to the viewer, considers the implications, suspecting that this being is behind the recent disappearances. Later, seated across from Renee, she hums thoughtfully, the weight of the situation heavy on her mind. While Elizabeth has no objection to their plan, she needs a clear answer from Lord Swallow, whose judgment she trusts, but whom she cannot easily contact. Renee presses, asking if there's truly no way to persuade him, especially with the evidence completely empty. Renee then asks if he at least left behind a way to contact him, but Elizabeth confirms he did not, reiterating her trust in his judgment. A sigh escapes Elizabeth as she thinks to herself that no one could persuade those bastards like that, and that even Goddess Patrick would agree. Renee voices her concern, worried that someone has to inform them, while Elizabeth remains deep in thought. Suddenly, Elizabeth's expression shifts, a determined smile spreading across her face as she realizes this is the perfect time for her to act. With a heavy sigh, he runs a hand through his hair, the weight of a difficult decision pressing down on him as he mutters, I have no other choice. This desperate choice was born from a cataclysmic event, a dark chapter in history that began with the Black Calamity. Soon after the calamity broke out, fire spread rapidly, engulfing fields in a devastating blaze. In the rapidly spreading inferno, crops ready for harvest burned to a crisp, with no one daring to intervene. Then, a viscous, dark mud began to circulate through the villages, bringing with it a new form of corruption. All the grains, once vital, became contaminated by the Black Calamity, and merely opening one's mouth meant contracting a painful plague. This was the grim beginning, and that's how Harston became. A cursed land, indeed, as word spread that even His Majesty the Emperor had given up on Harston, leaving all the people there to fall into despair. Yet, even in that despair, a flicker of hope emerged with a wealthy commoner couple who had fled from war with their heirs. Luckily, the couple had not suffered from the Black Calamity, possessing a bit of food, and they opened their hearts, offering provisions to the refugees. Thanks to the couple, all of them even began to believe they could survive. However, the refugees who had held their hopes and trust in them would soon betray them. The couple was found mutilated to death near their home, their bodies torn apart by a monstrous hand. Killed by someone who had shared their food, and after this, no one trusted anyone. The Black Calamity had shattered all bonds, leaving no room for cooperation as people lost the ability to trust one another. To avoid betrayal, many simply locked themselves away, starving to death, while a rumor spread that the grain itself was poisoned, ensuring no one would touch it. Fortunately, the people in the back alley did not starve, but, unlike what one might expect, he knew they would be fine even if they consumed the supposedly poisoned grain. As of now, yes, the grain was mixed with a poison, so weak it could be easily deactivated. Such a calculated act could only be the scheme of someone with malicious intent. With that realization, he decided it was time to move on to the next stop. At first, most believed they could quickly overcome this calamity. This desolate landscape was the result of their blind complacency. If a crack is left in the dikes, it will inevitably be flooded with bugs, and this is what happened once the monsters had hours to put the city to ruin. The desolate ruins of a city stretched out, a stark reminder of the Black Calamity's devastation. He mused, reflecting on the past, that among those who remained, many died with deep regrets, and the biggest problem was their refusal to burn the dead. Turning to his companion, he asked if they could proceed first. Continuing his thought, he revealed that Rosalina's parents were still alive in that place. He simply acknowledged the information, a quiet understanding settling over him. Meanwhile, a fortified road was still guarded by soldiers, their presence a constant fixture. He observed that they opened the gate in shifts, but it felt less about guarding and more about control, implying that whoever controlled the gate held significant power. Such control, he reasoned, must also be under the Lord's direct orders. His eyes glowing with a sharp, yellow light, he concluded that the Lord was highly suspicious. Sir Swald, clad in dark plate armor, considers his options, realizing he has no choice but to confront the figure he seeks. Gazing at a formidable, dark building, he understands that conventional methods will not suffice, and he must uncover the true mastermind behind the recent events. With a mischievous glint, he reveals his secret weapon, a peculiar, glowing, happy egg he acquired specifically for this purpose. He muses on the nature of the creatures associated with the egg, anticipating their collective response, believing their pursuit will lead him directly to the elusive Lord. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges the brilliance of his own strategy, even if it was his own genius at work. Suddenly, the egg in his hands begins to emit soft, rhythmic sounds, a subtle indication of activity within. The sounds intensify, growing more distinct. As the silhouette of the imposing structure looms in the background, Sir Swald's expression shifts, a new concern dawning on him as he realizes the sheer scale of the flocks he's about to face. The glowing egg responds to the growing tension, its surface beginning to crack under the internal pressure. A monstrous, bird-like creature, its body a mix of feathers and exposed flesh, descends from above with a piercing cry, its talons poised to strike. A shadowy figure stands in the oppressive darkness, a soft gasp escaping the void, followed by a desperate, repeated refusal. The ominous creaking sound continues to fill the void. As the tall figure, now revealed as Lara, kneels, placing a comforting hand on the head of Byrne, who clutches a glowing orb. Her long, platinum hair cascades down her back, shimmering faintly in the dim light. Lara's sharp, golden eyes fix on the smaller figure, a single name escaping her lips. The orb in Byrne's hands pulses with a soft light as Lara's voice rings with conviction, declaring that he, at the very least, must live. Byrne looks up, his face etched with a mix of despair and faint hope, as Lara gazes down at him. A flickering candle casts long shadows over a blood-splattered scene, a chilling voice echoing the command, "Remember, you must live." The haunting vision persists, until Lara jolts awake with a sharp gasp, her eyes glowing faintly as a scream tears from her throat. Clutching her head, she struggles to catch her breath, the lingering terror of the dream still gripping her. From the foot of her bed, Byrne asks if she had a nightmare, his concern evident as Swallow and Renee stand silently beside him. A gentle smile touches her lips, a quiet reassurance despite the recent terror. She reaches out, her hand finding Byrne's, who still clutches the glowing orb, as the thought of her true title, Lara Basilis Erihart, crosses her mind. Byrne asks if she intends to keep sleeping, but she swings her bare feet to the floor, ready to rise. Standing by the window, she declares her intention to go home, reflecting that it has been only a few days since she became the king. From a high balcony, she gazes out at the city below, a place where her family had once fled with hoards of treasure, leaving Harston still struggling to recover. Yet, the memory of the siege day remains vivid in her mind, a stark reminder of the past. Her expression hardens as she realizes there is only one path forward for her in this dire situation. With unwavering determination, she declares she must bring Harston back to life. Later, in a dark, empty chamber, a disembodied voice echoes, accusingly reminding her of a promise of salvation. Now seated upon a grand throne, she listens. As the voice continues, recalling her assurance of protection. Her expression remains serious as the voice concludes, questioning her commitment to defending their territory. A figure stands silently, their face hidden deep within the shadows of a dark, hooded cloak. Meanwhile, Lara gazes out a window, her voice filled with a desperate plea, demanding to know if this desolate view is the Harston she was promised. Her gaze drops, a quiet admission escaping her lips that she has not broken her word. The cloaked figure offers a cryptic reassurance, stating that all the problems plaguing Harston's territory will soon be resolved, so she need not be so worried. Lara's thoughts drift, a quiet murmur escaping her as she recalls a past plea, wishing she could tell someone to tear up a resignation letter, a promise hidden deep within their resolve. Meanwhile, within the castle's cold stone halls, a guard confronts a cloaked figure, demanding to know their identity, but the mysterious individual offers only a polite refusal, their words echoing with an unsettling finality. Intelligence reports confirm a large flock of harpies led a recent attack, a detail the cloaked figure seems to ponder before a grand, imposing door. Lara, Her expression etched with concern, questions inwardly, wondering about the solitary night and the true allegiance they hold. The cloaked figure simply offers a non-committal well, as the guard at the north gate repeats the same question, only to be met with the knight's continued silence. With eyes glowing a sinister red and an ominous aura flaring around them, the figure declares, they will bestow upon him his own castle, they will grant him Harston itself. Lara's worry deepens, her internal voice urging caution, pleading for careful consideration, for the stability of the entire empire hangs in the balance. Yet, a counter-argument forms, a thought that just because the figure appears suspicious, it doesn't mean their contribution to Harston's recovery should be diminished. Finally, Lara's expression hardens with resolve, accepting that it is only natural for a lord to praise such achievements, regardless of the means. A heavy, armored boot steps forward, its wearer issuing a command. The knight, his helmet gleaming, announces his presence to the Lord of Harston. He confesses the journey was arduous, leaving him utterly fatigued. Yet, merely standing before the noble lord, he feels his efforts have been rewarded. Kneeling before Lara on her throne, Byrne expresses his gratitude on behalf of all Harston. Lara acknowledges his words, though her youthful appearance makes her seem an unlikely lord, perhaps a princess or proxy. She then inquires about his family's lineage. A moment of silence hangs in the air before Sir Swald, standing behind Byrne, breaks it. His face partially obscured by shadow, he asks the knight for his name, revealing his own purpose as merely a convenience. Lara, the young lord of Harston, found herself internally questioning the knight before her, wondering if he would continue to speak of trivial matters, and if he truly intended to accept the position she offered with such a natural demeanor. She mused on her own appearance, considering her face, marred by a significant scar, to be rather unsightly. From within his gleaming armor, Byrne's voice resonated, assuring her that if it pleased her, he would accept her command. Lara's thoughts continued, deciding that if he were to reveal his true face out of consideration for others, she would not press the issue. She then spoke aloud, offering, even though I cannot give you much, I will provide as much as I can. Is there anything you desire? Byrne's response was immediate, declaring that what was most important to him at that moment was. Lara, still observing him, thought to herself that depending on his actions, she would learn more about the castle's current state, before finally agreeing, gladly. The knight bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude for her generosity. He then clarified his earlier statement, revealing that his most pressing concern was ensuring there was no shortage of food within the castle. He wonders why the monsters managed to appear so suddenly, falling upon them with such short notice. Not to mention, the fact that he can feel his own weakness. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stands silently amidst a dark, gnarled forest, observing. The Lord of Harston, Lara, senses a strange kinship with the knight. Turning to him, she asks if he has just one question for her ladyship. For her part, something has been bothering her from the start. Byrne's gaze intensifies as he urges her to tell him. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure's glowing eyes pierce the darkness as a voice questions, who and what are you? High above the bustling streets, a cloaked figure stood silhouetted against the sky. As dust motes danced in the light, hinting at recent activity below. The city's architecture rose sharply, a maze of stone and shadow. And in a quiet corner, Sir Swald concluded his explanation, stating, well, that is the gist of what happened. He continued, recounting his encounter with the Lord of Harston, who had dismissed him as too weak. Earlier, the Lord of Harston sent me off by myself, saying I was too weak. I simply told her that I was busy, and I was brought by Sir Swald, so I couldn't just get rid of her. The armored guard questioned his tactics, asking if he hadn't mentioned his beast of burden. Did you not tell her that you had a beast of burden? But you still couldn't get rid of her, could you, sir? Exactly. I had to fight her for a while to get her to leave. Meanwhile, in a different location, Swallow mused on the nature of necromancers, explaining that it was on a case-by-case basis. It's on a case-by-case basis, but some necromancers excise the innards of an undead. Even some humans who engage in black magic as well, depending on how much their innards. His eyes glowing with a faint red light, he finished his thought, have eroded. A look of deep annoyance crossed his face as he muttered, when will you have time to consider each of your words? If I could have beaten him up on the spot. An armored guard mutters to an unseen individual, demanding that Patrick tear up a resignation letter he'd hidden away, a letter given to him after receiving a sword. The unseen person responds with a hesitant apology, while the guard continues, questioning if they heard him, before shifting to a different topic, noting that the people there seemed to believe the villagers were afflicted with magic. Meanwhile, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light, Swallow ponders why the villagers who correctly guessed the situation were the ones starving to death, having tried to eat the grain. He recalls a past encounter, wondering about the thief named Elizabeth, who kept running away, making it difficult to play tag with her. In the memory, Elizabeth looks surprised as the demon lord laments that it would have been better if he had at least learned some necromancy magic, wishing he had brought Agnes with him. Back in the present, Swallow questions why she would say such a thing after bringing him there against his will. He then complains about his own hunger, declaring that they had no other options and demanding food for the lord. Renee, the maid, asks if he's suggesting they should eat first and think later, to which he simply replies, no. Back in the other scene, The armored guard declares that they will win some honor with this. A young woman with vibrant red hair, lying amidst rubble, hears a voice call out to her. Her eyes widen in surprise as she responds, wondering what could possibly be so astonishing. As she struggles to sit up, Swallow approaches her, his presence casting a shadow. He extends a hand, offering a piece of bread, inviting her to share it with him. The young woman, Finch, looks up at the offering, her eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and hunger. This was the very bread distributed by the bishop, a rare and precious commodity. Without hesitation, Finch devours the bread, her desperate hunger evident in every bite as Swallow watches her. He looks at her, a question forming in his mind. Had the bishop truly given her this bread? He murmurs to himself, clutching a small, golden coin, reflecting on the trust he placed in Patrick, a trust so profound he'd given him a sword and expected him to tear up any thought of resignation. And if that were true, then he was the only one Patrick truly trusted, a thought that made him pause, a slight, escaping him. As they continued their trek through the dark, echoing dungeon, the rhythmic sound of their footsteps filled the oppressive silence. He mused internally, glad no one else was around to hear his thoughts, except for himself and Patrick, of course, finding it amusing how they all seemed to be idiots in their own ways. Finch, however, seemed to be pondering a different kind of attachment, muttering about how belief, once successfully established, grew stronger through attachment. She looked at him with concern, asking if he was all right, while he simply hummed thoughtfully, lost in his own contemplation. Finally, they arrived at their destination, and he remarked on their arrival, a strange feeling washing over him, as if he had been there before. Finch, looking down into the cavernous space, warned him to be careful where he stepped. A sudden shift in perception, and the scene darkens, revealing a chaotic, dungeon-like chamber where figures clash amidst bursts of fire and magic, a voice echoing with a simple affirmation. The calamity that befell Harston, a place now lost to memory, was not an accident, but a deliberate order given to them for their evil deeds. And the one who orchestrated it all, the true architect of their downfall, was the very being who caused it, a figure destined to be omnipotent, capable of transcending and exorcising all obstacles, and furthermore, those who placed their faith in him. These were not just any followers, but honorable, chosen people, a thought that elicits a fervent agreement from a desperate voice. In the vision, Finch clings to Swallow, her voice trembling as she pleads for salvation, begging him to save her, Her Excellency. Finch, now fallen to the ground, continues her desperate plea, her loyalty unwavering as Swallow's eyes glow with an ominous red light, and so the scene unfolds. He makes a grim vow, declaring his intent to break the very sword that was given to him, a promise he knows will be fulfilled. With a sinister smile spreading across his face, Swallow stands over the fallen Finch, a sword now clutched in his hand, a chilling chuckle escaping him. He stands before Finch, who smiles warmly, her red hair framing her face, as she reminds him that they arrived at just the right time for communion. He simply asks what she means, his gaze fixed on a small, glowing projection of a castle, as she continues to speak of his excellence, the altar bread, and the castle. The projection shows a grand, ornate castle, the same one that was destroyed earlier, and Finch wonders how it was that he saved it. He whispers a name, Sir Knight, as Finch clarifies that she is only teasing him. He then whispers, when he saves Harston, his thoughts drifting to the idea that he said that only through faith can one enjoy eternal happiness. Finch, her expression softening, agrees that they have become closer to him, asking if he did not say that they would achieve an even more virtuous agreement. She holds a small, glowing heart-shaped object, questioning what a sacrificial heart truly means. He admits he doesn't know the details, but Finch adds that some say they receive meat instead of bread, and that the bishop also came. Finch then exclaims, Your Excellency, as she mentions Rosalina. Rosalina offers her thanks, assuring him she will handle the task with care, while Swallow simply acknowledges her. He hums thoughtfully, noting that this is the first time she has offered her assistance. Swallow then expresses a hope that she will continue to be helpful in the future, though he adds a casual, almost dismissive, well, if I feel like it. His expression darkens as he continues, muttering about a fellow believer's betrayal and addressing an unseen bastard. His eyes begin to glow with an intense yellow light, and he sharply questions, What are you doing? A menacing aura emanates from him, his gaze fixed and piercing. Rosalina recoils, clutching her head in pain, a pained groan escaping her lips. Looking down with a stern expression, Swallow declares her full of shit, explaining that while a human might not perceive the mana, he certainly can. He turns his head slightly, adding that he doesn't care what she does to humans, but implying there's a limit. He stares down at her, his gaze piercing, as if seeing through her very being. His voice is a low murmur, a chilling reminder of her deception, as he warns, Don't you dare try to deceive me without knowing your place. Rosalina recoils, a gasp escaping her lips as she struggles to comprehend his words. You bastard, you knew it, huh? I'm quite foresightful, you know. She tries to regain her composure, her expression shifting to one of defiance, insisting, But I'm rewarded, you know. I'm quite foresightful, Swallow cuts her off, his tone dismissive, as he simply states, Nothing much. I just told you I was looking for a fellow believer. Let's go. With a final, curt farewell, "Oh, bye-bye." He walks away, leaving her behind as he muses to himself, "I'm so fine in my being. I almost don't need any luggage." Later, in an isolated town, he observes the strange reality of a false religion built around a bastard, a lord who even monsters fear, a lord who is not even a monster. He considers the irony that even someone as powerful as the Lord is still hand-pressed not to reveal his true identity, a secret that must be kept from the world. Slumped over a table, a soft murmur escapes him, reflecting on the sword he once gave Patrick and the resignation letter he wished the Death Knight would tear up. Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in dark finery exclaims, a vibrant magical aura flaring around her. She continues, her voice echoing with a hint of disappointment, acknowledging that things didn't go as expected. Her gaze sharpens, questioning the situation, as she notes that something amazing has appeared. She recalls the news of destruction, anticipating the trouble it would cause. The scenery around her shifts, revealing a town under the glow of streetlights, a beautiful sight in its own right. Her thoughts turn to the ancient being, wondering what the matter could be. She concludes, her voice firm, that the undead would attack Harston, all at the command of the ancient. She muses on the unexpected events at Crate Castle, where something amazing occurred, and how the undead showed signs of heading toward Harston. But that's not all, she thinks, as the person most likely responsible for this chaos comes to mind. It's Erebos. Meanwhile, Swallow, looking utterly exhausted, considers this the most probable scenario, though he acknowledges it's still just a guess. Elizabeth, surrounded by a faint purple aura, has been deep in thought, pondering the behavior of the undead when they target a slayer. It's normal for them to attack with overwhelming advantage, she reasons, especially since they aren't particularly strong right now. As purple energy swirls around her hand, she questions why they would purposefully avoid that strategy. Her entire form now radiates with a vibrant purple aura, her hands glowing with concentrated power, as she concludes, if what I'm thinking is. The energy coalesces into a swirling sphere between her palms, confirming her suspicion that they are controlling the flow of mana. As the mana detection system registered her power, Elizabeth Bathory's eyes glowed with a fierce red light, a vibrant pink and purple aura swirling around her as she confirmed her suspicions. Her power surged, manifesting as crackling energy that shot into the sky, a clear sign that her prediction about the undead's mana control was absolutely correct. A lone crow lets out a harsh caw, its cry echoing through the desolate, barren landscape, where a blood-red sky looms over skeletal trees and more of the dark birds circle ominously. Into this grim expanse, a dark, hooded figure strides forward, his face now visible, revealing intense yellow eyes that glow with an inner light. As he moves, tendrils of dark purple energy begin to coil around his hands, his expression hardening with fierce determination. A system message confirms his arrival. He has entered the forgotten graveyard. With a soft thud of his steps, Swallow continues deeper into the ominous, silent expanse. A towering, shadowy figure with piercing blue eyes addresses a subordinate, acknowledging their arrival. This is Lord Erebos, Lord of all dead, a formidable presence in the Dark Realm. Before him, a pale-faced figure with long black hair kneels, offering a final report to his master. Erebos listens intently, promising not to forget the hardships endured by his subordinate. The Magus explains his motivations, claiming his actions are solely driven by a belief in a brighter future, a conviction he holds deeply. However, his report takes an unexpected turn, revealing an unforeseen element in their plans. He recounts receiving the final report, then questions if the person sent was acting according to their design, or if something else transpired. The Magus explains that the individual remained at the forgotten graveyard, unreachable due to the overwhelming power of the dead, but was undeniably connected to a deep darkness. Erebos ponders this revelation, while the Magus admits his ignorance as to the identity of this mysterious, deeply connected individual. He declares that the world will not remain idle, and despite any unforeseen variables, their plan to acquire the relic must proceed. His glowing blue eyes pierce the darkness, a chilling reminder of his dominion over this place, and the absolute belief that no other power can challenge or overlook him. A shadowy hand extends, crackling with purple energy, as Magus expresses profound gratitude for the trust placed in him to carry out such a vital task. Surrounded by his shadowy legions, Erebos considers the report, as Magus offers to request reinforcements for the underground kingdom's entrance, questioning if they are needed to deal with the intruder. Magus, his red eyes sharp with anticipation, states that reinforcements are not yet necessary, promising to inform Erebos when the time is right. The shadowy figures around them seem to hum with latent power, as Erebos grants Magus the autonomy to make that decision. With a determined expression and a surge of purple energy around his hand, Magus affirms his unwavering commitment to Erebos' command. The desolate, ruined landscape stretches out under a blood-red sky, a testament to the power wielded by these dark forces. A powerful purple aura flares around Magus, his eyes burning with resolve, as he declares that no matter who stands in their way, there will be no further delay in their plans. Magus's resolve hardens, his thoughts echoing the sentiment that no matter who the intruder is, their presence here as a monster is unacceptable. Meanwhile, an unseen voice questions, "Can I even find the person who cast this magic?" The focus shifts to a grand, dark structure, its intricate architecture glowing with vibrant purple energy, a powerful magical barrier clearly visible around it. The unseen analyst continues, "There's no way to find the caster, but for the right price, I can find the magic itself." Magus, observing the situation, lets out a quiet, thoughtful sound, his expression unreadable. Perched atop the glowing structure, he muses that no other monster can enter this place, preventing its use as a base, which might be why they can't find him, or perhaps they are simply hiding their mana. The unseen voice continues its analysis, acknowledging it's merely a guess, but suggesting a medium capable of supporting magic on a scale large enough to surround the entirety of Karenin. A close-up on a crystalline formation emphasizes the immense power, as the voice concludes that such a feat would require an enormous amount of mana. He considers the situation, noting that if the intruders had no intention of fighting, they wouldn't have poured such an immense amount of mana into the barrier surrounding Karenin. The Lord's magic, he muses, is of the most suspicious kind, though he admits they can't be entirely certain, as it's all just speculation. Meanwhile, a menacing voice echoes, warning someone not to dare think of it. As Magus continues his conversation with Patrick, noting that Patrick is overreacting, but then asks if he's truly blind to the obvious, to which Patrick confirms he is not. Their gaze falls upon the distant castle. While the menacing voice from before clarifies its intent, it's about something deeper, only to regain one's malevolent intentions anyway. Under the cold gaze of a full moon, an ancient, ornate structure stands silhouetted against the night sky, its imposing form hinting at secrets held within. As a figure observes the building's intricate details, a voice confirms, as expected, this place is the most suspicious. Deep within its dark interior, the air itself feels heavy with malevolence, prompting the thought, the smell of bottomless corruption, it's stronger than last time. The pervasive aura of evil confirms the initial assessment. This smell is definitely suspicious. As a torch casts flickering shadows on ancient stone walls, a new development unfolds, raising the question of whether it's an unexpected turn or a carefully laid trap. A hooded figure, torch in hand, steps deeper into the darkness, observing the grim surroundings and remarking, "Such a dungeon." He pauses with his companion in a cavernous room, where massive, dark structures stand like silent sentinels, the air thick with an ominous presence. Suddenly, a violent impact shatters the silence, sending a spray of crimson across the unseen space. A hulking, green-skinned monster with glowing yellow eyes stands menacingly in the dark chamber, its presence confirming the pervasive stench of corruption. Observing the scene, Swallow muses, it has been quite some time since he last encountered a cleaner. Suddenly, an armored figure appears, interrupting the monster's contemplation, apologizing for the intrusion before addressing it as "My lord." The monster, its glowing eyes narrowing, demands to know the knight's master. Its face contorts in a snarl, the yellow light in its eyes intensifying. Before it can react further, the knight moves with blinding speed, a sudden white flash indicating a powerful impact. The assault continues, a burst of blue energy accompanying another devastating strike, sending shockwaves through the air. The monster collapses, defeated, as the knight plants a foot firmly on its head, ending the confrontation decisively. The hulking monster growls, acknowledging the attack it just endured is worthy of words, but insists this isn't over, addressing an unseen lord with defiance. It vows not to die in such a place, even as a dark, armored hand reaches out from below, ready to strike. The armored figure delivers a devastating blow, blood splattering as they coldly remark, "Now, that was a good attack. And you think you're a threat?" With a sickening tear, the figure plunges a hand into the monster's screaming maw, ripping something out. As the monster disintegrates into dark particles, the armored figure dismisses it with a curt, "Now, get lost." The ground is left stained with blood and corrupted remnants. And the armored figure, their hand glowing with a faint purple light, expresses disgust, "Ugh, now dirty," wiping their hand clean. A sharp, purple glow flares within their eye. A small, dark orb descends with a soft thud, landing silently. The armored figure, still surveying the area, looks down with a hint of surprise, murmuring about the unexpected development. A skeletal head with glowing eyes emerges from the shadows, prompting a dismissive scoff from the figure, who notes the appearance of a Durahan. Before any further threat can materialize, the armored figure stands enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, surrounded by the shattered forms of multiple defeated Durahans. With the immediate danger neutralized, the figure's voice echoes, questioning the true purpose behind these orchestrated encounters. A monstrous, hulking figure, wreathed in dark purple energy, lunges forward with a guttural roar. Standing guard in the desolate ruins, a skeletal knight in heavy plate armor demands to know who ordered the intrusion. The knight prepares for battle, a faint purple glow emanating from its gauntlet hand. The monstrous creature slams a massive claw down, crushing the skeletal defender beneath its immense weight. From the shadows, Byrne observes the brutal display, noting the creature's raw power. Before the monster can fully recover, Byrne strikes, his glowing blade cutting deep into its form. He considers the effect of his attack, realizing the creature's weapon seems to be working against itself. He observes the monstrous entity, its form wreathed in dark purple energy, noting its unusual strength. Despite its power, he resolves, he cannot allow it to escape and harm others. The monster's purple aura flares violently, but Burn moves with swift precision, his blade cutting through the air as he muses. This creature's unique composition makes it a fascinating, if dangerous, opponent. The monster's skeletal head recoils from the impact, cracks spreading across its bone-like structure. With renewed resolve, the knight prepares for his final strike, knowing this is the moment to end it. He launches himself forward, a blue aura flaring around him as his sword cleaves through the monster's form, shattering it into countless fragments of light and bone, which then fall to the ground as mere debris. He continues his relentless assault, his blade tearing through the monster's defenses with a resounding crack and whoosh of displaced air. With a flash of brilliant energy, he unleashes a precise, weakness sword strike. Following up instantly, a mighty slice cleaves through its form. The skeletal monster, despite the damage, sneers, declaring that its opponent doesn't deserve any consideration. Unfazed, Burn replies, proposing they not drag out the fight and that he will cut to the chase. With a final, decisive slash, he delivers another powerful blow. As he observes his weapon, he muses that he'll be using his new sword, noting its unusual nature. The monster's skeletal head begins to crack and glow with purple energy, a loud KRK echoing as its form gives way. Its heavily guarded form shatters into countless pieces, dissipating into wisps of purple energy. With a powerful downward arc, Burn unleashes the Great Divider, his new sword cleaving through the air with immense force. Meanwhile, in the quiet of a darkened room, a soft rustle breaks the silence. A woman with light hair sits bolt upright in bed, her eyes wide with alarm. A voice echoes from the shadows, casually asking if she slept well. From the darkness, a pair of glowing purple eyes fixates on her, as she begins to question the intrusion. Pulling the blanket tighter around herself, she demands to know how he entered. Her voice rising in indignation, she shouts at the shadowy figure for daring to step foot in her room in the middle of the night without a word. Patrick, clad in his dark armor, asserts his presence, stating that his reason for being there should be obvious. His hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He continues, hoping for a mere 5 minutes to explain himself to Lord LL. But a voice cuts him off, demanding he summon the man who was with him. Later, Patrick stands before Swallow, who is casually seated, offering a sincere apology for calling him out at such a late hour. Meanwhile, the woman from earlier sits up in her bed, startled, her mind replaying Swallow's casual explanation of being on a walk. Back with the two men, Swallow questions the object Patrick presents, asking what it is, to which Patrick replies, wondering if he truly doesn't know. He then reveals the item to be the helmet of a Dullahan. He kneels before his lord, a silent plea in his posture, as a voice from above cuts through the tense air, demanding, "Lord, no. Leave me here, Patrick." The voice, belonging to Swallow, then questions with a sharp edge, "Why are you colluding with the undead?" His gaze narrows, pressing the point. "What are you talking about, undead?" The Lord sits regally, his expression unreadable, as he continues, "You disappoint me. Will you feign ignorance until the end?" His voice carries a hint of exasperation. "If this is not an act, then did you yourself not even notice the deal you've made?" From behind, the cloaked figure's words echo with disdain. "I suppose you are incompetent, showing how you don't even know what's going on in your own land." Looking up, Patrick finally speaks, his voice tinged with confusion. "My lord, is it a matter of your territory?" A low murmur escapes the lord, before he clarifies with a chilling finality, "Sorry, the underground dungeon is riddled with corpses." Swallow's hand tightens around the hilt of his blade, his voice firm as he continues his accusation, asserting that the man before him is an undead colluding with others of his kind. The blade slides from its scabbard with a metallic whisper, a clear sign of his resolve. Inside the ornate chamber, a woman's voice rings out, disbelieving such ridiculous nonsense amidst the current turmoil. But by framing him, he is the one threatening the peace of their land. The woman screams in anguish, her face contorted with distress. Patrick, his glowing blue eyes fixed on Swallow, counters, asking if he would truly speak such words while knowing where the real danger lies. The woman's expression hardens, a mix of anger and fear. Sir Swald steps forward, attempting to mediate, urging the two to calm down. Slumped over a desk, Swallow murmurs to himself, reflecting on the sword he gave Patrick and the resignation letter the Death Knight still hides within his ribcage. He wonders what exactly Patrick is trying to hide from him. The Dullahans, a unique type of monster, were not born from a mother's womb, but rather emerged from eggs, their fighting style as unique as their origin. Their armor, often mistaken for a simple shell, was in fact an integral part of their being, a testament to their formidable nature. Curiously, within the armor itself, an anti-control mechanism was embedded, a safeguard against external manipulation. A name, once etched into their very being, was often scratched out, a symbol of their lost identity. The Dullahan in question, the one known as Patrick, was once the vice-commander of the Marnak Knights, a formidable leader. 30 years prior, he had been tasked with subduing monsters that plagued the human villages. Though once a highly skilled knight, he tragically lost his memories after being killed, only to return as a Dullan. Byrne begins his interrogation, his voice sharp as he demands to know who the vicious undead is that his unseen interlocutor is attempting to subdue. His grip tightens on the hilt of his sword, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. He rephrases his question, his tone leaving no room for evasion, insisting on a direct answer. A shimmering burst of particles erupts around them. But Byrne remains unperturbed, his gaze piercing as he presses further, demanding to know the whereabouts of the vicious undead Erebos, or the undead Hydra.